Proper search engine optimization or SEO can make or break your website. It can put your website on top of everyone's mind or let it be forgotten on the 10th page of the Google search results. On that note, hi guys, welcome to this complete SEO tutorial by Simplilearn. In this video, we'll be covering some of the most important concepts related to search engine optimization. We'll talk about keyword research, Google Analytics, Google Tag Manager, how you can rank number 1 on Google and YouTube, how to increase YouTube subscribers, how to get traffic to your website, some popular SEO tools, and finally, some SEO tips and tricks. First off, we'll have an introduction to SEO by our instructors, Rob and Matt.
Welcome, my name is Rob Sanders. I'm a course instructor at Simplilearn. Today we're going to talk about why you would want to rank using SEO, and SEO is search engine optimization, also known as organic search. You also may hear us say organic listings. But we're going to talk a little bit about why you'd want to rank your website in organic search. Okay, what is search engine optimization? Then we're going to follow that up with how does Google rank websites? So why does it rank one website over another? And how do we get our website to rank number 1? Then we're going to talk about the different types of SEO or search engine optimization techniques so you can get your website ranked number 1. And then we're going to finish that off with the do's and don'ts of SEO. So let's get right to it and talk about why SEO. So we're going to use a basic example, and let's just say you have a blog. You're a food blogger, you're passionate about food, and your niche is ice cream. And let's just say you have a lot of ice cream recipes. You want to get traffic to your blog. You want people to read your blog. And you're curious, why am I not ranking for my blog? Why, when people type in ice cream recipes and say Google, my blog posts don't appear at the top of organic rankings? And there's a number of reasons why you wouldn't be ranked for your blog post or your ice cream recipes. And the main reason would be your competitors. So there could be somebody else out there who is also passionate about ice cream and has been blogging longer than you. And they have more content and more blog posts and more pages for Google to rank. So that's usually the number one reason. The other reason is improper usage of keywords. And we're going to talk a little bit, or it's actually a lot more about, keyword usage in your content. So what kind of keywords do you want to rank for? That's really what we're talking about when we talk about usage of keywords. What keywords do you want to rank for, and how do we work those keywords into the content? Another reason is poor link building practices. And really that means are other blog posts or other websites linking to you? Also, are you linking to other pages on your website? And so it's all about link building. And with link building, it's internal linking. So are we linking from one blog post to another? And it's external linking. Are other websites of high quality linking to us? And so that's what we talk about when we talk about link building. And then another reason is web page load time. So you could be running your blog post on, say, WordPress, for example, and your blog post isn't loading fast enough. Well, if you look at it this way, think about it. If you're Google, would you really want to rank a website or blog post in this example number 1 on Google rankings if that particular page loaded very slow? No, you wouldn't, because when somebody clicked on that link in organic search and went to your website, they're going to have a bad experience because the page is going to load slow. So Google doesn't want their users to have a bad experience. You don't want your users to have a bad experience. And so that's why web page load time is a critical factor for ranking. So we need to make sure that our web pages load fast. And then your user experience is not good enough. So Google, again, based on my example about the web page load time, Google wants people to have a good experience when they go from their search engine to your website. And there's a lot at play there, specifically web page load time, but also, Google doesn't want any spam content. Google doesn't want any pop-ups or overbearing ads on the web page. They want people who are searching for something in particular, let's just say ice cream recipes, and they want to find a relevant website that has ice cream recipes. They want to be able to click on that link and read some good content about ice cream recipes. It's that simple. And that's really what Google's trying to create in their environment. And that's you as an end user, as a website owner, you want your users to have a good experience. And then Last but not least, your website is de-indexed by mistake. And really what we mean is de-indexed is Google needs to be able to index all the pages on your website. So if you have a blog with 100 recipes, you want Google to have access to all 100 recipes. So we're going to talk a little bit later about how to get your pages ranked or indexed on Google organic search. So let's move on to what is SEO. So sticking with our ice cream blog theme, really SEO, search engine optimization, really is the practice of increasing your pages that Google has indexed up the rankings. So the end result is we want all our pages to be ranked #1 for particular keywords. So if you want to be ranked for ice cream recipes, well, there's certain things you need to do. So that's generally how it works. We need to apply search engine optimization to increase a page for a keyword we want to be found for. So let me give you an example. So let's just say there's 100 students that participated in an essay competition. And so the competition in this particular case is evaluated on the basis of, is the content relevant? Are they using suitable titles for their essay? Do they have structure when they're participating in this essay or talking about the essay? And do they have a suitable synopsis? And is the content neat and readable? These seem all logical for an essay competition. Well, guess what? They seem logical for SEO because that's exactly how SEO works. It's exactly all those points I just mentioned about structure, logic, readability, organization, title. All those things are what's important in SEO. And so we need relevant content. We need titles for our pages. Google needs to be able to see structure. We need to have synopsis of what the page is about, and that's called a meta description. And then again, the content needs to be readable, and that's important. And so in order to be readable, again, we're going to talk more about site speed because site speed's important. Okay. And when we talk about responsive design, when I say responsive design, that means your site, your page needs to load both on desktop and also on mobile. And so all these things are important. Just like an essay competition, Google is the judge and they need to be able to determine what page is best to rank #1, #2, #3, etc. on Google search. And then link building. Remember I mentioned link building a moment ago? Well, link building internally and externally also plays a vital role. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the class when we talk about off-page SEO. How does Google rank website? And basically, Google follows 3 basic steps to rank a website. They need to crawl your website. They need to take what they crawl back to their servers. And when they take it back to their servers, your web pages, they need to have them available for indexing. So when somebody actually types in a keyword into google.com, it'll be available to be found on organic search. So that's what indexing is all about. And then Google's job when somebody does type in a search query is to basically rank those pages that they've indexed from #1 to infinity, depending on how many pages are relevant to that search query. So really it's about crawling, indexing, and ranking. So crawling is simply a process done by which Google has bots. And what these bots do is they go to your web server and they're going to crawl every page that they can find. And how do they find these pages? Well, they basically follow links. You might have heard the term spidering, but that's what they call search engine spidering. So basically what Google's doing is they're building a web, so to speak, all the links that they're following. And so when they can follow all these links on your website, they're going to be able to crawl them. And when they crawl them, basically they're going to take that content and store it on their servers so it's available in their index. So based on this method, Google finds out which websites have relevant content and which ones don't based on certain keywords that are typed into Google. Because if they can't crawl your website, you're not going to be found. And if you can't be found, then you're not going to show up for relevant keywords. So we need to make sure your site's available to be crawled. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, but let's show you an example. So let's just go to Google search. And if I type in the keyword Simplilearn, okay, I could see I have 1,010,000 results. Okay, and that's how many results are showing up for Simplilearn. Okay, now they may not all be Simplilearn pages, but nonetheless, Simplilearn is ranked #1 here organically, and there are 1,010,000 pages related to the keyword Simplilearn. Now, when it comes to organic search, we don't want to get it confused with paid search. So anytime you see paid search, you're going to see something that says ad next to it. Okay, so we could see that there are paid ads here, but when it comes to organic search, those are generally below paid ads. And so that's where Google counts the 1,010,000 results. And so that's the whole idea behind crawling and indexing. Google's able to crawl Simplilearn's website, and based on all the pages that they gather, they're going to make those pages available in organic search. So if you type in a keyword and your web page is not available for indexing, then you're never going to show up for that keyword. So that's why it's important to make sure your website is available for crawling and indexing. And so when a user types a query on Google search, the most relevant websites that are in Google's index are going to appear in the search results. So in the example I gave with Simplilearn, well, Simplilearn is the brand name of the company Simplilearn. So there's a lot of relevancy there. So that's why you see Simplilearn show up here organically, number one. Like we mentioned about what is SEO and why SEO, we talked about that user experience. So there's a lot of factors that go into ranking, relevancy being one of them. So in the Simplilearn example, Simplilearn is relevant to a lot of the Simplilearn pages because that's who they are, Simplilearn. However, Simplilearn also needs to make sure that, for their pages, the page load time is fast, meaning these pages load very fast for the end user. And Google also takes into account other factors, like how long someone is staying on a website. Or are they bouncing, meaning are they going to one page that they land on and then leaving the website? Okay, and so the user experience is very, very important. There are other factors also like language and location. And so, for example, location, if you do a search, say in India, the results are going to be a little bit different than, say, the results in the United States. Why? Because Google is indexing as many web pages as they can find. So if somebody's doing a search in India, their results may be a little bit different than the results show up in the US because Google has different bots. And these bots are crawling different pages at different times. And so Google's index is updating continuously, but it's not real-time syncing. So if you do a search in India, you may not see exactly the same thing because both search engines, the Google in India and the Google in the US, may not be exactly synced up. So an example would be, if you're looking for cafe. So if you search a cafe in, say, San Francisco, you're going to see different results. Now, if you do a search for cafes in Mumbai, you're going to see different results. There's going to be local search here at the top. There may be some paid search, but again, you may see different results because one, location, but two, Google search engines in India and United States, google.com, aren't exactly synced up exactly at the same exact time you do that search. So location is important, language is important, and relevancy is important, along with user experience. So all those are important factors in how Google ranks websites. Okay, so we're going to talk about the types of SEO now. So if we want to rank for a particular keyword on Google, we're going to have to apply search engine optimization. And so there's two strategies to search engine optimization: on-page SEO and off-page SEO. So first, we're going to talk about on-page SEO. So on-page SEO is nothing more than optimizing your own website. And so when we say optimizing your own website, there's certain elements on your website and on your web pages that we need to take into account. And so some of those elements are headers, meta descriptions, title tags, linking. So all of those elements are something we can control as an end user who wants to rank our web page and our website on Google. And before we do anything with our website, the first thing we need to do is understand what keywords we want to rank for. In order to understand what keywords we want to rank for, we need to do keyword research. And if you do anything in SEO, keyword research is the most important activity. That's the most important thing you can do for SEO. And why do I say it's the most important? Because you need to understand, if you choose a keyword that you want to rank for, you need to understand how much traffic you're going to get from that keyword. If you're ranked organically, say number 1 on Google, so how much traffic will you get if you're ranked number 1 on Google? So you need to understand what the volume is. And then number 2, we need to understand what the competition is for that keyword that you want to rank for. So if you choose a keyword and there's not much competition for it, then chances are you can rank for that keyword for a web page on your website quicker than, say, a keyword that has a lot of competition. So we need to understand those 2 basic factors, volume and competition, before we choose a keyword. And it's simply the practice of going through the motions of getting your volume and getting your competition data so you can choose the keywords you want. And then once you choose the keywords you want, then you can go and apply on-page SEO. You can change the title tag, the meta descriptions, the headers. All those elements can be changed, but first you need to choose your keywords. And so again, the primary components we're looking for are how much traffic you can get, or the search volume, how much competition there is for that keyword, and of course, relevancy. Okay, you need to be able to choose a keyword that's relevant to the web page you're trying to rank for. And so let me show you an example of how to go through this. So the first thing we want to do is we want to use a tool. And the tool I would recommend is Google Keyword Planner. And why do I choose Google Keyword Planner? Because if we're trying to rank on Google.com or Google search engine, we want to be able to get the data right from the source. So Google's going to be able to give us information about how much volume a keyword has and how much competition it has. So let me show you an example. So if I want to use Google's Keyword Planner and I want to rank for the keyword how to become a digital marketing specialist, then I'm going to type that keyword into Google's Keyword Planner. And what Google's going to do is they're going to give me some trends about how much volume this particular keyword gets over the course of a year. And so for that particular keyword, I can see that there are trends that appear for both desktop and mobile. So mobile is important because people start their search process a lot of times on their mobile device. So we want to be able to get data from mobile as well as desktop. And so we could see a trend here that for each particular month, over the last 12 months, we can see how much volume this particular keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, gets per month. And so on average, over the past 12 months, I could see how to become a digital marketing specialist averages 30 searches a month. And this is on Google.com. And so Google gives us the volume. What they also give us is the competition. And so here I can see Google says for that particular keyword, the competition is medium. And so in the Google's Keyword Planner, what they also do is give me other relevant keywords that I might think about optimizing for. Because you don't want to optimize for just one keyword. So how to become a digital marketing specialist, they're going to also offer up other types of keywords that are relevant. So just digital marketing specialist, social media marketing specialist. So for those keywords, I can see the volume. So for example, digital marketing specialist, I can see the average volume is 1,000 per month on average over the last 12 months. I can also see the competition is medium. But for some other keywords, I can see the search volume being high, like digital marketing course at 2,900 per month, but also the competition is high. And so what I would recommend as a best practice is to collect all your relevant keywords, okay? And put all your relevant keywords in a spreadsheet. And when you put all these relevant keywords in a spreadsheet, you want to get the data on those keywords. And the data I'm referring to is the volume and competition. So in this case, we have volume from Google Planner, Google's Keyword Planner, and I have competition from Google's Keyword Planner. And so if I go into a spreadsheet and I put all that information in here, I'm going to be able to see the volume and competition. And so that's important. However, one thing to note here is that Google's Keyword Planner, if I go back, just gives us low, medium, and high. And if I want to compare numbers to numbers, maybe I want to be able to get exactly the competition number for the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. What I can do is go into Google and I can type in that keyword. So if I type in the keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I can see there's 76 million results. So I could see 76 million results, 76.1 actually, and for the keyword how to become a digital marketing specialist. Now that's a whole lot of results for this particular keyword, especially when the volume is only 30 per month on average. And so what I want to do is get a more clear picture of the competition. And so what you could actually do is type in the syntax all in title and then colon and then your keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And when I do that, I get a different result. Here I can see only 136 listings for how to become a digital marketing specialist. But that's not just 136, that's 136 with that particular keyword that we want to rank for in the title tag, okay? So the title tag is what you see when you type in a keyword or search query in Google search, and the title tag is what you see at the top of every search result. And so now I can see I typed in how to become a digital marketing specialist with the all in title syntax. And now I can see every listing, every one of these 136 results have that particular keyword in it. So I could see every one of them, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And why is that important? Because now that tells me I only need to climb over 136 listings to rank for that keyword, how to become a digital marketing specialist. And so the idea here is you want to get your volume from Google's keyword planner, but you want to get your competition from Google search. And again, that's simply typing in the syntax, all in title, and then your keyword. In this example, how to become a digital marketing specialist. Once you get those two numbers, you're going to plug them into your spreadsheet. And then once you do that for a number of different keyword queries, and these keyword queries, again, have to be relevant. Once you do that, then you can go in and pick the keywords you want to optimize for. And that's important because, again, if you're not sure about a keyword, then you want to do the keyword research so you can be sure of how much traffic you can get and how much competition there is. Those are three important factors in starting the process for on-page SEO. So again, you want to create content for, say, a keyword like digital marketing. But digital marketing may seem a little bit broad. So you want to probably stay away from broader keywords because broader keywords tend to have a lot of volume, which is great, but they may also tend to have a lot of competition. But that's the whole point of doing the keyword research. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's more volume than competition. That's what you need to find out when you do the keyword research. You need to find those keywords that are relevant to your content, that have a lot of volume and low competition. And then once we identify those keywords, then we are free to go in and start optimizing our web pages for those keywords. And the first place we want to start is the title tag. So if you remember my example, going back here to our search, how to become a digital marketing specialist, we saw that every one of these listings had that keyword in the title tag. And the title tag is important because that's what users who use Google search see first when they type in a query and get results. So they're going to see the title tag. So the title tag is the most important element for on-page SEO. It's the most important factor because that's what people see. And so ideally when we choose our keyword, we want to make sure that keyword is in the title tag because that's what shows up in Google search. And that's what makes that particular web page relevant for that keyword query. So the idea behind a title tag, it's between 50 and 60 characters. And so we want to make sure we stay within that limit, no more than 60 characters, because what happens if it's beyond that, then Google will truncate the title tag. So if I go back to my search, you can see here on this particular title tag, Google truncated it, meaning they added the ellipses after the title tag because it exceeded the 60 character limit. So you want to stay within those character counts. And so the title tag is the first place you should start when optimizing your website. Because when we have the right keyword in the title tag and somebody types in that keyword, then chances are it's going to be relevant, they're going to see it, and they're going to click through to your website. And that's the whole idea behind ranking. We want to get clicks. So that's how the title tag appears. So when you optimize it, you're going to update the title tag, and this is how it shows up. It's going to show up at the top of your listing, okay, and it's going to be bigger and bolder than anything else Google displays. So the second thing you want to optimize is the meta description. And the meta description is simply just a brief description up to 155. I would say about 155 to 160 characters, but probably no more than that. And so the meta description is nothing more than a summary of the web page itself. So if I go back to my Google search results, I see my title tag and I see the page that this particular listing belongs to. And underneath that is where I can see my meta description. So in this particular keyword query, how to become a digital marketing specialist, I see the meta description, an ultimate guide on how to build a career in digital marketing and the skills required to become a digital marketing specialist. Note that it's a well-written meta description with 155 characters, and it includes the keyword digital marketing specialist. So we're trying to rank for how to become a digital marketing specialist, and here you can see become a digital marketing specialist. So there's a lot of relevancy between not only the title tag and the keyword, but the meta description in the keyword. So when you're optimizing a keyword, you want to start with the title tag, but you also want to update the meta description. Because if you don't update the meta description and you leave the meta description blank, then you're leaving it to Google to add in copy that they deem relevant. And so for on-page SEO, we want to take control of the copy and we want to optimize it for the keywords we want to be found for. So the meta description is a powerful tool at our disposal. It gives us more characters to work with. It gives us more to talk about. So for that particular page. And so if the title tag is only 60 characters maximum, it's not a lot of information to try and get somebody to click. So the meta description helps us in identifying what that page is about in order to get the click. So the two working in tandem will hopefully increase your click-through rates. So when you're found organically, we want to get the click. And then the third element that's important is the URL. And URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. And why is the URL so important? Because that's what people see. So if I go back to my search result, how to become a digital marketing specialist, notice that the URL also includes how to become a digital marketing specialist article. Okay, so it's very relevant. The URL is very relevant. One, we can see it in the search results. But two, it's relevant to the keyword query. And that's important for the end user and Google. Google wants to know, hey, is this the page that's relevant to the user's query? And if it is, then this user's likely going to have a good user experience after they click on the listing. So the URL is an element that helps not only with the click-through rate, but with ranking. And having a poor URL structure doesn't help at all, because not only does Google not recognize the URL as being relevant, but the end user may not want to click on that page given the way the URL looks. So you want to try and avoid a poor URL structure. So the rule of thumb is this: if you don't understand what the URL is, then Google is likely not going to understand what the URL is. And so we want to try and keep our URL structures clean. And when I say clean, ideally you want to make sure that whatever keyword you're trying to optimize, that's the keyword that's included in the URL. Nothing included that is not understandable. So again, going back to our example, how to become a digital marketing specialist. It's very clean. The title tag is the keyword. The meta description is cleanly written, has the keyword. And then the URL is the other element that the end user can see, and that URL includes the keyword in it. So after we've done those three elements, the title tag, the meta description, and the URL, then we want to start optimizing the page itself. So ideally, when we say optimize the page itself, the page, remember, needs to be structured. And when we say structured, it needs to be structured in terms of, headers and subheaders, and organized in a manner in which the end user can read the article, read the content clearly and concisely without being confused. And so that's the job of headers. They add basically an organizational structure to the content. And with headers, there's a hierarchy. So you have anywhere from H1, which is the top of the hierarchy, to an H6. And so you're free to use any one of those headers when building out a page in order to organize the content. But ideally, you probably want to stick with an H1 or an H2 because those are at the top of the hierarchy. And what those do is they actually stress to Google that, hey, this header with this particular keyword in it is important. So if you use an H6 with the keyword in it, it's telling Google, hey, this is an H6, but it's not as important. So an H1 and an H2 tag show importance. And so let's look at an example of what that is. So here you can see an H1 is going to be at the top of the hierarchy, so that means it's going to be bigger and bolder. Then you have an H2, which is going to be bigger and bolder than an H3, but not as big and bold as an H2. So with headers, not only are you organizing the content accordingly, but you're also signaling to Google how important that particular header is. And of course, the header needs to include the keyword we're trying to rank for. So let's take a look again at that example. So if we go to how to become a digital marketing specialist, if I click on that page, I can look at the content and I can see that there are headers in here. So the headers are there to organize the content. And that's what we want. We want to be able to organize the content. And if you look at the other example I'm showing here, how to become a digital marketing specialist, learning paths explored, you can see that's an H1, but below it's a subheader, the growing digital marketing job market. So that's an H2. And so we're not stressing to Google that that's more important than an H1, but nonetheless, we're stressing to Google that it's important nonetheless. So we want to be able to use headers. We want to be able to use keywords in our headers in order to stress to Google what's important, and also to organize the content because Google likes content organized. Okay, the next element we want to focus on is internal linking. And so internal linking, if you remember earlier in the presentation, is basically links from one page on your website to another. And so here we can see on this particular article, how to become a digital marketing specialist. There's also links to other pages on Simplilearn's website. And so for this particular content, it also links to SEO specialist, PPC specialist, social media marketing specialist, and digital marketing specialist. So the whole idea behind internal linking is to link from one page to another where it's relevant. And in this case, it's relevant because we're talking about how to become a digital marketing specialist. That's what the whole content is about. And so what Simplilearn's doing here is offering up other pages on their website that are relevant to becoming a digital marketing specialist. And so this is a best practice when you're optimizing a web page. So you want to be able to have internal linking on your site. And the whole idea behind internal linking is it also allows users to navigate through the site naturally. So when I say naturally, they don't always have to refer back to the top navigation. They can naturally and seamlessly go from one relevant article or page to another. And so that's the whole idea behind link building and internal link building. It allows Google to identify, pages that they want to crawl and index because they're linked to one another. But it also helps the end user because it allows the end user to go from one page to another. And it's signaling to Google, hey, this particular page is linked to this page. So we're going to also index that page. And so that's the whole important part of internal linking. It's about the end user experience, and it's about allowing Google to find the pages on your website so they can crawl them and index them so you can be ranked for them. And so also, in addition to internal linking, we want to be able to use natural language. And so what do I mean by natural language or natural language processing? So what Google does is, in terms of natural language processing, they're looking for the content and the keyword. It needs to be relevant. So when your website is about digital marketing, you don't necessarily want to rank or try to rank for the keyword digital marketing. 1, it's too broad. 2, there might be some competition. But 3, you're probably not going to write something as broad like digital marketing. So ideally what you want to do is you want to choose other relevant, related keywords that's going to be more natural. And so that's what we mean by natural language processing. We want to choose keywords that are more natural to the content you're writing. So instead of the keyword digital marketing, maybe we want to talk about the types of digital marketing, or digital marketing examples, or what is a digital marketing strategy, or how to become a digital marketing specialist. So those are all relevant keywords to digital marketing and more relevant to the content. Because if you try to rank for the keyword digital marketing, again, it's probably going to be a little bit broad, probably more competition, and not as relevant to your content. And as a result, probably not a good user experience. So think about some other keywords that you could optimize and rank for. And that goes back to the keyword research. That's why the keyword research is so important, because it allows us to identify other keywords in the natural language process. What keywords are more relevant for the content? And then another element to on-page SEO is the sitemap. And so with the sitemap, it's basically a list of all the pages on your website. And the whole idea of listing all the pages on your website in one document is it helps both users and search engines understand the structure of your website. So there are two types of sitemaps. One's an HTML sitemap, and that's designed for humans. So if you have a website with a lot of content, at the footer or the bottom of your web page, you probably want to have a link to sitemap. So if somebody clicks on that sitemap, they're going to be able to see all the pages on your website, structured in an organized manner. Well, an XML sitemap, and XML is just a different format. It's designed for crawlers. And so the whole idea, remember, is Google likes to crawl content. When they crawl content, they bring it back to their servers and index it. And so we want to be able to create a sitemap for Google or other search engine crawlers. And so XML is the format. So let me show you an example of how that looks. So if I go to Simplilearn.com and simply type in, say, sitemap.xml, just as an example, I'm going to get this particular page. And this particular page displays two XML sitemaps. So these sitemaps are there for Google to go ahead and crawl, and nothing more than a list of all the pages on your website. And so this is a quick and easy way for Google to get a hold of all those pages so that they can index them. And that's the whole idea behind SEO. You want to be able to have Google index all the content you want to be found for the keywords you want to be found for. So it all starts with the sitemap. So let's go from on-page SEO, which in recap is basically optimizing certain elements on your website so that you are relevant for a particular keyword. And that meant updating the title tag, the meta description, the URL, the headers, choosing the right keywords to put into the content, having internal linking, and also updating the sitemap. Well, those are elements that you can do on your website. So we're going to switch gears and talk about a different strategy, off-page SEO, because without on-page or off-page, you can't have a page ranking. So the two work together. So you can do as much as you want on-page, but you still need off-page SEO. And you could do all the off-page SEO you want, but you still need on-page. So both of these strategies have to be in full effect in order for you to rank. So let's now switch gears to off-page SEO. And so off-page SEO is simply the process of linking or promoting your website using link building. And so if you remember, I talked about this earlier on. There's two types of links, internal and external linking. And so for on-page SEO, we used internal linking. For off-page SEO, we're going to talk about external linking. And external linking allows us to improve our website's recognition or relevancy or credibility. And why do we want to improve our relevancy and credibility and trustworthiness and authority? Because we want Google to know that our webpage is trustworthy. It is recognized by other websites, and it is relevant for a particular keyword. And so if we can do that using off-page SEO methods, then Google's going to rank our webpage for the keyword we want to be found for. So it's really off-page SEO is synonymous with link building, and there's plenty of opportunities to do link building. It just comes down to creating a strategy. So again, some of the benefits to off-page, well, we talked about being credible and trustworthiness and relevant, we need to do that in order to rank. But there's some other benefits there. So if we have a link on another credible website, then it's likely going to increase the traffic to our own website. It also creates high domain authority. And so what I mean by high domain authority is if we have basically links to other web pages pointing back to us, then basically our domain authority is going to improve. And when our domain authority improves, other websites are going to want to link to us. So the higher authoritative we are for our website, then other web pages are going to want to link to us. And so the more external linking we have, the higher the domain authority. So it all starts with linking to other high domain authority websites. So linking to a high domain authority website, for example, having a link on Wikipedia that points back to our webpage creates high domain authority for us, and it helps drive traffic. So some of the other benefits of off-page SEO are credibility. So if we're linking from Wikipedia to our webpage, it does create credibility for us. It also helps us increase our page rank. So remember that external linking helps build domain authority, helps build credibility, trustworthiness, and it's going to in turn help us rank for that particular page. And then certainly not last, having a good off-page SEO link building strategy increases our brand awareness, because if we're on other high authority websites, Wikipedia, or say a social platform, it's going to increase our brand awareness. And increasing our brand awareness increases our trustworthiness. And so if somebody is looking to, say, become a digital marketing specialist, then likely instead of typing in digital marketing specialist on Google, they may type in our brand name, in this case, Simplilearn. And so these are all the benefits to off-page SEO. So it's nothing more than having links on other websites that are pointing back to ours. And again, there's lots of benefits. It helps drive traffic and increases our authority. So those are things that we want to take advantage of when we want to rank. And the key behind off-page SEO or link building is always going to be content. So from an on-page SEO perspective, having quality content allows that content to be optimized for a relevant keyword and ranked. But also from an off-page SEO strategy, having high quality content allows us to have other sites, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a website. It could be a social platform, or it can be another blogging platform or blogging website, link back to ours. Why? Because the content is original, it's natural, it's well structured, it reads well. And so that's the whole idea behind off-page. You can't have links on other websites if you don't have quality content. So one of the ideas behind off-page SEO is not only do you want to create good content, but you probably want to spend a lot of time or a bit of time on others' websites. So remember the example I used earlier in this presentation about having an ice cream blog and ice cream recipes? Well, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to say spend some time on other blogs related to desserts, related to cakes, related to food in general, related to vegetables or other items that people could link from. So the whole idea is understanding who else is out there, who has relevant content that you could share. So you could share your content with them, they can share their content with you. And generally that's how it works naturally anyway. In the web sphere, if somebody likes your content, they're going to link to it. They don't necessarily have to wait for you to ask them. But it might not be a bad idea to understand who else is out there that has content similar to yours so that you can, get a link on that particular website or blog post. And so some other ideas behind having external links pointing back to your website is social media. So social media is not just Facebook or Twitter, but it expands beyond that. There's Quora, there's Medium, there's all sorts of content generated websites like Reddit. So the list goes on and on. You just need to find what's relevant for your content. If it's relevant for your content, then it's worth putting or trying to get the external link on that social media platform. And then again, going back to my ice cream blog recipes blog post, if you find a particular blog that you want to have an external link on, there's nothing wrong with reaching out to that particular blogger. in some cases, very flattering. But in other cases, if the content is relevant, then why not? It's only going to help your end user experience. If you add somebody who has, say, a blog about cakes, having their link on your blog post. So there's nothing wrong with it because it also adds to the user experience. And if you're going to ask somebody to put an external link on theirs, you might want to be open-minded and make sure that you are able and willing to put an external link on your blog post or website pointing to their content. That's how the web works, especially if the content's of quality, relevant, and of good nature. Okay, so let's move on and finish up with the do's and don'ts of SEO. So we talked a lot about why SEO, what is SEO, how do we rank for SEO, what is on-page SEO, what is off-page SEO. And so let's just wrap up with some of the things you, again, want to do to rank your page for a particular keyword and some of the things you don't want to do. So the first thing on the list is optimize for white hat techniques. And what I mean for opting in for white hat techniques is basically everything I just mentioned today. You want to do keyword research. You want to choose a natural language processing format so you could choose keywords that are going to be relevant, natural to the content. And you don't want to opt for black hat techniques. And black hat techniques are probably not even worth going into detail, but one example is choosing a keyword arbitrarily, like say digital marketing, and just stuffing that keyword into the content. So that's probably not something you want to do because, again, it's not going to be good for the end user. So stay away from black hat and focus on some of the techniques we talked about in today's presentation. The other do we want to do is get backlinks from relevant sites. So that's off-page SEO. Again, it's what I mentioned earlier. It's about linking your quality content to another person's website that also has quality content. We don't want to have a backlink from an irrelevant site. Why? Because it's not going to be relevant, and it's also going to hurt our authority. Because if it's on a site that's not of good quality, then Google's going to look at us and say, well, this site is linking to your site, but it's not relevant. So therefore, we're not going to look at you in the same way as if you were on a quality website. We do want to use our keywords naturally because title tags are what people see first on organic search. But you don't want to use the same title tag on every page of your website. So we want to stay away from doing that. So you want to have a unique title tag for every web page on your website. And ideally, what does that mean? That means using our keyword research to choose 1 to 2 keywords per page and optimizing your web page for those 1 to 2 keywords. So ideally, what you want to do is have 1 to 2 different keywords for every page on your website. We definitely want to write engaging content. So the content should be engaging. Remember, user experience. We want users to stay on our website. We want them to enjoy the content that they're reading. And we want them to go from one page to another naturally. We definitely don't want to leverage or plagiarize or just copy content from others' websites because it's not, one, probably going to be relevant to what you're writing about. 2, it's duplicate content and it's somebody else's. So that's a black hat technique we want to stay away from. I can't emphasize this enough. We need to do keyword research first before you do anything else. You need to find relevant keywords. And not only that, you need to understand the volume and the competition for each of those keywords. Okay, you don't want to choose a keyword that has low volume, high competition. You want to choose a keyword that has high volume, low competition. But above all, you want to choose keywords that are relevant to your content. We want to avoid keyword stuffing, so don't take a keyword and just stuff it everywhere on the page. It's not going to be natural, and Google's going to be able to pick up on that. So we want to maintain some level of quality with our content and quality with the keywords that we choose. So reminder, when you have quality content, it's always going to link internally to another page on your website with quality content. But it's got to be natural. And don't just build site-wide backlinks, meaning don't just have an internal link to the homepage, or don't have every page on your website linking to just one page. So internal linking should be natural, naturally linking from one page to another. Not only does it help Google understand and crawl all the web pages on your website, but it's good for the end user. It's good user experience. And certainly last, but something I didn't talk about, it does take time to rank your content. So remember the process. You're going to write your content. You're going to choose keywords. You're going to change the elements on that page for those keywords. And all the while, you're going to make sure Google can crawl that content. And when they crawl it, they're going to index it. The process takes time, especially if you choose a keyword that's competitive. So just be patient. If you have quality content and you've optimized for on-page SEO and off-page SEO, then you will rank for that keyword. And then make sure your website's user-friendly and mobile-friendly. So we talked about responsive content earlier. So remember, most users today start the process of search on mobile. So we want to make sure your websites are mobile-friendly.
Well, to get this conversation started, here's a preview of what Matt will be talking about today. Keyword research and search trends, SEO-friendly copywriting, content optimization, website and landing page optimization, content trends, analytics, and of course, we'll be answering your questions throughout, so feel free to chime in. So with that, I would just like to hand the mic over for a bit here to Matt. So take it away, Mr. Bailey.
All right. Well, thank you, Dan. And as you can tell by the agenda, it seems to be content heavy. And that is certainly without an accident there, that if you've been in SEO for any length of time, you can see where things are moving in the digital marketing industry towards social media, content marketing, those types of things. And so the role of the SEO is becoming more critical than ever in being that connection from what are people searching for and then what do we publish. SEO is that critical link between the research and the development of content. And that is only going to increase more and more over the next few years. So that's why there's a little bit more emphasis on that content side that you'll see there. But just, a little bit more in detail on that the role of SEO has primarily been as that first line of understanding what the search engine is doing. What do they require? What are the new technologies coming out of search? And what are the trends coming from search? How is Google changing the results? What are they testing? So SEOs, first and foremost, are on those front lines of seeing what, especially Google. Google is pushing the envelope more than anybody, and they're testing more things. And so understanding what is Google doing, what are the implications of it, is this just a test, or are we moving? What's the bigger picture of what they're attempting to do? And so understanding that role there of being that early predictor of what's going on with Google, and then being able to translate that inside your organization or inside your agency, that is really becoming part of the representative role of the search engine optimizer, is understanding here's what's happening and here's how we're supposed to react to it. At the very base level, it's understanding those keywords. It's understanding what are people searching for and what is their intent, and how do we then apply that into our content strategy. So that has been really kind of the foundational part of what an SEO does, but it's also going to be a little bit larger into looking at the larger trends of what is Google attempting to do, what are the implications, and how do we respond to that. Now, of course, with part of that keyword research is understanding the long-term trends over a year, 2 years, 3 years, because if something has a trend and it's predictable, well, then that's something you can bring into your organization because I love to say if it's predictable, it's monetizable. You can make money off it if you know that it's going to happen every year because you can prepare for it. You can help your organization prepare for those increases in traffic, especially if you're able to tie those trends into specific events. If you can come up with causality, what causes those to happen? How do we react to it? How can we develop that? And how can we incorporate that into our strategy? Again, that is more of a planning and prospecting work that a search engine optimizer would do, and those skills of doing keyword research and understanding the long-term view of keyword research, of trends throughout the year, creating those connections, that is a valuable skill which is only going to increase. And of course, those keywords are important for anyone in a marketing field or also customer service. We've seen more and more of this cross-marketing view across an organization where marketing is getting more involved in customer service. They're getting more involved in loyalty. They're getting more involved in many different aspects of nurturing customers, the customer experience. And so whenever you're planning any of these things for social media, and what are we doing with social media? Are we educating? Are we rewarding? Are we trying to look for new customers? Well, all of that requires content. That content is going to have to be researched as to when do we talk about certain things and how do we talk about certain things. Keyword research gives you that agenda. Keyword research tells you when people search for certain content and also the associated words that they have. And so that applies to your content marketing, your social media marketing. It also applies to when people become customers. And if you do any amount of CRM marketing, or email automation, or even triggered, your keyword research can help in developing the content that will be in those emails, because you'll have done the research and find out what do people want after they make a decision, after they purchase a product. What are the needs that they have? What is the information need that they have? And how do we write towards that? So again, SEO is influencing the content that is generated by the entire organization in nearly all communications. This gets back to seeing the trends that are happening within the search engine, and you've probably seen this lately. I love this example here. So if I want to make a latte and I type that into Google, this is what's interesting. The answer to my question is at the top of the page. Now, without even going to the website, I can have my answer for the question. And now there's a couple implications to this. Yes, it's great. We can be at the top of the rankings. We can have our answer there. But if the answer completely answers the searcher's question, it doesn't generate a page view. They don't see much of our brand. They aren't engaging with us at all. They're engaging with Google. And so this gets to the point of how do you then bring this to the organization as far as a strategic view of this? How do we approach it? How does this change what we do with our website or with our content? You can also see here that people are asking different questions. And this gets to the copywriting of the website. Are you generating content that answers questions? Because this is where Google is pulling this information as well as pulling the related questions that come from that type of content. This also is critical because this then leads into voice search. And so if you've got a home assistant, you use any of the phone assistants, or hey, guess what? This is coming in cars, that you will have a voice assistant in cars, and your search result will be read back to you. And this is the beginning stages of that. That if you have a question or a search, you would speak your search, and then the first result would be read back to you. And as you can see, it's not coming from the site, it's coming from Google. So this is where, again, we sit down, we look at the strategy. What are we trying to do? What is our strategy as far as visibility in the search results? And what's going to happen, and what's happening now with this, is you could be answering people's questions and never knowing it. Simply based because Google is delivering the result, they're not going to your site. Now, the possibility of them going to your site exists, but as more voice searches are being generated, Google is going to deliver a result that doesn't require a click-through because it's all happening through audio. So hopefully this doesn't, all the changes in SEO, I would say over the past 15 years, have been largely external, driven by Google, as Google has taken away keywords, taken away keywords in analytics, done numerous things here that have caused SEOs to have to react. And again, this is one of those changes that causes us to sit and figure out how are we going to deal with this change.
We have some questions already, one of which is
Sure.
Google's not spending so much time focusing on keywords specifically, even though they're still important. Where do you suggest that marketers look for keywords?
Oh, I think the typical keyword research tools are still very viable. In fact, you'll probably get better information out of keyword tools than you will Google's keyword tool. Google has been combining keyword concepts under a single keyword. So, for example, a great one that we've seen in the keyword research, pool table and pool tables, plural and singular. Google puts that all under pool table, whereas anyone who does any amount of e-commerce can tell you there is a world of difference between people that search for plural and singular. Before the changes in keywords, I could tell you with numerous sites that we had that if people searched with the singular version, they were about 3 to 5 times more likely to purchase than if they searched for the plural version. The plural version meant that they were shopping. The singular version pointed to they were ready to make a decision. So Google won't show you the data, however, between the plural and singular for pool tables. Other keyword research tools, however, will show you that. So even though even though it's getting more difficult with the keywords, from a marketing standpoint, absolutely still do your keyword research right as if you would. You're going to have to do additional research, maybe, customer research, face-to-face, asking them to describe how they would search or what they were looking for or what problem you solved, because you're going to need a wider variety of input for keywords.
Yeah, and if you have any way to look into your competitors, I know there are some tools that let you do that. You can see what your competitors are, or at least in their SEM, you can learn a lot.
Yes.
Because you can tell a lot by what's a valuable keyword by learning what your competitors are paying for, and also check your analytics to see how people are actually finding you. What's interesting is how is I know that RankBrain is one of the most influential parts of Google now, and I know that's basically lumping, instead of creating separate pages for plurals and other iterations of words, RankBrain is just sort of including all of that and looking for those words in general content. How is RankBrain affecting search terms and SEO with just keywords?
It's really trying to learn more of what exactly do people want from an intentional standpoint. Mm-hmm. So trying to put together unfamiliar searches or unfamiliar phrasings, or I think I read the other day, I'm trying to think whose name it was, but it was, Matthew McConaughey. His name in 1 week had like 8,000 misspelled variations. Mm-hmm. So somehow, a search engine has to figure out over 8,000 misspellings. Who did you mean? Who are you trying to figure out? So it's trying to figure out the intent and deliver the right result. And I think part of this is, yes, they don't want SEOs to be focusing on individual words. And by taking away all that data, in a way they have accomplished that. So what RankBrain is attempting to do is trying to tie those things together of how do we figure out. Now, they're looking at the minutia of the differences of words, but they do not want to show it to us.
Right.
So it's not a whole lot you can do. It's just, it's from their standpoint. The best thing you can do is just continue to write great content that people want.
Mm-hmm.
that answers their questions using a variety of words that explain. A great example is, if you're writing an article, baseball season started here in the U.S. If you're writing an article about baseball, you're going to use words like umpire, like balls, strikes, bats, teams. Those are all words that build context. And so they're going to count just as much as the primary term baseball. And in fact, Google's going to look for all those other terms that build that context. Mm-hmm. And so it's not so much that single word anymore. It's that variety of, I would call those second-tier words that support the context of what you're writing about.
Right.
Those are coming more into play.
Yeah. And of course, putting that in a more natural language type of phraseology in your content rather than the old days of keywords. How many keywords can we stuff in the first paragraph? What's the optimum number of words in the meta tag? Blah blah blah. I mean, because now it really, if it looks like Google's been penalizing people for doing stuff like that for years, but now, especially with RankBrain, the more you can do to write like a conversation that people are actually thinking and asking about, I'm sure is a better way.
They've always wanted that. I mean, that has always been Google's goal. From the beginning, they have told us to write for humans. But the problem has been, there are a lot of SEOs there that would rather take the formulaic approach. And, why should I write for humans? I'm just trying to get people to my site. They're going to buy. And so they, try to reverse engineer everything to come up with this formula of use this keyword this many times in this part of the page. And, whereas Google has always said, write for humans first. And so by taking away some of those other options or taking away the keywords, it's really guided the industry to do what they wanted to do. And honestly, I think it's a good thing because the quality of content has to increase. It has to get better. And that is one way that they've enforced that. Exactly what they've imposed their will on people who desire to have better rankings.
Right. I just have one more question. A lot of people are asking if you have any specific recommendations for keyword research tools before we dive on to the next thing.
There are a lot of them. So if you've got like Raven or I'm trying to think what are some of the others. Raven SEO tools. There's one right on the edge of my tongue.
Word Tracker still?
Word Tracker, yeah. I've got a list of them somewhere here.
You could
yeah, we could put that out. Yeah, just Google out and look at some of the keyword research tools. There are a lot of them. Many of them offer free trials. And so, yeah, just get in, do the free trial, take a look at what's there. Some come with full service site management. You may not want all that. You may want that. Others are more standalone, independent. They just do keyword research.
Never choose a keyword research tool that doesn't show up at least on page 10 of the SERPs. Would be my.
But yeah, and honestly, the more you do keyword research, I have always felt this way, and it's the more you do keyword research, the better equipped you are to do your job. And by that, it's dissecting the keywords. What are people looking for? What are the trends? What do they associate? What are the people, places, and things? So as you're looking at the keywords, you're not so much looking to see the volume that someone searched for, buy a pink car. That's a great, that's good. But they talked about cars, they talked about buying, and they talked about color. That's more of what we're looking for is let's start slicing and dicing this down. What words are they associating? What colors? What features? And by understanding the breadth of how people search and the questions they have, it helps you write better content because now you understand I'm not just optimizing for one word. People have questions across an entire breadth of type, style, color, place, city, all these types of things. And so that's really what I challenge people to get out of keyword research, is understanding the full breadth of what people want rather than just a single word or a single phrase. This gets into copywriting. You see, like I said, when you get into, are people looking for colors? Are the people looking for locations, sizes? I want to understand the breadth of what they're talking about, and that helps me become a better copywriter. I can understand intent. If I know the questions that they have, then we can write answers. And so, I want to see how people are searching. A great example is now we've seen searches increasing for people searching for, the best or the top rated or
Near
reviews.
me, I think, is a big thing too.
Oh, yeah, for me. People are actually typing in, what is the best car for me?
Yeah.
And I think what they're doing essentially is directly asking Google, based on the 2 million things you know about me, what would be the best car for me? So people are looking for more personalized information. So what you can do is get into the how-to, the why, what it means, all these different cues that people are giving in their key phrases. Develop your content to answer those questions.
Yeah, I'd actually seen a statistic that 82% of smartphone users use, and this is for businesses, looking for businesses, use specifically the term near me after their search. So even geographically, I don't know if that's anything you can include in the content, but...
Well, no, it blows my mind because if they're on their smartphone, they're automatically going to get results near them. That's kind of interesting. So it's more of a cue for Google than it is for a website, because to use that phrase in any of your optimization really wouldn't make a lot of sense because you don't know who's near you. And if anything, especially on a mobile search, Google is pretty much going to ignore that near me because you're going to get the results near where you are anyway. Yeah. Getting into the search data, people search for what they need. They figure out what they're looking for. But now here is where the role of the SEO is going to come in organizationally, is that when you have people writing content, generating content for content marketing, for social media, especially if you're working with, like a publisher who is constantly developing content, now you need to help them come up with ways to measure success and also to motivate them to implement SEO tactics in their writing. So rather than developing catchy headlines that may have a double meaning that may not play well in search, you need to help copywriters understand that, well, your headline, while that might look great on print, in search, it's actually going to cause a problem. And so you turn into an educator for your content developers. You're teaching them what works well, what's going to click well, what's going to look well in the search engines versus what might be confusing. Also, it's also helping them to understand, a great example of this, before I move on, someone gave me a great example as they were writing an article about holiday time travel. And that was the title of the article that they put out there. And they couldn't figure out why this article was consistently getting hundreds or thousands of visits a month, well after it was published. And when we went back and started looking at some of the rankings and some of the keywords and things like that, we found out that the article was ranking really well for time travel, even though the headline was holiday time travel. So it's helping your writers understand, what makes a good title. But then also, one thing that I worked with one publisher, and one of the things we did to motivate the writers was to develop like a leaderboard of whose content is generating the most visits. And not only that, whose content is generating the most new visits to the website. And then you can carry that through to, for different writers, how many visits or views have you generated in a month? Or over the past 6 months, how much has your content performed compared to other content. And you can carry this all the way out to, which writers had the highest amount of ad clicks in their articles, which articles led to people to subscribe again, or even get into customer lifetime value. There's so many things that you could implement. So from an SEO standpoint, you understand already how to look at the success of gaining rankings and what it generates in terms of page views, click-throughs, time on site, click depth, all those types of things that you can then develop into helping others in the organization who publish content start to measure the impact of their writing organizationally, and then especially if you're able to tie that to a financial implication that shows that this is what it's contributing towards the business in terms of revenue, then you become the all-around hero because you're able to help others tie revenue to activity.
That's great. We have someone asking, can this backfire on you? For example, if you're starting every headline with one weird trick, ... If you find that you have a lot of, if your bounce rate immediately starts going up, because if you're rating for time travel or Star Wars or something that everyone's going to be looking for, then could that actually negatively affect how Google sees you? If you have all these bounce rates, they might see you as no longer being relevant.
Absolutely. And it's not just Google with the bounce rate. It damages your brand. It damages your credibility. It's clickbait. And, it doesn't take long for people to realize clickbait is clickbait. You can just look at some of the data. But yeah, when you see articles or headlines that are obvious clickbait, people are, you get caught a couple of times, you get fooled a couple of times, it's not always going to work. And so this gets to, how are you positioning your brand? Are you positioning your brand as a trustworthy source of information that answers people's questions? Are you positioning your brand as we give people what they need, what they want? Or are you fooling them to click on an article based on what's popular right now? There's a couple questions that get to how the brand wants to be perceived in the marketplace based on tactics like that. But great question because clickbait is powerful, but you got to ask yourself, are we giving people what they want, or are we fooling them into it, and how will that reflect on the brand?
Right.
From another keyword standpoint, one thing that I found is very valuable to do is go out and look and see how people are searching for the brand and content associations they make with that brand. Now, this can also get into other areas. You may find that there's some crossover where there's another company with a similar brand name. And so this will help you understand a little bit more if you get some of that crossover traffic, but also from a PR standpoint, do people associate content or ideas with your brand that you would rather? This will help you become aware of something that might be out there that may not be getting picked up. So I enjoy doing these kinds of searches because I want to know what other words, associations are people making with the brand that you may need to deal with.
Yeah, and also look at your analytics and what is linked in your CRM to see how people have actually converted, because if you have some long tail keywords in there that would be good to generate content on that your best customers are finding you through, that can be super valuable and at least compensate for having some super clickbaity words in there that just slipped in there accidentally. And what's interesting is that a few people are really wanting to hone in on this backtrack a bit here to ways to capitalize on certain things that I know people are looking for quick answers to rank high on Google, but the question keeps coming up about, for example, are there any ways why you could restructure your content to capitalize on things like near me? Like, should you put in your opening paragraph? If you're looking for a near, that's almost I personally would shrink from doing that, because I know
Yeah.
that that's something that seems that Google. I don't want to put words in your mouth. It seems like Google is already doing that automatically based on if you're
Yep.
searching mobile, but two, if pretty soon they're going to catch up to people putting best and near me, and because that's the other question. Like, should I use terms that are when I see the results of most commonly searched terms in mobile, should I put those in my copy? What do you say about that? Like, are there ways that you can legitimately, without being penalized, capitalize on
yeah.
near me and best?
Well, okay. If you're legitimately publishing an article that is well researched comparing different products, and you title it "Best Pet Food Products" or something like that, that's a legitimate case. I have no problem with that. Do your homework and create something of value, and it will do well if it's good content that people like. Now, the near me is a bit more sketchy, because even though you may put on your website something about near you or near me, not everyone who visits your website. Remember, this is more of a mobile phenomenon. These are people on their phone looking for something near them, a drugstore, a car wash, something like that, a restaurant. And that's being computed based on distance, based on, past preferences, things like that. So it has nothing to do with the content of your website. What I would work on more is your local business listing in Google and developing more reviews for your business and working with that listing to add more pictures. Like I said, reviews. They have a function there now where you can add promotions. The more you develop that Google listing, that will do 100 times more to increase your visibility when someone is looking for something near them and they are near you than adding words to your website.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, that sounds smart.
I may come across a bit forcefully on some of these things, mainly because it has never bothered me when people out and out try to fool Google with some really intelligent things. I somewhat tend to admire it. But when people try to fool Google with what I would call amateurish things that are poorly executed, that's where I get a little ticked off at that. Yeah. Because it create a quality experience. That's what people want. Quality experience. And that's really what it gets down to with content marketing. You're answering people's questions. And so as people are generating that content, you're also sending them back to the site. You're sending them back to get answers, to register, to do things like that. So all those web pages from the content marketing that they're linking to, they need to be optimized for your inbound strategy. And what's interesting is also from a paid search standpoint, the landing page from paid search, it needs to be optimized just like any other page. That's part of the quality score algorithm. Does the landing page reflect the paid search headline? Does it also contain the keyword that you're bidding on? So you've got to look at how people are developing their landing pages internally, and maybe you can contribute to that as well in helping improve the quality score, because the optimization of that landing page is very similar. Where I see employment and industry trends. Now, this is interesting because talking with the director of OMCP and some of the surveys he's been doing of hiring managers, HR managers, and technology or in marketing across the globe here, one of the things that he has seen is there is becoming more demand of people who can manage the entire tech marketing stack, not the single channel specialists, because more and more automation is handling that. More and more, and this is where we're going to see the entrance of AI and machine learning, is adjusting your paid search campaign with those minute methods of increasing your click-through rate, it's going to be managing those bids. So eventually you're just going to focus more on the content, and eventually AI is going to take over the content. So the demand is for who were the single channel specialists of SEO, paid search, social, to move into understanding the entire omni-channel digital marketing campaign, and can run and can change and can make recommendations across the board for the entire stack of digital marketing. This is where we're seeing more of the employment trends going, as well as the skills demand, is getting away from that single hard skill to understanding the entire campaign. And that's going to go into all different types of things. That's going to include email, CRM, social, display. And SEOs, I think, are probably very well positioned in all of these things because of the foundation of keywords. The foundation of keywords and understanding intent, and then developing content that answers those questions, that's needed in email, it's needed in automation, it's needed in social and display. Especially in the CRM automation, is someone has to write the content that needs to be automated. And so, again, this then gets into looking at the trends, because automation, you not only need to write the content, but you need to then plan the content. When is it sent? When is this completed? When is this done? And so understanding the sales cycles and how long they go and when people need certain information at what times, it takes that planning strategy of being able to do that. And I think SEOs are well positioned to understand that full stack of marketing and the implications, as well as the management of it. And then we get to analytics. This is my favorite. So as an SEO, or if you're taking on more of the omni-channel burden here, you've got to develop those measurements that show how effective not only SEO has been, but now content management. Content management is big. Everyone is moving towards it. It has become a significant piece of strategy. However, what is lacking in content management is the measurement. How do we know that this content piece that went out, whether it was a video, whether it was an infographic, whether, regardless of what it was, number one, how do we track performance? Number two, how do we know it affected anything? Number three, what was the pathway? Where were we driving people, and what did we want them to do, and how successful was that? And then also, from an attribution standpoint, did this lead to other things? Where did this content piece, or where does this channel help us overall in attribution in driving new leads or nurturing people along the path? And so it's getting more than just measuring clicks. It's measuring actual hard dollars that were generated based off specific channels or specific pieces of content. And then, it's developing an understanding of sales goals. What did the sales department need in terms of information to enhance the CRM so that they can nurture people along in the path? So it's more than just marketing. It's understanding that full scope that a company has.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. And I think another thing to keep in mind too is use actual conversations with your salespeople. As one of the few things, it's funny that marketing and sales often are their own little silos. And
Yeah.
I think one of the best things a marketer can do is just go and talk to your best salespeople and ask them, why are people buying us?
Yeah.
What are the questions they are asking you to answer? I think that can be because those questions, since they're legitimately people that are engaging with your salespeople and making purchases, I think those are the most valuable questions you can answer in your copy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, short of talking to a customer, talking to your sales department is the best way to get information. Now, before I got into SEO, I was in sales. I took sales training and dealt directly with people. So it kind of, I had that, that view of things. But I'm amazed at how much people don't interact with their sales department in order to learn, what do people need? How do we answer their questions? What do they respond to? But then also, your salespeople are the first in line entering information into the CRM. And when leads are created through your marketing efforts, it'd be good to ask them, what additional information do you need that would make a better lead? You know, there are many times where we have changed the site on the recommendation of the sales team, and you know, we may not have it. We didn't improve conversions, but what we improved were the scenario through which the sales call then came after the conversion, and increased the close rate just based on changing the landing page or the thank you page after the registration.
Right. And it's a good conversation to start having with your sales field too, so that they know what kind of questions to listen to. Because a lot of times they're just not paying attention. You ask a salesperson, they'll think, oh, they made the sale because I was a great sales guy. But the more you work with them as a team and say that, hey, you know, to get them thinking about, you know, actually listening to what the customers are asking for and passing that on to you, you know, and that of course will help lead attribution and all the things that you said. So yeah, definitely don't forget the human element in SEO.
Yep. Well, and this gets to, you know, this really gets to if the trend now is moving more towards, you know, someone who can manage a full stack. It's also moving towards people who understand how to align sales and marketing goals. And beyond that, it's not just, you know, like the example I gave before, it's not just, okay, we increased the conversion rate of our registration. Okay, that's great. How did that contribute to revenue? But now it's understanding that there are things that we can do to increase a close rate that don't always take place on the website, but it's a process. And so now we're analyzing processes that can be done electronically, and then how do we create a better revenue stream that way? How do we make a better nurture process? Now we're getting into the effectiveness of content and producing a result rather than just, you know, a conversion, a sale, or a lead. Now we're looking at, well, how do we make more money based out of this? And that's really, it's that big picture of understanding that, you know, our job is not just to get leads, it's to create better profitability, which rewards everybody. So it's understanding those touch points from content. You know, so as content is being pushed out, does it answer the question? Does it lead people to the next stage? How quickly does it lead them there? Can you measure influence from your content and, you know, through depth of visit or the depth of the page that they got to? And then again, it's the experience based on motivations. Can you understand that? Can you tie together what a customer was feeling at a specific point through their nurture stream or through this process? As I said, it's getting away from more just stuff that happens on the site. It's communications throughout the entire process, the entire life cycle of a customer. That's all coming under the management, really, of the marketing team right now, is that entire customer life cycle, communication, and management. And finally, this is a trend that I've been seeing as well in terms of jobs and hiring and also business function. OMCP did a survey at the beginning of the year asking people where they spent the most amount of their time, and specifically in SEO and SEO managers and anyone who dealt with SEO, nearly 40% of their time was spent presenting their research, presenting strategy, as well as explaining the reasoning for that strategy. And so SEOs, you need to become a lot more comfortable in front of people, presenting your findings, making recommendations, presenting opportunities, trends, and presenting it in a persuasive format that shows not a bunch of data charts, but shows how smart you are in creating new revenue opportunities for the company. And that is really where we see a lot of things going, are the presentation skills are becoming part of the demand for companies when they're dealing with tech.
Thanks guys. Now we have Rob to take us through keyword research, Google Analytics, Google Tag Manager, how you can rank #1 on Google and YouTube, how to increase YouTube subscribers, how to get traffic to your website, some popular SEO tools, and finally some SEO tips and tricks.
Keyword research. So what are we going to talk about when we talk about keyword research? We're going to talk about why we would do keyword research for SEO. We're going to talk about the types of keywords that we need to research. We're going to talk about some methodologies, best practices on how to do keyword research, some alternate suggestions. We're going to talk about keyword clustering, and then we're going to talk about some tools that you can use to do your keyword research. So let's start with the why we would do keyword research. So Jessie is planning to publish a blog of pizza recipes. So she was doing pizza recipes step by step, pizza recipes with sausage, homemade pizza toppings, pizza dough recipes, thin crust pizzas. She's doing a lot of different topics on pizza recipes. Well, what Jessie needs to do is understand what's going to drive traffic to these blog posts if she's writing about, different topics around pizza recipes. So she's unsure how these blogs are going to drive traffic. So she really needs to understand that, hey, you need to choose the right keywords to drive traffic. So the question is, if you're writing a blog post about recipes with sausages, is pizza recipes with sausages or recipes for free the best keywords to use? Maybe, maybe not. So you need to take care in choosing the keywords to align with your content. So that's really the idea of why we would do keyword research, because some of the issues with keywords that are poorly chosen are they could have low search volume. For example, you may choose a keyword that just a lot of people aren't using to search for. Or they can be highly competitive. So if you choose a keyword that's very broad or popular, it can be very competitive and take you a long time to be found for that keyword. Or you could just make the mistake of choosing a keyword that isn't aligned with your content. Or you can choose keywords but use them incorrectly with your content. So these are some of the issues that you can encounter if you just go about choosing keywords randomly without due diligence, without the proper research. So low search volume will lead to less traffic. High competition, you may not even rank at all. Okay, if somebody finds you for a keyword that's not relevant to the topic, they're just going to leave the page. And if you're not using the right keywords, or if you are using the right keywords and not using them correctly in the content, then your pages may not even be found in organic search. So you really have to take care in choosing the keywords. To me, that's the most important step with SEO is keyword research. So we're going to talk about the types of keyword research then. So we have short tail keywords and we have long tail keywords. So if you write a blog post about pizza recipes, well, what are you going to choose, a short tail or long tail? So let's talk about short tail keywords first. So short tail keywords are keywords that are usually 3 keywords in a phrase or shorter. In some cases, it may be 2 keywords in a phrase or shorter. So short tail keywords usually have high search volume, which likely means higher competition. But what it also means, it could be lower conversions. Because short tail keywords, like for example, pizza recipes, could be considered a short tail keyword. But maybe somebody's looking for homemade pizza recipes or pizza recipes from their favorite Italian restaurant. So short tail keywords may not be as relevant. So if we compare it with long tail keywords, chances are you're going to have lower competition. That's one of the benefits, but you're also going to have lower search volume. But with longer tail keywords, the keyword is probably going to be more relevant with the content you're writing about. So therefore, the conversion rate's likely going to be higher. So that's really the difference between short tail keywords and long tail keywords. If you want to look at simplistically, short tail keywords are broad in nature. It's going to capture a lot of eyeballs, but those eyeballs may look at your content as not relevant, versus long tail keywords that may be very relevant, but not as many eyeballs on them. So short tail keywords, the characteristics, they're not as specific. Usually they're less than 3 words. They have high search volume and high competition. So if you just choose pizza recipes, it could take you a while to rank for that keyword. But when you rank, you're going to get the traffic. But again, it may not convert because the keyword is broad in nature. So pizza recipes is a short tail keyword that may not be exactly what you're writing about in your blog post. So it may draw a lot of traffic, but the traffic may not do anything. So the longer tail keywords are very specific. They consist of more than 3 words in the search query. They have relatively low search volume competition. So the chance of you ranking higher, faster for that long tail keyword is probably going to be greater because not many other websites are trying to rank for that same keyword. And so the benefit of that is if you have, let's just say, homemade pizza recipes with mushrooms, that's a long tail keyword. But if somebody's looking for that type of pizza recipe, then you know you're going to track the right traffic, and chances are that traffic is going to engage or convert based on the type of conversion you have in place. So an example would be homemade pizza dough recipes. That'd be another example. More than 3 keywords in the phrase, very specific. We're talking about homemade pizza dough recipes. So we're not talking about just pizza recipes. So it's a little bit more specific in nature, longer tail. So these keywords are used for targeted pages, including blog posts. If you're writing a blog post specifically about pizza recipes with homemade dough, then this is the keyword you likely would want to use versus just pizza recipes. So let's look at an example between a short tail keyword and a long tail keyword. And to accentuate the differences, we're going to use Google's keyword planner tool. So Google's keyword planner tool is located in Google Ads, the Google Ads platform. And when you're in the Google Ads platform, you can simply click on Tools and then Keyword Planner. And so what Keyword Planner allows us to do is get a sense of the type of volume that a particular keyword has. So what Google's Keyword Planner does is they show you the average monthly searches. This is the average monthly search volume of a keyword over the past 12 months. And so in this example, we're going to choose pizza recipes and homemade pizza dough recipes. So one short tail and one long tail. So we enter those keywords in, we're going to click get results, and what Google's going to do is it's going to show us the volume of those keywords. So for pizza recipe, we could see the average monthly search volume is 33,100 for pizza recipe. So note that pizza recipe and pizza recipes are closely related keywords. And so what Google does is they consider that a close variance. So meaning if somebody types in pizza recipe, then they're also, in Google's eyes, looking for pizza recipes. So it's a close variance. And so for the keyword pizza recipe, which is short tail, we could see on average over the past 12 months, this keyword received 33,100 queries. And so if we hover over the graph, we could see basically the volume, the average volume per month. So here I could see for this particular keyword here, the volume per month is 33,100. And then I could see the actual volume over the past 12 months. And then for the long tail keyword, I can see homemade pizza dough recipe. Again, close variance, homemade pizza dough recipes. I can see over the past 12 months what the search volume is for this. On average, it's 2,400, but I could see here in December, the volume went up to 3,600. But for example, in May, it was 1,900. So it's going to fluctuate a bit over the past 12 months, but on average, it's about 2,400. So shorter tail, a lot of more volume. Longer tail, not as much volume, but nonetheless, there is volume here. And so these are the differences between a short tail and a longer tail. And so what Google's Keyword Planner also does is allow us to get a sense of what the competition is. And so here I can see the competition is low for both of these keywords. Fair enough. So we now know that if we want to optimize or choose the keyword homemade pizza dough recipe for our blog post, we know for ranked on page 1 of Google, even in the top spot, we can expect about 2,400 search queries for that keyword. Now, whether you get all 2,400 clicks for that keyword remains to be seen. Chances are you're not going to get all 2,400. You're going to get a lion's share of those clicks, but you're going to at least get some volume on it. So even the longer tail keywords have a lot of promise because there is some search volume here for this keyword. How to do a proper keyword research. So we looked at Google's keyword planner tool in Google Ads, and we typed in 2 keywords, and we were able to get a sense of what the average volume is. So we definitely want to choose keywords based on the following factors. We want to choose it based on search volume. Search volume is a good indicator of the potential traffic we can obtain. So again, for the keyword homemade pizza dough recipe, we know that it averages 2,400 a month in search volume. Again, we may not get all 2,400, but we're going to get a lion's share of that. We also need to look at competition. And so Google's keyword planner gives us a high, medium, or low in terms of the competition. But if you're somebody who wants to get a better sense of what the competition is, and you should, because competition is a key component in choosing keywords. And so what I want to do is get a sense of how many people are actually optimizing for that keyword. So Google's keyword planner tool is going to give me a low, medium, high. Really what I want to do is get a better sense of that numerically. So what I can do is go into Google's search, and I could type in pizza recipes, and I could see there's about 1 billion results. That's a lot of results. However, that means that every potential web page out there on the internet that mentions pizza recipes is going to be included in this number here. And so I want to get a better sense of who's optimizing for pizza recipes. So I'm going to put in the all in title syntax. And so what that is going to ask Google to do is tell me all the websites that have pizza recipes, the keyword pizza recipes in the title tag. So if I do all in title, colon, space, then pizza recipes, my result drops down to 336,000. So what that tells me is that there are 336,000 results with the keyword pizza recipes in the title tag. Now, if I want to focus in on my other keyword, if I choose my other keyword was a longer tail keyword, homemade pizza dough recipe. So if I type that keyword in, the homemade pizza dough recipe or recipes, remember close variants, and I just click enter or type the keyword in and hit my enter key, I'm going to get 35 million results. But again, is that really an indicator of the type of competition I have? No, because every listing that mentions homemade pizza dough recipes is going to be included in the search results. So I'm going to type in my all in title, colon, space, and then I'm going to get a better sense of how many websites have the keyword homemade pizza dough recipes in the title tag. And I get 2,160 different results. So here I can see the first result in the title tag, homemade pizza dough recipe. Second one, homemade pizza dough recipe. So these are sites or web pages that have that keyword in the title tag. So now I have a numerical number to work with. And so the thing you have to understand about SEO, specifically about keyword research, is you need to do research on a few different keywords, not just one or two. So what we want to do is have a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is going to contain keywords that we can potentially want to optimize for, choose as keywords to optimize for SEO. And so my recommendation is you come up with a theme first. So the theme for us in this exercise is pizza recipes. And so that's our theme. So we chose the keyword pizza recipes. So the close variance here is pizza recipe. What was the volume? Well, we know the volume was 33,100 for pizza recipe. So what are we going to do? We're going to put that number in our volume column. What was the competition? Well, if we go back and type in pizza recipes, it was 683,000. So I'm going to type in 683,000. What was our next keyword? Well, it was pizza or homemade pizza dough recipes. So if I go back, for this particular keyword is 2,400. So I'm going to put 2,400 in under my volume column. And then what was my competition? Well, my competition was, I typed that keyword back in, 2,160. So I'm going to put 2,160. So now I have an idea of what kind of volume and what kind of competition I have. Now, you want to do this for a number of different keywords. And when you do it for a number of keywords, what you do want to do is obviously choose our relevant keyword that has high volume and low competition. So another way of saying it is the volume or ratio of volume to competition. And so basically what we could do is take volume divided by competition. And if I make that a percentage, I could see it's 0.35% is the ratio between volume and competition. If I do the same for my longer tail keyword, 2400 divided by 2160, I can see that 111%. So this just kind of proves the point that, yeah, I'm still going to get some volume, but I have a better chance of ranking for this longer tail keyword, homemade pizza dough recipes. So you want to be able to do that for a number of keywords and examine the volume, the competition, and the ratio between volume and competition for your themed keywords. In this case, pizza recipes. So relevancy, you want to choose keywords that are very relevant to the content that you're writing. And then again, commercial intent, what keywords are going to drive more conversions and revenue for the business? So when we talk about commercial intent, we're talking about, are you choosing keywords that are going to get somebody to do what you want them to do? So we could say, download pizza dough recipes. So if somebody's typing in the keyword download pizza dough recipes, then chances are they're going to find you, come to your site, and take action by downloading that pizza dough recipe. So you want to be able to also think about the intent of the keyword. Is it going to help you drive conversions and revenue if you're an e-commerce site? So search volume is the average monthly search volume made for a particular keyword and phrase. So we can get that number using Google's keyword planner tool in the Google Ads platform. We want to target keywords with high search volume that will help bring traffic to the website. We want volume, but we want to take into account seasonality as well. So that's where the Google's keyword planner tool comes in place, because if we go back, again, we can just hover over and we can get a sense of any particular trend going on or seasonality. So for example, if I saw large growth in the winter months and not much volume growth in the summer months, then that might indicate to me that this keyword is more popular during the winter time. So pay attention to the graphs that, the keyword planner tool gives you. Use them to your advantage to take into account seasonality. So a good example would be funny Halloween costumes. Well, we know that for Halloween, you're going to have a spike probably towards the end of September, all the way through October, and then it's going to drop after October 31st, which is Halloween. So that's an example. But in the case of pizza recipes, you may find that more people are choosing to search for pizza recipes during maybe the summer months versus the winter months. So pay attention to seasonality. It will affect search volume. So competition, based on our example, it's one of the most important key metrics. You don't want to choose a keyword that's highly competitive, because if it's competitive, then it's going to be harder to rank number one or even on page one of Google, depending on how competitive it is. So high search volume, low competition. In other words, the ratio between the two is the ideal combination. So going back to the spreadsheet, recommend you have that spreadsheet handy. Put your theme in place. Okay, theme pizza recipes. We use Google's keyword planner tool to find the volume. We use the all in title syntax to find the competition. So we entered both of those numbers in and we get our ratio. And so when you have these numbers for a number of different keywords, you want to be able to choose that ratio of high volume, low competition, but always relevancy always trumps ratio. So always go with a keyword that is going to be relevant to your content. Don't choose a keyword that's not relevant. If you choose a keyword that's not relevant, it's not going to bode well for user engagement. So the difficulty of a keyword ranges from 0 to 100 in Google's keyword tool. So it's going to be easy, it's going to be medium, it's going to be hard. But my recommendation is also to get the numerical factor, and that's the all in title syntax. And again, relevancy is what drives the traffic to your website, and keep the traffic there on your website. And also, not only will it keep the traffic on your website, but hopefully get that traffic to engage and convert. So that's the key about relevancy. You always want to choose keywords that are relevant to your content, even if it's sacrificing volume. Relevancy, again, relevant trumps volume and competition. So always choose relevant keywords first. So when you do that, you're always almost guaranteeing that at some point somebody's going to find your content because somebody out there might be looking for it. And if they do, you're going to get found, and then the engagement's going to be better. So understand your business, find keywords that are relevant to your business, and then focus on those keywords. That'll help you with getting the right traffic to your site. Always keep in mind the commercial intent. So these keywords are more specific and result in conversion rate. For example, buying is a good commercial intent keyword. So if you really want somebody to come to your website and buy, then focus on those types of keywords. In the case of the pizza recipes, maybe it's download could be our commercial intent keyword. Again, there may be low search volume, but those are the type of keywords you want to focus on because that's the type of traffic you want to drive to your site. So some other examples of commercial intent keywords are discount, deal, your coupon, shipping. Don't be afraid to use some of these keywords as part of your longer tail keyword phrase. Again, the volume may not be high, but the traffic quality is probably going to be better. So keyword research is the foundation for SEO. So if you have chosen your keywords properly, then if you do get ranked for those keywords, then it's going to lead to better engagement with some conversions. And so when we talk about keywords, we also want to talk about our primary and secondary keywords. So every page should have at least a primary keyword and then a secondary keyword to work with. So primary keywords are really defining the nature of your content. The secondary keywords are relevant to the primary keyword. So why do we choose a primary and secondary keyword? Because you may choose a keyword as a primary keyword that is relevant to the content, but may not necessarily rank very high or have a lot of volume. That secondary keyword is also relevant to the primary keyword, but also relevant to the content. And you may rank for that secondary keyword. So you always want to go with two keywords versus just one keyword. You want to give yourself a chance to rank for at least two different types of keywords of relevant nature. So for a web page, there can be several secondary keywords, but only one primary keyword. So your primary keyword is always going to be relevant to your content. Secondary keywords can be relevant to the keyword, and you may have multiple secondary keywords, but it's also going to be related to the content, and it gives you a better opportunity to be found between both the primary and secondary in search. Okay, so let's take a look at another example of how to use primary keywords and secondary keywords when choosing keywords. So if our primary keyword is healthy diet plan, remember healthy diet plan is directly related to the content, so that's what we're talking about. But these secondary keywords are also related to content and play off the primary keyword. And so what we want to do is go to Google's keyword planner tool and get an idea of the volume for healthy diet plan, and then also the volume and competition for some of these secondary keywords like healthy diet for weight loss, healthy diet food, low carb diet, healthy meal plans, and diet plan weight loss. So if I go in to Google's keyword planner and type those keywords in, I'm going to choose get results. And now here I could see healthy diet plan keyword I'm focusing on as my primary keyword has an average monthly search volume of 9,900. And then some of my secondary keywords, healthy diet foods, diet plan weight loss, low carb diet. Google will give me a number of different keywords to work with. So I'm going to look at the search volume of those as well. And so ideally what I want to do is be able to then look at the volume and then look at the competition. So healthy diet plan, I go into my keyword analysis here. That's my theme. So that's my keyword. What's my volume for healthy diet plan? 9,900. What's my competition? So my competition is 74,700. And that's going to give me a ratio of volume to competition of 13%. So that's what my content's about. That's considered a short tail keyword because it has a lot of competition. And so my ratio is 13%. And what I want to do is I want to be able to put these other secondary keywords in here as well. maybe even go a little longer tail, because I want to be able to find at least two keywords. I want to be able to find my primary keyword that's relevant to my content, and then I want to be able to find my secondary keyword, which is again related to the primary keyword, which is also related to the content. And so I want to be able to choose two keywords, basically. And I want to choose two keywords that are relevant, that have good ratio between volume and competition. So that's the whole idea, again, of how to do keyword research. You want to be able to find your keywords, use the tools available to you, and get a sense of what the volume is, what the competition is, look at the ratio between the volume and competition, and then based on the content, choose that primary keyword, and then again, based on the keyword you chose, choose some secondary keywords as well, because you want to be found for not just one keyword, but multiple keywords. Okay, let's look at some alternative suggestions to keyword research. So for doing keyword research, we want to take into account LSI keywords. We could take into account other platforms that host a lot of content like Quora or Reddit. We can use Google suggestions in the keyword search bar. We can use popular platforms like Wikipedia, and we can use social media bookmarking like Reddit. So there are lots of suggestions that we can obtain from various sources. So let's start with LSI keywords, and LSI stands for latent semantic indexing. And so basically what it is, it's just keywords that are linked to your primary keyword. And so when you're choosing keywords, you always want to choose that primary keyword and then secondary keywords that are similar to the primary keyword. And usually those are LSI or latent semantic indexing type keywords. So they're used to drive relevant traffic to your page. So if you're focusing on one keyword, we want to have other keywords that are similar to increase our visibility on the search engine result pages. So we could find latent semantic indexing right in search. So if we use the term healthy diet, if we go to Google search, for example, if I type in healthy diet in Google search, all I need to do is scroll to the bottom of the page and I can see searches related to healthy diet. So healthy diet menu, healthy diet essay, what does a healthy diet look like? Notice at the top, Google's also given me some other suggestions here. So they're saying low-fat diet, veganism, gluten-free diet. So there's lots of different suggestions right in Google search bar. So all of these are LSI related keywords. So if you're optimizing a page for healthy diet, then you could choose low-fat diet as a secondary keyword. You can use gluten-free diet as a secondary keyword. It really depends on what the content is, but you always want to support your content with as much LSI keywords as possible so you can be found for as many different keywords as possible in Google search. So it's important because if you have a blog that, talks about Python, so how do the search engines know if the website Python is about the programming language or the snake? So Google, for example, uses LSI keywords to understand what the page is specifically focusing on. So if you're just focusing on Python in your content, you want to support that with LSI keywords. And so that will allow your web page to better communicate with Google, also to have the visibility to show up on search. So they can certainly improve your search positioning and featured snippets as well. So if you have a keyword that answers a question, you can certainly be found for a featured snippet. For example, maybe, healthy diet recipes. If I type that in, you can see here, there's a featured snippet. So if I'm talking about recipes, that's a keyword I may want to use. And if I use that, then Google has an opportunity to see what my content's about and place my information at the top in this featured snippet. You can also, again, see what some of the questions are being asked, what meals are good for weight loss, what is a good healthy diet plan. All of these could be keyword phrases that you can use. So the answers are right here in Google. So Quora is a great platform because Quora is a platform that people go and ask questions and a community responds with answers or responses. to that particular question or topic. And so the great thing about Quora is it's a good place for you to go to get some ideas about a specific topic. So if we're talking about healthy dieting, so we can find keywords with high search volume right in Quora. So the whole idea is you can look at, the top 5 questions for a specific topic, like healthy dieting, and find relevant keywords to healthy dieting. So if you just type in that particular keyword in Quora, you're going to probably get some responses to questions or responses to somebody else's question. And so if we take a look at Quora, for example, so if I just type in healthy dieting, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some responses to the topic healthy dieting. So what's the best diet for healthy living? What are the top 5 tips for a healthy diet habit? So all of these could be keyword phrases that you could take away with for your own content. And so the benefit here is you're getting kind of an idea of what's trending, what people are talking about, and if you use tips for a healthy diet habit, for example, and you optimize for that, well, again, that could turn around and bode well for you because you could be featured in Google as a featured snippet at the top here. You can also turn around and use LSI related keywords for healthy diet habits. And you can simply just look for those LSI keywords right in Google. Remember, at the bottom or at the top. If I scroll down, I could see some related LSI keywords at the bottom. So right in Google as well, you could see in the Google search bar that Google provides some LSI related keywords to your query. So if I go back here and type in healthy diet recipes, I can see here Google suggesting some other related keywords. Healthy diet menu, healthy diet for men, healthy diet foods, healthy diet for women. So these are all LSI related keywords that you can use to support your primary keyword and the content you're writing about. So we've talked about LSI keywords, where to find them. So they're found right here. They can be found at the top of Google, and they can be found at the bottom. You can also then go to Quora as well and get some ideas for the types of questions that are being asked. So if you ask a question and use that as your keyword phrase, then again, you have an opportunity of showing up for a featured snippet in Google just by doing some additional research within Google itself or on Quora. So according to Google, the autocomplete predictions are automatically generated by Google's algorithm without any human intervention. It's based on a number of factors, but the primary factor is how often past users have searched for a term. So Google collects all the keyword queries that somebody types in, and they're suggesting some of the most popular terms that people have typed in. So if I go back to Google, again, if I start to type in recipes, I could see some of the other queries that somebody else has typed in, or some of the most popular queries related to that topic. So if you enter the keyword healthy diet, Google's going to suggest multiple keyword suggestions that users have asked in the past. And you could certainly get the search volume of those keywords just by looking in Google itself. I could see for healthy diet recipes, billions of pages related to healthy diet recipes. I can also get the search volume by going into Google's keyword planner. So if I type in healthy diet, I'm going to be able to see what my search volume is for that keyword. And in addition, I can see the seasonality of that particular keyword. And in addition to that, Google's going to provide some other related keywords to my search query. So if I'm looking for healthy diet, Google's going to suggest, hey, maybe you should choose healthy food or healthy eating or how to lose weight. So those are all LSI related keywords that Google provides in the keyword plan, which is built into the Google Ads platform. Another option for you is Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is a vast platform of content. So we could turn Wikipedia into our own asset and use it to our own advantage by finding relevant keywords in an easy fashion. So with Wikipedia, we can identify a list of keywords in the meta description itself. We could choose keywords from the first paragraph of Wikipedia that has many relevant keywords, or we could take a look at keywords from the Wikipedia content section. So we can also see additional pages like the See Also section that gives relevant keywords that you're looking for. We can also look at the references section as they contain relevant keywords. So if we go to Wikipedia as an example, and I type in healthy diet into Wikipedia, here I can get, just in the first paragraph alone, I can see some additional keywords that I might choose to use, like micronutrients. I never knew that micronutrients was related to healthy diet, but Wikipedia is providing some information about what micronutrients is. And maybe I can use that as a keyword, an LSI related keyword to my content. So if I scroll down, I get the see also section. So it might give me some information, food information to consumers, for example, dietary guidelines. I can look at categories like dietetics and diets. I can also look at the references section, so I can also see what information was provided, like health effects of overweight and obesity. I can look at diet and physical activity. So all of these are related to my main keyword, healthy diet. So the answers are right in here on the platform. They're just all over the page. So Wikipedia has an abundance of information. You just need to know where to look. So again, with Wikipedia, you can look no further than the first paragraph. You can look no further than the see also section, the references section, category section. There's lots of information right on the page itself to help you get ideas for keywords. So if you Google your keyword with Wikipedia term in the search query, you can get relevant keywords from the title tags in the SERP. So you can also do that as well. So if I type in healthy diet Wikipedia in search, I can also get some information here as well. So people also search for healthy food advantages or healthy food habits essay or information about healthy food. All of these are related to my keyword healthy diet. So again, another bit of information for you to choose or look to choose some additional keywords for. So Reddit, it's a popular community where people post content and discuss a variety of topics. So that's what Reddit is. So with the help of subreddits, an individual can find relevant keywords with high search volume. So in Reddit, there's an easy way to find out keywords. They have a keyword tool called Keywordit. So Keywordit gives the average monthly searches for a particular keyword. So if we type a word in Keywordit and choose keywords from the auto-generated list, this tool will extract the keywords and give us those relevant terms with search volume. So if we go to the Keywordit and show an example of that, for example, healthy food, if I get keywords, I can see what keywords are relevant and the search volume of that keyword. So if I just type in healthy food, Keywordit tool is going to tell me some relevant keywords and what the volume is. So if you don't have the keyword planner tool in Google Ads available to you, this is a good alternative solution to finding keywords. So it's free. You just need to go to keywordit.com, type in your keyword, click Get Keywords, and what it's going to do is give you some relevant keywords related to your primary keyword with the search volume. Let's talk about keyword clustering now. So the whole idea about keyword clustering is to really take advantage of the keywords that we're optimizing for to gain higher ranking. So if we can cluster keywords together in a theme, and that theme of keywords is relevant to a specific page of a website, then we have a better opportunity to rank. So in other words, why do we have to target just one keyword when we can target many? So keep in mind, LSI keywords, we want to group a bunch of keywords together that are similar for content. So for example, after some keyword research, you can thematically group keywords into a core topic. So for example, we can cluster these group of keywords together. Like for example, what is SEO? How does SEO work? Intro to SEO. What are the basics of SEO? All of those are related to the core theme. What is SEO? Another cluster of keywords, for example, could be SEO techniques, SEO best practices, tips and tricks, website optimization, on-page SEO techniques, etc. So those are clusters of keywords, okay, that we can group together in themes. And if we group keywords together in themes, we can apply that to a particular content on our website. So the whole idea behind clustering keywords, it's going to provide more diversity, more of an opportunity for us to be found. So that's the whole idea behind clustering. So some additional steps. Remember, stay up to date on industry news. So brainstorm your ideas first and identify a list of keywords, i.e. a theme of keywords that you can cluster together. And then you could determine the keywords that your competitors are already ranking for. So, for example, if we want to rank for the keyword SEO best practices, for example, we can use a tool called Keyword Moz. If I go to the Keyword Explorer tool in Moz and just type in SEO best practices, What it's going to do is it's going to give me some volume related to that particular keyword. But more importantly, what it's also going to do is it's going to show me what pages are already ranked for that particular keyword. So therefore, I can get a sense of who is already ranking for that keyword. So here I can see Moz, Medium.com, Alexa.com. So I can get a sense of what web pages are ranked for a particular keyword or group of keywords I want to rank for myself. So if we look at tools for keyword research, look no further than Moz. That's the Moz is the tool I would just use, but you could also use Google's Keyword Planner, which we used in the example. So for example, if I go back to the Google Ads Keyword Planner, if you're in Google Ads, you click on Tools, you click on Keyword Planner. And what Keyword Planner does is it provides you, for a particular keyword, the average monthly search volume over the past 12 months. It provides you information on seasonality. So if I hover my mouse over a graph, I'm going to be able to see the volume per month over the last 12 months. What the Keyword Planner also does is it provides me some additional ideas for my particular keyword. And in addition to that, it's going to provide me some sense of how competitive that keyword is by telling me whether it's low, medium, or high in terms of competition. So there's SEMrush. There's also other additional keywords tools out there like WordStream or Href or the Reddit tool, Keyword It. And then Moz is another tool I particularly use. So if I go to Moz again, here I can just type in a keyword that I'm interested in. It's going to give me the search volume of that keyword. It's going to give me the level of difficulty, so 50 out of 100. So it's halfway between difficulty and easy. And then it's going to give me some additional metrics. Like, for example, what my expected organic click-through rate would be if I were to rank for this keyword. But more importantly, what I like about this is we could see exactly what other sites are linked to this particular keyword we're interested in. So here I can look at the top 10 list. So this is Moz's Keyword Explorer tool. So that's what this tool is, and it's part of Moz.com. So there's a lot of tools at your disposal. I particularly use Moz. I particularly use Google's Keyword Planner. And those are the tools I use, but there are lots of tools out there. Google Analytics. I'm very excited to be with you today because Google Analytics is one of my favorite Google platforms and my favorite topics. So let's talk about what we're going to cover today. And we're going to start out with how to set up a Google Analytics account. And so we're going to talk about everything that entails, including creating your Google Analytics account. We're going to talk about setting up a property in your account and what a property is. We're going to talk about setting up a reporting view in your property, and we're going to talk about installing the tracking code. So those are the series of steps we're going to go through today in terms of setting up a Google Analytics account. So let's get right to it. And so really the one prerequisite here when it comes to setting up a Google Analytics account is to have a Google login and ID. So when you actually go to Google Analytics, you need to be able to sign up or sign in. And so once you actually sign in, then you're going to go walk through a series of steps. But really, that's really all you need to get the account going is a Google ID and login. So if you have a Gmail account or an other email account that you use for other Google products, then you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So when you actually go to sign up for Google Analytics, you're going to be asked to set up a new account. And these are the series of steps you're going to walk through or go through to set up a new Google Analytics account. So you're going to choose an account name. And then you're going to choose a property name. Okay, so the account name can be anything you want it to be. The name of your company, your name, whatever you want to name it. The property name is really the website name. So what website are we talking about? So here I'm going to set up a fictitious website name for now. It's called Demo Simplilearn. So the URL for this website, Demo Simplilearn, is going to be demo.simplilearn.com. So that's the property. When we talk about properties in analytics, we're really talking about what websites we want to measure. And then you're going to be asked to choose an industry category. And so for Simplilearn, we're in jobs and education. But you have a number of different industries that you could choose from. It's as important. Go ahead and choose the most relevant industry that your particular business is associated with. Okay, and I'm going to talk about why that's important here in a minute. And then you're going to choose your time zone, and the time zone is also important because that's when the day starts in analytics and the day ends based on that time zone. So the data that Google Analytics collects starts and ends with that time zone. So very important to choose the time zone your business is located in. Okay, and then you have some additional options here. Okay, so you have some settings. And so the first setting is to allow Google products and services. So if you opt into this, then basically what Google's going to do is share some products and services with you via email. I would go ahead and opt into that. That's of course recommended by Google. It doesn't hurt to hear from Google on related products and services that may enhance your business. The second is benchmarking. So benchmarking to me is something you should opt into. So going back to that industry and category, we chose jobs and education. So by opting into benchmarking, basically what Google's going to do is share your data that it collects on your website, in this case demo.simplylearn.com. It's going to share that data anonymously with others in the industry, in this case jobs and education. And because you've opted in, it's going to do the same exact thing for you. It's going to share anonymous data on other websites in the same industry. And the benefit of that is we get to see what other websites or how other websites are performing compared to ours. What's the benchmark in our industry? And so the benchmarking to me is important, and I'm going to go over that in a few minutes when we go over the different reports. But to me, I would always opt into benchmarking because this is the only report Google provides in analytics about how others in your industry is performing versus your website. Okay, so it's a way to compare your website performance against others in the same industry. The other options here, technical support and account specialist, I would also recommend you opt into those because then it allows you to basically allow Google access to your account, and they'll be able to help you if you occur or run into any issues. So these are the options in setting up a Google Analytics account. It's very simple, very easy to do. You're just entering in a few fields. Note that we talking about a website right now, so I'm talking about demo.simplylearn.com. But just know that if you want to track a mobile app, Google Analytics will allow you to do that as well. You just choose the option mobile app. So we're tracking a website. We want to know how users behave when they get to my website. And that's what Google Analytics is going to allow us to measure and look at. We just need to do a couple more steps in the process. So once we fill out these fields here, we're going to click Get Tracking ID. Now, I'm going to accept the terms of service. I'm going to accept another terms of service in relation to data protection. I'm going to click accept. Once I accept, I'm going to be able to get some tracking code. The tracking ID is the ID associated with your account. And so this number is going to be associated with your account. So your account ID starts with UA, and it's going to be this number here. Now the -1 is the property you set up. So in this case, I set up demo.simplylearn.com. If I wanted to track multiple websites under that same account, then I can certainly set up multiple properties. Just know that every property I set up in that account is going to have a -1, -2, -3, -4, etc., depending on how many properties I set up. So by default, I set up one property, so my first property ID is -1. If I set up a second property, the same account number, it's just going to have a -2. And that's important because that ID, that account and property ID, is going to be associated with that particular property or website. So again, once you finish setting up the account settings, then you're going to be asked to add some tracking code to your site. And that tracking code is going to be related to the account and the property. So notice my tracking ID up here. notice the tracking ID in the snippet of code. Now, this snippet of code needs to go on every page of your website that you want to track. And you don't have to put it on every page, but if you want to track website behavior on every page of your website, then it needs to go on every page of your website. So if you're using a platform like Drupal or Joomla or even more popular platform like WordPress, adding the tracking code site-wide is as easy as maybe adding a Google Analytics plugin to WordPress, for example, and then just simply plugging in the ID. Now, there's an alternative to adding the Google Analytics tracking code to your site, and that's Google Tag Manager. So Google Tag Manager is the way I would recommend going. So if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, I would recommend watching the YouTube video we have on Google Tag Manager. You can just go to YouTube, type in Simplilearn Google Tag Manager, and this will give you a nice overview of what Google Tag Manager is and how it works. But basically, this is the way I would go, and I would recommend that in addition to having Google Analytics, you set up a Google Tag Manager account. And then that way you can put the tracking code in Google Tag Manager. So if I go to Google Tag Manager and I just go into an account on Tag Manager, I can just simply put in the Google Analytics ID right into Tag Manager. And so if I have it in Tag Manager, then Tag Manager is going to be the place that holds the code and fires page view when somebody comes to my website. So that way I don't have to add the tracking code to my website if I do it in Tag Manager. So that's the recommended method for me, is to add the Google Analytics ID associated with Tag Manager. If you can associate it with Tag Manager, then that's the easier route to go versus putting code on your website. Okay, so again, take a look at the video we have on YouTube for Google Tag Manager. That's the route I would go. Now, once you do get the tracking code on your website, whether that be through Google Tag Manager or through a plugin, or just simply adding the script to your site, to pages on your site, then what's going to happen is you're going to start collecting data. So that's ideally the way it works. You need to add this code to your website. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you simply want to basically understand how Google Analytics works, then I would recommend getting access to Google Analytics demo account. And so if you just type in and search Google Analytics demo account, basically what you're going to do, you're going to choose the first listing there and you're going to go to demo account. So if you have a Google Analytics or Google login, then all you need to do is click on access demo account. And so what Google's going to do is put this demo account into your account. And so it's going to look something like this. So if I click on demo account here, it's going to add to my Google Analytics account. So I'm going to have then access to the demo account from Google in Google Analytics. So I would recommend going this route here if you're not familiar, you're not sure what you're getting yourself into. So think of the demo account as kind of a test drive. You're test driving Google Analytics before you even add any code to your website. So again, all you need is a Google account. And if you have a Google account and you add the demo account to your Google Analytics account, you're going to be able to see how analytics works. Okay. And so that's what I would also recommend. So if you're not ready to start adding code to your website, then what you can do is just simply add the demo account. And then once you add the demo account, you're free to peruse around Google Analytics to see the different types of reports it has to offer. Now, when you do actually set up a Google Analytics account, you're going to have some settings that you're going to want to pay attention to. So when you set up the account, you have the account name and then you have a property. So under each property you have, by default, you're going to have one view. And so here you can see this view here. So if we look at the account we set up a demo Simplilearn account. Property is demo Simplilearn. So that's associated with the website we're going to track. And then again, by default, under each property, you're going to have a view. And so by default, the name of the view is going to be called All Website Data. And so in that view is where all your analytics data is going to be stored. So you can see my screen here. There's a lot of different settings you have. You have settings under the account, you have settings under the property, and you have settings under the view. So we're going to talk more about these settings in future webinars for advanced Google Analytics users. But for now, know that there's a bunch of settings that you have that you can play around with when it comes to Google Analytics. Anything from adding users to your Google Analytics account, your Google Analytics property or view. You can actually set up goals, you can set up filters, you can set up segments, you can link up Google Ads, you can, set up remarketing lists. There's a lot you can do in terms of the settings as it relates to Google Analytics. So know those settings are there. They're located right down here in this little sprocket icon. That's the admin icon. So if you need to get to these settings at any time, you could simply just click on the sprocket or the admin icon, and then you'll be prompted to choose any one of these settings here that you want to edit or alter. So now let's take a look at some Google Analytics reports. So once you've actually set up your account, you have a number of different reports that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So we're going to take a look at customized reports. We're going to look at real-time, audience reports, acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So these are all the different reporting buckets, if you will, that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So if I'm an admin and I'm looking at the Google demo account, let's start out by looking at real-time. So if I click on the real-time report and I just click on overview, so basically what this is going to do is show me at this point in time how many users I actually have active on the website. Okay, so that's why they call it real-time reporting, because it allows you to see the behavior of users who are currently on your website. And so this is the overview report under real-time. And you can see here, I can see that 79% of my users are coming from desktop, 18%, 20% are coming from mobile, and then approximately 3% are coming from tablet. Here I can see how they actually came to the website. So this is the referring source. If they came from, say, search or social, I can see the source there, and I can see what pages they're active on. And then here I can see what locations, where they're located. And so if I want to see a breakdown of everything in the overview, I can certainly do that. If I go to locations under real time, I can see a majority of my users are coming from the United States. Okay, where are they coming from? I'll just click on traffic sources. And here I could see the different sources and mediums. Medium is the means in which the traffic was driven. So if it's Google, it's either paid search or organic search. So I can see here it's organic. Then I can actually see what content they're looking at on my website. So I can see currently I have 3 active users on the home page, 2 active users on the Google's Women's White Tea page, so forth and so on. Now, most importantly, if you have event tracking set up, so if you've taken a look at our Google Tag Manager webinar, you know that you could set up event tracking in Google Analytics to measure engagement on your website, whether that be a form submission or somebody clicking on the play button of a video. So if I click on events, I'll be able to see what events are firing. So here I can see we have event tracking set up, and I can see how many different events are firing on my website in real time. So here I can see e-commerce, somebody clicking on the quick view click, a couple of users clicking on add to cart, a couple of users clicking on the promotion click. And as these events are fired, you're going to be able to see them highlighted. So if something gets fired, it's going to get highlighted. And I could see that these are the current events that I have currently firing on the website. And that's what's currently firing now. If I want to look at the events that have happened in the last 30 minutes, I could just click on this link here, last 30 minutes, and it's going to give me an overview of the events that have happened over the past 30 minutes. Okay, so that's event tracking. And then more importantly, we can also look at what conversions are happening in real time just by clicking on conversions. And so now I could see I had 1 active user who entered the checkout. So that's goal number 4. So in analytics, you can have up to 20 goals. And so here I can see we have goal number 4 has already had 1 active user. And so if I look at the last 30 minutes, I can see I still have only one goal over the last 30 minutes, and that was somebody who entered the checkout. So that's real-time reporting. In summary, it just gives you an idea of what's currently happening on your website. And so for me, ideally, if I'm launching a campaign, or let's just say you do a new website redesign and you want to see how users performing and behaving, then real time is a good option for you. So you can see how things are happening in real time. Now let's jump down to audience reporting. So if I click on audience, which is just right underneath real time, I'm going to see a number of different reports available to me under audience. And so let's click on the audience overview report. So audience reporting basically allows us to get a sense of who is coming to our website. When I say who is coming to our website, it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific person. In fact, Google doesn't allow personally identifiable information in Google Analytics. Personal identifiable information such as a specific name, a social security number, credit card information, etc. However, we could still paint a nice picture on who is coming to our website, meaning what country, city, or state did they come from, what language, what device did they get to our website from, how old were they, okay, were they male or female or other, what interests did they have, what browser did they use. So we can paint a nice picture based on all this information that Google Analytics is providing us under audience. So if I go to audience overview, here I can see I have all these different options available to me to get a basic understanding of who is coming to our website. So for example, I could see a majority of the people coming to our website speak English and are from the United States. Okay, in fact, that represents 61% of the users. And so Google Analytics does a great job of giving me an overall percentage. So if I have 100% of the users, I could see 61% of those users represented English-speaking users from the United States. 7% represented English-speaking users from Great Britain. And so when it comes to analytics, we have users, and users are broken down into two categories. They're either returning or they're new. So when you add the Google Analytics tracking script to your website, what's going to happen is if a user or when a user goes to your website, they're going to get cookied. And if it's the first time they've been to your website, what Google Analytics is going to do is store a cookie in the browser. So when that same user comes back another day in the same browser, Analytics is going to recognize that that cookie is in the browser. And so then Analytics is going to categorize that user as a returning user. Okay, so that's how Analytics is able to differentiate new versus returning. So if that user doesn't have a cookie in the browser, then Analytics is going to recognize that, store the cookie, and then count that user as a new user. And so when you're looking at Analytics, you're going to be able to see a breakdown of new versus returning. So here I can see over 3/4 of my traffic over the past week. Here I can see April 6th through April 12th, over 3/4 are new users to the website. Here I could see about 24% are returning users. Okay, so I can get a good breakdown of what type of users are coming. Am I driving new traffic? Am I driving traffic that's been to my website before? What language are they speaking? Okay, I can also paint a bigger picture. How old are they? What gender are they? Do they come from mobile? So let's take a look at some of these different reports under audience. And so if I skip down now to demographics, I can click on overview, and when that report loads, I can see now under demographics overview, I can see the breakout of age ranges. And so here I can see the majority of the traffic coming to my site again over the past week. Now, if I want to change this date range, I could simply do that. I can change the date range just by clicking on the date range and then maybe going, say, the last 30 days. And I can even compare it to the previous period or the previous year. I'm going to choose the last 30 days. I'm going to click apply. Now I'm looking at data over the last 30 days. And again, you can change the date range to any range you want. You can only go back as far as when you actually created the Google Analytics account. You can't go prior to that. So here I'm looking at the last 30 days and I can see almost 47% of my users were in the age range of 25 to 34. Now, when it comes to gender, I can see 66% represent males. So I can get a breakout of gender and age as well as interest. I can click on interest and look at the overview there and see what the interest is of the users who are coming to my site based on in-market segments or affinity. I can also choose language and location. So if I want to know exactly where my users are located when they're coming to my website, I can click on location. And here I can get a breakout. 43% of the users of the last 30 days were from the United States. More importantly, I can align my audience with goals. And we'll talk about goals here in a minute, but here I can see if I have an e-commerce website, I can see of those 43%, 0.29% of those converted or purchased something. And that equates to 94 transactions. So I can get a good sense of not only how many users are coming from a specific country, but are those users converting? If I click on mobile, and mobile to me is one of those reports I tend to spend a bit of time on because I want to know what devices users are coming to my website. And so for my website here, or this is the Google demo website, I can see mobile represents approximately 27% of the traffic. So desktop still represents a majority of the traffic. So for you, you want to keep an eye on mobile because mobile is definitely a majority of what people use nowadays. That's how people start their day. That's how they transact via mobile, whether that's purchasing something, communicating, or searching. It all starts with mobile. So you want to keep an eye on mobile, and more importantly, you want to keep an eye on behavior. So Google Analytics is telling me that, yes, I have approximately 27% of my traffic of the last 30 days came from mobile. How are they interacting with my website? So if I look across this report, I'm going to be able to see different metrics. So if I'm measuring specific metrics against my dimension, in this case, the dimension is what we're measuring. And in this example, we're measuring mobile. I can see that the bounce rate is approximately 48%. And bounce rate means that if a user, in this case for mobile, landed on a page, they left the site without going any further. So they consider it a bounce. If they don't go to another page, if they leave the site from the page they landed on and they don't go any further, that's considered a bounce. So a bounce rate is the percentage of people who come to the site and leave the site without going any further. So in this case, we have 48% bounce rate. That's almost half of our users who come from mobile leave the website from the page they landed on. So is that good? Is that bad? Well, it's open to interpretation. It's definitely subjective. But you want to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. You want to keep people on your site, especially if you have an e-commerce website. You want people who come to your website to purchase. And so here we can see 48% mobile. In desktop, it's a little bit lower at 41%. Now, if I look a little bit further at engagement, I can see how many pages on average do mobile users look at. So versus desktop, it's a little bit lower. You can see 3.86. On desktop, it's 4.5. Now, if I look a little bit further in engagement, I want to be able to measure how long somebody from mobile stays on the website. If they're bouncing at 48%, but they're also looking at 3.8 pages, 3.9, almost 4 pages per session, then that means in this report, analytics is telling me they're spending about 2 minutes on the site. And interestingly enough, I can see that mobile over the last 30 days had more transactions. So 51 transactions versus 34 transactions from desktop. And interestingly enough, the e-commerce conversion rate is at 0.29%. That's higher than desktop at 0.07. It's lower than tablet, but it's higher than desktop. And mobile has the most transactions. And since they have the most transactions, they have the most revenue at 2,380. So Yes, the engagement isn't exactly as great as it is as desktop, but we can see that people are still purchasing with their mobile devices. So it's something to keep an eye on, and mobile is something I definitely look at. In fact, since it's such an important report, one thing you can do in analytics is if you actually like a report and you think you're going to look at that report multiple times, then you can simply just go ahead and click save at the top here. So if I click save, I'm going to enter a name for this report. I'm just going to call it mobile report and click OK. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be located under Save Reports. And Save Reports is located under Customization. Customization is located above Real Time. Okay, so if I close that up, you can see Audience, Real Time, Customization. If I click on Customization, if I click on Save Reports, I should be able to see my Save Report here, and I do. So here I can see Mobile Report. If I click on it, I can simply go to the report I was looking at before I saved it. So Save Reports to me is a good feature in analytics because it allows you to quickly access a report that you've saved in the past. So let's take a look at one more report under Audience. And let's go to benchmarking. So remember when we were setting up our analytics account, we had the option to opt into benchmarking, and I recommended you do so. And so if you did actually opt into benchmarking, then you're going to be able to see how your site compares to others in the same industry. So if I click on benchmarking and then click on channels, what I'm actually able to do now is compare my website with others in the same industry. So if I go back to, say, jobs and education, and I choose education, all education as my industry vertical, I should be able to see websites that are in the same particular industry and how I compare with those websites. So I'm choosing all countries. I can narrow that down if I wanted to. I can just search for the United States. I can choose a specific state, and then I can choose a particular site size. So here I'm choosing sites by daily session. So these are sites that have an average of 5,000 to almost 10,000 sessions a day. And so in this vertical education in the United States, sites that have 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, that means that there are approximately 310 web properties contributing to this report, okay, based on this criteria I chose. Now, if my site is similar, meaning if I'm in the United States, if I'm in education, and I'm receiving 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, then I'm able to compare my site against 310 other websites. Now, Google's sharing this data anonymously from the other websites, and they're doing the same with your website to those particular websites' benchmarking reports. Okay, so it's shared data anonymously in particular industries and verticals. And so now I'm looking at a channel report. So if I want to see how I compare to others in my industry, then I can go ahead and see by channel. For example, am I driving as much traffic as others in my industry? And you can see I'm not. In fact, I'm 76, 77% worse in terms of the amount of traffic being driven from organic search. So anything in red is going to show as a negative result, a negative comparison, whereas something in green is a positive comparison. So if I look at engagement, I can see that I might not be driving as much traffic, but I can see that the pages per session are better than the site average or the industry average. I can see if I go over again, looking just at organic search, I can see the bounce rate is better than the industry average. So the channel report under benchmarking allows you to measure how you compare to others in your industry. And you could do so by looking at location and devices. So if you opted into benchmarking when you set up your account, then you'll be able to compare your website against others in your industry, in your country, region, and based on the size of your website in terms of how many visitors or sessions you're getting per day. So let's go from audience to acquisition. So if audience is who is coming to your website, Acquisition allows us to see how the traffic was driven to your website. So how did these users get to our website? And so under acquisition, if we click on overview, we'll be able to see an overview of how users, whether they're returning or new, came to our website. And so what analytics does by default is they have a number of default channels. And when we say channels, we mean analytics is grouping different channels based on how users got to your website. Meaning, how did users get to our website? Did they come via organic search? Meaning, did they type something into Google and find you in the organic listing? Analytics also groups users based on whether they came to your site directly, meaning did they type in the URL directly into the browser, or did they bookmark your website and come back via the bookmark? So they're grouping users under direct. They also group users under referral, meaning did they come from another website? They group users by social. Did they come from a social media platform like Twitter or Facebook? If you're running paid search, meaning if you're running paid search on, say, Google, then do they come from paid search ads? Now, if you're running display ads on, say, Google's network, Google's display network, that's a default channel. So analytics will group users there. So if they don't recognize a channel, then they're going to group it as others. So by default, Google Analytics groups users on how they came to your website via these default channels. And so I could see how many users came to the site from each channel. Now, if I want to drill down on this report, I can click on all traffic. And then if I click on all traffic, I can go to channels. I can look specifically at the channels report. And so now I can see organic search, again, over the last 30 days, is the #1 channel driving traffic. And they represent approximately, again, you can see this number here in parentheses next to the raw number of users. I can see that number is about 56%. So 56% of my traffic over the last 30 days came from organic search. And so those are the number of users. Again, as a metric, you're also going to have sessions. And you'll see sessions a lot as a metric. So users are broken down between new and returning. So every time a new or returning user comes to the website, basically what they're doing is initiating a session. So you can have a user who can come back multiple times. Every time they come back to the website, it's a session. So session is simply the start of somebody coming to your website, and the session ends when they leave the website. And so just like we looked at with the audience reports when it came to mobile, we can also look at engagement by channel. So just like mobile, we looked at bounce rate, pages per session, average session duration. We can do the same thing here with our channel report. More importantly, in addition to behavior, we can see conversions. And since we're running an e-commerce platform, we could see what the conversion rate is by channel. So organic search did drive the most traffic, and they did have the most transactions over the last 30 days. And the conversion rate in this case is 0.17. Okay, so how Google determines the conversion rate? They basically take the number of transactions and divide that by sessions. So that means that over the last 30 days, organic search drove 38,123 sessions. And of those 38,123, 64 actually turned into a transaction, which equates to 0.17, which also equates to $3,000 in revenue. So I'm able to determine not only how users are getting to my website by looking at the channel report, I can actually see if they're engaging and if they are converting. And notice when you look at a report in analytics, you can look at it by channel. You'll also get a summary. So here I can see a summary or a total based on my date range. So I can see over the last 30 days, I've had 54,000 users. 49,000 of them were new. Okay, that meant that out of those 54,000 users, I had 70,000 sessions. I could see my average bounce rate was 43%. The pages per session were just over 4. And the average session duration, how long did somebody stay on my website on average? About 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The average conversion rate was 0.14, and I had a total of 97 transactions totaling $5,500. Okay, and that's all over the last 30 days. So any report you look at in analytics is going to have a summary. And note that any report you look at in analytics is going to allow you to save it. So if it's a report you think you're going to go back and look at a future date, then you simply just have to click on the save button. Conversely, if you don't want to save it, you can simply just export it. So you can export it as a PDF. If I click on PDF, it's going to allow me to export that as a PDF. Now you have other options available to you as well. You can do a Google Sheet, you can export it as an Excel, or you can export it as a comma delimited file. So here you can see I can save it as a PDF if I want to. And if I click OK, it's going to save to my desktop or location of my choosing. And then I can go back and look at it in that format at a later time. So that's the export feature available to you in analytics. Again, if you could save it as well, or you can export it. Okay, some other reports under acquisition. If you're running Google Ads, note that you can connect Google Ads to analytics. And this is key because now I can see how many people are coming from Google Ads to my website and are they converting. Now this is important because with Google Ads, I'm actually paying for the click. So you can see here, I'm running a report based on campaign data. So I could see what campaigns are driving traffic, how much I'm paying per click, and you can see on average I'm paying 34 cents per click. And then more importantly, I want to be able to see if they're converting. So you can see I've spent $810 over the last 30 days and received $858 in revenue. So you want to make sure that you link up your Google Ads account to your Google Analytics account. For this very reason, you want to be able to see how your Google Ads campaigns perform once the users get to your website. And so I want to see if they're engaging and I want to see if they're converting. So there are all sorts of reports under Google Ads. So you can look at it by keywords, by search queries, by hour of the day. If you're running display campaigns, you can look at display targeting. So there's all sorts of reports under Google Ads. You just have to link it up, and you link it up under the admin. Now there are other reports that you can look at. So if I go to campaigns, I can look at all campaigns. So if you're running all sorts of different types of campaigns, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be email, whether that be, other types of advertising, let's just say Twitter or Instagram, you're going to be able to see those campaigns here. And that's under all campaigns. And again, you'll be able to see the campaign name and you'll be able to see metrics associated with those campaigns. And more importantly, you'll be able to see your e-commerce if you're running an e-commerce platform or if you have goals set up. So you'll be able to look at how your campaigns are not only driving traffic, but two, are they converting? Let's go from acquisition reporting to behavior. So behavior reports are going to actually show you how users behaved once they got to your website. Once they landed on a page on your website, how did they behave? So when we looked at audience, we got a sense of who is coming. With acquisition, we get a sense of how the traffic got to our website. Did they come from organic, direct, social, etc.? The behavior reports allow us to actually measure how that traffic behaved once they landed on a page on our website. And so if I go to overview under behavior, now I'm looking at this graph here. It's showing me how many page views I've had. And a page view is simply, once a page is viewed, it's counted as a page view. So if a user comes to my site, they're initiating a session. And if they look at a page, then that page is going to have a page view. Okay, so a user can look at a page multiple times in a session. And every time they look at that page, it's going to count as a page view. So here I can see in this graph how many page views I've had, again, over the last 30 days. And if I look further at my overview report, I can see the specific pages and how many page views they've had. And I can also look at some other metrics. Okay, the average bounce rate, the average time on page. I can look at the exit rate, which means how many people actually exited, or the percentage of people who exited from that page. So I can dig deeper into my behavior reporting. So if I click on site content and I click on all pages, then I'm going to look at a report by page. This is my dimension. This is what I'm measuring, my page. And now I can see how many page views each page had over the last 30 days. Now note, you also have something called unique page views. So unique page views is equivalent to one per session. In other words, if a user came to my site and looked at the home page, then the home page is going to have one unique page view and one page view. Now, if the user in that same session looks at other pages, then every page that user looks at is going to have one unique page view. However, if the user goes back to the same page in the same session, then it's still going to be one unique page view. But in this case, the home page, if they look at the home page a second time, then the home page is going to have two page views. If they look at the home page 5 times in one session, then the home page is going to have 5 total page views and one unique page view. Okay, so that's why unique pages is equivalent to one per session, where page views is an accumulation of how many times the page was viewed in the same session. So in other words, you're always going to have more page views than unique page views. Okay, so this gives me a sense of how my pages performed. So again, I can look at total page views and then engagement. So ideally what you want to do with a report like this is, if a user is not engaging on the page, then that should tell you something about the page itself. If they're not engaging, if the bounce rate's high, if the time on page is low, if the percentage of exit rate is high, then you probably want to do something with that page. Now, these are all pages, but if I jump down to landing pages, my landing page report is showing me how many people actually landed on that page. And so here I can see under my landing page report, I can see the home page had 36,017 sessions in the last 30 days. That's how many people landed on the home page. So here I can see 71% were new sessions, meaning that I had a lot of new users who landed on the homepage. In fact, 25,000 or 52% of the people who landed on the homepage were new. I could see the bounce rates about 42%, but of those who didn't bounce, they went on to look at about 4.5 pages per session and spent about 3 minutes on the site. And the one thing I like about the landing page report is I can also see whether that particular page, in this case the home page, did it help contribute to a goal or conversion. And in this case I can see of those 36,000 sessions, I had 22 transactions, totaling $1,200 in revenue, and that's an e-commerce conversion rate of 0.06%. So the home page over the last 30 days contributed to 0.06% of the revenue. So this gives you an idea of when somebody lands on your website and they land on a page, is that page helping to move that person along? Meaning, are they not bouncing? And is that page helping to move people towards converting? And so that's what the landing page in effect allows us to measure, is the engagement. And in this case, we're measuring transactions. Okay, so analytics also gives us some other reports under behavior, including site speed. So site speed to me is an important report to look at, just like the mobile report. To me, site speed's important because what Google Analytics does is they take a sampling of pages. And in this case, you can see over the last 30 days, they sampled 2,835 page views. And of that sample, they came back and said the average page load time is about 4 seconds. Now, ideally, you want to keep it as quick as possible. I would say even under 3 seconds. Okay, now there are other factors involved with page load time. The browser you're using, the country that you're actually browsing that page from might not have the best infrastructure. You may not even be on the best internet network, meaning you're on a cell network or the Wi-Fi is not that great. Or you can be on a page that just has a lot of images or a lot of code that may slow it down. So there are other factors involved. And so what Google Analytics does is show you what those factors are. So here I can see by browser what the average load time is. If I want to look at country, I could see what country is contributing to the load time. Now, the great thing about the site speed report is if I go to speed suggestions, okay, what speed suggestions is going to do is it's going to show me the page load time by page, and then it's actually going to provide a link where I can actually click on to get suggestions on increasing the page load time. So for example, I can look at this particular page here, this Google redesign shop by brand / YouTube page, line number 5. If I look at line number 5, I can see the average load time of this page is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds. Okay, that's an eternity to some people. Now, notice this link next to it. So Google's recommending 7 total suggestions. So if I click on 7 total, what it's actually going to do, it's going to open up a new window, and it's going to open up another Google report called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is going to give me some information about what I can do to correct the page load of that particular page. So look at the site speed report. It's important because there is a correlation between site speed or page load time and user behavior of that page. And there's also a correlation between page load time and a page ranking organically on search. So page load time is very important. It's so important that I'm even going to save it. So I'm going to click save and click on site speed suggestions as my name and click OK. And now that report is going to be saved under customization under save reports. Let's jump from behavior to conversions. Now, conversion reporting is arguably the most important section in Google Analytics, because what the conversions reporting allows us to do is see how people are converting, or if they're not converting, on our website. And so in Google Analytics, we have the opportunity to set up goals. Now you have the opportunity to set up 20 goals in your Google Analytics view. And so to set up a goal, okay, so you're going to click on admin, and under the view, you're going to see goals. And so if you don't even have goals, the first step is to create goals. And so you have 4 different goal types in analytics. So you have pages per session. So how many pages per session is, so if your goal is set to say 3 or 2, if somebody actually looked at 2 or 3 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. Okay, so if I look here, I can see I have pages per session set at 10. So that means that if a user came to the site, looked at more than 10 pages per session, then it's going to count as a goal. Another goal type is destination. So destination means that if somebody actually went to a specific page, then it's going to count as a goal. And in this case, I can see here that the goal is set to this particular page here. And so when somebody actually lands on that page, it's going to count as a goal. Now, there are 2 other goal types we can look at. One is duration. So just like pages per session, in our previous example, if somebody looked at 10 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. With duration, it's based on time. So in this particular case, if you set up a duration goal, and the duration is set to say 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that means if a user comes to my website and they spend at least 1 minute and 30 seconds, then it's going to count as a goal. Okay, and then the 4th type of goal in Google Analytics is an event-based goal. So when you set up event tracking, you could turn that event into a goal. So if somebody clicks on, say, the submit button of a form, you can turn that event into a goal. So here you could see the category equals contact form. So you can always verify if a goal works just by clicking on verify this goal. And in this case, this event is turned into a goal. So anytime somebody fires this event, it's going to count as a goal. So you have 4 different goal types in Google Analytics. You have pages per session, destination, event, and duration. And so once you've set up a goal, then you can measure goals under conversions. So now if I look at goals overview, I can be able to see how many total goal completions I've had. So if I want to look at it by goal, I can just choose the goal option here. So if I want to look at, for example, goal 2, engaged users, this was the pages per session, I can see that I had a conversion rate of 10%, meaning that I had 7,000 of all the users who came to the website, 7,000 goal completions, meaning 7,106 users looked at 10 pages or more on my website. And so that's how you want to be able to measure whether users, wherever they're coming from, whoever they are, whatever pages they look at, you want to be able to look at the conversion reports to see if they're actually converting based on the goals you've set up, whether that's pages per session, duration, destination, or event. Goal conversion tracking reports can help you measure who is actually converting. And then the great thing about Google Analytics here is that I can actually see by segment. So the default segment in a segment is just looking at a specific user set. So the default segment is always all users. However, I can choose a different segment. So if I want to choose, instead of all users, if I want to choose mobile traffic, I can select mobile traffic, hit apply. So I'm actually now looking at a subset of data. I'm looking at mobile traffic. So of all the mobile users who've come to my site, I can see 1,400 engaged or looked at 10 pages or more. Okay, and that's a 7% conversion rate. So the great thing about Google Analytics is you have the opportunity to set up 4 different goal types. Okay, based on those goal types, you can go to Goals Overview and look at the conversion rate of each goal, but you can also change the segment of that particular goal to see who exactly converted. Okay, another report I like under conversions is the multi-channel funnel report. So if I click on multi-channel funnel, basically what this allows me to do is see how different channels work together to convert. So remember the channel reporting we looked at under acquisition? Here I can see now how different channels work together to drive the conversion. So if I look at 3 channels, direct, organic, and referral, I can see all 3 together drive 2% of the conversions. If I look at direct and referral, 12.5%. If I look at direct and organic, 12.24%. So I can see how different channels work together. And so if I look at top conversion paths as an example, I can actually see how channels work together to drive the conversion. So in this example, I can see over the last 30 days that my top channel grouping was direct times 2, meaning that somebody came to the website directly, meaning they typed in the URL in the browser, or they bookmarked it and came to the site. Okay, they came the first time but didn't convert. But then they came back a second time via direct and then converted. So that combination is my top conversion combination of the last 30 days. My second best conversion grouping is organic search and direct, meaning that a user came to the website via organic search first, did not convert, and then came back via direct the second time and converted. So basically what analytics does is give credit to the last referral, meaning if you came to the website via referral, a referring website, and converted, then the referring website's going to get the credit for the conversion. But analytics does a good job of showing you how different channels work together. So a channel may drive a lot of traffic like organic search, but that traffic may not convert the first time around for a number of different reasons, whether it could be brand recognition, price shopping, reading content, whatever the case. Analytics is able to measure if that channel actually did contribute at a later point. And in this case, we could see organic search drove traffic that didn't convert, but that traffic came back a second time via direct and did convert. So that's our second best channel grouping. And so the multi-channel funneling report, top conversion paths, to me is a good report to look at. So you can actually see not only how channels work together, but you can see sources and mediums and campaigns and how all those different campaigns and different sources work together to convert. So that's just a good report to look at. There are so many different reports available in analytics There's so many that we haven't even gotten to yet. So my advice, if you look at the demo report, you can get a feel for each of these reports under each section, whether that be audience, acquisition, behavior, or conversions. Take a look at these reports, see what makes sense to you, see what you can use to improve your website performance. Now, if you have any comments or questions about any of the reports we covered, feel free to comment underneath this video. We're definitely going to have more webinars in the future about specific analytics settings that we didn't get to today and other types of analytics reports and features that we didn't get to today. Google Tag Manager. Thanks for joining, and let's get started with this Simply Learn webinar. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script, and this script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container, or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track, well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your webpage and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into a work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission. And you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in, because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified 2 benefits. 1, you could track all the interactivity on your website, and 2, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool, and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed 2. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing or you're doing Facebook or you're doing Twitter or you're doing LinkedIn and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website, you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I can see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account. And if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container. And a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I could see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code. You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common used variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or Analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords Remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just going to select Google AdWords Remarketing. Okay, so you could see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom, and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger, again, is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code, and the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review, tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. You're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I could see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here, okay? And that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in Analytics? Well, if I'm in Analytics, I'm going to go to Admin. And then under Property Settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to Tag Manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to Tag Manager and paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for Analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling Tag Manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up Analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from Admin, Property Settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it, you have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag, you have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose analytics from the drop down menu. You're going to choose page view. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you can set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click submit. So when you click submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page, okay? So that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode, and now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or PageView. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in, or variables already created for you, or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay? To Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website. Today, we're going to talk about how to rank #1 on Google. So let's get started, and let's go with the scenario that you have a friend named Sam, and he has a website where he sells shoes. But Sam doesn't understand why his website's not ranking #1 on Google. And so typically, to rank #1 on Google, there are some factors involved. And those are factors that are going to help Sam get his website rank #1 on Google so he can sell his shoes, get traffic, and convert that traffic to conversions. So there are factors involved. And so what are those factors? Well, it always starts with keyword research. So in order to rank for a website where you sell shoes or you sell products, other products like clothing or food, or you're an automobile website, you're a mechanic, it doesn't matter whether you're selling to customers or selling to other businesses. You have to start with the keyword research. And so we're going to go into really explicit detail on how to conduct a proper keyword research. And then the second factor involved is high quality content. So in order to rank high on Google search, you need to have high quality content. So we're going to go over what's involved with creating high quality content. Then we're going to take that content, we're going to optimize it using on-page elements and website level factors. So we're going to take into account what's involved with your website and what's involved with specific pages on your website in order to rank #1 on Google. Then we're going to get into the off-site engagement. So when it comes to ranking on Google, you need to optimize your website and you need to do some elements off your website. You need to be engaging off your website, meaning on other websites. And so we're going to talk about what's involved with off-site engagement. So SEO being a major channel for most companies and websites where the opportunity to drive a lot of traffic is there. But you have to earn that reward. The reward is a lot of traffic, but you have to earn the reward, and there's a lot of work involved. And so ideally, what we want to do is follow what we call the 80-20 rule when it comes to search engine optimization and ranking on Google. And what do we mean by the 80-20 rule? Well, 80-20 means we're investing 20% of our effort and 80% of the results are obtained. So we want to invest 20 and get back 80. That's basically what we mean by 80-20. So for example, if 20% of our targeted keywords bring in 80% of the traffic, then that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our landing pages drive 80% of the overall traffic, that's following the 80-20 rule. Or 20% of our backlinks pass 80% of our link juice. That's the 80-20 rule. Meaning these targeted keywords, these targeted landing pages, these trying to target backlinks using off-site engagement. We want to put in 20% of our effort on those keywords, landing pages, and backlinks in return for 80% of the results. So without further ado, let's get started with the keyword research. Let's talk about that keyword research for a website with shoes. And it doesn't really matter what particular product you have. If you need to rank number one on Google, it all starts with the keywords as I mentioned before. And so in this example, if you have a website where you sell shoes for kids, you're going to want to be found for certain keywords. So the obvious keyword here would be shoes for kids. Well, every keyword that you target has search volume associated with it. So that means when we talk about search volume, we're talking about how many people on average type in that keyword or related keyword on Google.com or Google search. And there's always an average number of searches associated with every keyword, and we call that search volume. How much search volume? So obviously if we're going to target a keyword, we want to have as much volume as possible. However, there's always going to be competition for those keywords, meaning there's always going to be other websites who want to rank number one on Google for the same keywords. And we call that competition or difficulty. So for every keyword, you're going to have volume and you're going to have competition or difficulty. And the difficulty ranges as well, depending on the tool you use. And we'll get into that in a minute, but search volume is how much, on average, people are typing in that keyword or close variants of that keyword. And the difficulty is measured in terms of how many other websites are trying to rank for the same keyword. And so ideally, when it comes to keyword research, we want to find that nice balance. We want high volume and we want low competition. But at the same time, we want to focus on keywords that are highly relevant to our business. So if we're selling shoes for kids and shoes for kids is highly relevant, has high volume and low competition, then that's a keyword we want to target. So we always want to focus in on those three areas. So there's always a trade-off with keywords. So shoes for kids might have high volume, but also might have high competition or difficulty. If we look for another keyword that's just as relevant, for example, shoes for children, it may still have high search volume, but the competition or the difficulty may be lower. And if that's the case, then that may be a better keyword for us to target. Instead of something highly competitive like shoes for kids, we can focus on another relevant keyword like shoes for children with just as much volume and lower competition. And the reason why we want lower competition is because we want to be able to rank for that keyword. So the higher the competition, the harder it is for us to rank number one on Google for that keyword. And so the whole idea behind keyword research is analyzing and choosing the best keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are always relevant. We want to choose the keyword that your competitors are ranking for. And we want to use third-party tools to choose keywords to identify which keywords have low competition and what keywords have high search volume. So one thing to take into consideration when you're doing keyword research is that the longer the keyword phrase, or in other words, long tail keywords or keywords with 3 keywords in the phrase or more, you're going to always have less competition. But there's always a trade-off. With long tail keywords, meaning the longer the keyword phrase, there's going to be less volume, but the trade-off is less competition. And so what we want to do is we want to brainstorm some ideas and find those relevant keywords. So let's look at an example here. So if we go to Google Ads, so Google Ads has a tool called Keyword Planner. And let's just say I have a website where I'm selling dried dried figs. And if I'm selling dried figs, I want people to buy these dried figs. However, in order to attract them, I want to be able to show them that, hey, we have a bunch of recipes. And if I show you a bunch of recipes where you can use dried figs, maybe you'll buy these dried figs to use in these recipes. And so we're going to look for keywords related to bread recipes, because if we can optimize for our recipes page for bread, then that will attract an audience who wants to make bread and use dried figs with those bread recipes. So that's the example I'm going to give here. And so if I look at the keyword planner in Google Ads, if I just type in bread recipes, what Google is going to do is they're going to give me an average monthly search volume. So I can see the average monthly search volume here is 60,500. And so in order to do keyword research, what I would recommend is keep a spreadsheet. And so the idea behind the spreadsheet is to document the volume and the competition you're getting for certain keywords. So if I go into a spreadsheet, here, my theme of keywords is bread recipes. My keyword is bread recipes, and my volume, therefore, is going to be 60,500. However, if I go back into Google's keyword planner, Google's telling me the competition is low. So that's great. I want high volume, I want low competition. But how low is low? So we want to be careful. So if we're going to put in numbers into a spreadsheet, we want to figure out what that competition really is for the keyword bread recipes. So if I go to Google and just type in bread recipes, I'm going to be able to see 771 billion results for the keyword bread recipes. Now, is 771 billion our real competition? Maybe, maybe not. What we want to do is put in a syntax, and we want to put in the syntax all in title and then colon, space, and then our keyword. And the reason why we do that in search is because we want to be able to identify the true competitive number, or the true number of websites who are trying to rank for bread recipes. And if we put in the syntax all in title, colon, and then our keyword bread recipes, we'll be able to see that there are 998,000 results. That's a lot lower than 771 billion. So that means that 998,000 sites or listings have the keyword bread recipes in the title tag. And the title tag is what shows up in the search engine results. And so if I look down and scroll down here, I can see bread recipes are in every one of these title tags. So title tag is an important element to rank #1 on Google, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But if we understand that there are 998,000 results with bread recipes in the title tag, then this tells us that those are the websites who are trying to rank #1 on Google for that keyword, and therefore those are the websites we need to jump over in order for our website to rank #1 on Google. And so therefore I'm going to put in 998,000 in my spreadsheet as the competitive number. And so now I could see for the keyword bread recipes, I have 60,500, and if my competition is 998,000, then my KEI, or Keyword Effectiveness Index, or in other words, the ratio of volume to competition, is 6%. So that's nothing more than volume divided by competition. So that tells me that my KEI, or my ratio between volume and competition, is 6%. So remember, we want more volume than we want competition. So anytime you do a keyword research, you're going to find a number of different relevant keywords. So if I go back into Google's keyword planner, if I typed in bread recipes, you could see that Google is going to give me a number of different keywords related to bread recipes. Let's just say I have another keyword that I want to think about optimizing for, being ranked on Google for, and that's banana bread recipe. Very similar keyword as bread recipes, except it's a little longer tail. Now, if I type in banana bread recipe in Google's keyword planner, now I can see the average monthly search volume has actually gone up. It's 368,000. I can also see the competition is low. So those are good signs. So now I can see 368,000. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my spreadsheet. Now I'm going to go into Google. I'm going to put in my syntax all in title. I'm going to put in banana bread recipe. I'm going to hit enter. And now I can see I have 233,000 results with the keyword banana bread recipe in the title tag. So if I look at the title tags, I can see banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe, banana bread recipe on all the listings in the Google search results. So that tells me I have 233,000 results that I have to jump over in order to rank number 1 on Google. So I'm going to put 233,000 in my spreadsheet. Now I can see my KEI, or my volume to competition ratio, is 157, 158%. And so to me, that's a lot better number to work with, or in other words, that's a lot better keyword because it's just as relevant and it has a higher ratio of volume to competition. So therefore, banana bread recipe is going to be a better keyword to optimize for in order to rank number 1 on Google. So that's the whole idea behind keyword research. You want to brainstorm ideas. There are plenty of tools out there. So the tool I recommend is Google Ads Keyword Planner. Google's going to give you how much search volume. They're going to tell you the competition, but then you're going to go into Google search. You're going to use the syntax all in title to get a more accurate read on the actual competitive number. And so to find out how keywords that your competitors are ranking for, you can use those keyword tools that I mentioned. Another tool that I use is Moz. So Moz, if you go to moz.com, they have a tool called Keyword Explorer. So if we just type in the keyword, for example, bread recipes, it's going to be able to tell us how much volume and the difficulty. So you can use other tools at your disposal, figure out the volume and the difficulty. There are plenty of tools out there. But the one thing I would just make sure is you use everything at your disposal. So you can use social media to find the most shared article for a particular topic or keyword, like bread recipes. You could check other platforms that have a lot of shared content, like Reddit and Quora, where you can ask people about certain topics using keywords to figure out how much competition or volume there might be. You could stay up to date on industry news to get an idea of what types of keywords are trending. But when it comes to keywords and keyword research, remember, for every web page, we want to be able to pick 2 keywords. We want a primary and secondary keyword. So when we do keyword research and we enter all our keywords into our spreadsheet, we want to be able to have a number of different keywords. In this case, we're focusing on the theme bread recipes. We want to have different keywords because we want to be able to choose a primary keyword and a secondary keyword, because we want to be able to focus on multiple keywords for each page, because we don't want to put necessarily all our eggs in one basket, meaning we won't want to put all our emphasis just on one keyword to rank for. We want multiple keywords to try and rank for. So the primary keyword can define the nature of our business. The secondary keyword could be just highly relevant to our keyword. At the end of the day, we want to choose multiple keywords to try and rank on Google for that page. So for example, we have a blog and we're using ice cream recipes and we're blogging about ice cream recipes. We can have a primary keyword that is about ice cream recipes or homemade ice cream recipes. We're going to always want to find out what the volume and the competition is. Our secondary keyword could be built around other similar keywords like low-fat ice cream recipes or fat-free ice cream recipes or low-fat homemade ice cream recipes. Those are complementary keywords, just like our bread recipes and banana bread recipe. So one thing we want to do when we do keyword research is we want to be able to target one keyword per content when you can target many. We want to be able to target multiple keywords, not necessarily target one keyword. And so we want to be able to cluster keywords. So we don't want to target just one, we want to target multiple keywords per page. And when we talk about clustering, if we go back to our keyword research, what we're doing is we're clustering a bunch of keywords under the theme bread recipes. And so by looking at the volume, looking at the competition, looking at the KEI, we can choose different keywords for our page. And that's what we mean by clustering. We want to cluster keywords into a content theme. So why target only one keyword per content when we can target many? Because we don't want to put all our eggs in one basket. We don't want to target just one keyword. We want to target many. And so that means clustering your keywords into a theme and choosing multiple keywords for that particular page. And when we do that, we have a better opportunity to rank high on Google search. And the whole idea behind ranking high on Google search is we can get the volume. So if we know we're ranked number 1 on Google search for bread recipes or banana bread recipe, we know we stand a chance of getting a majority of the volume associated with that keyword. And if we can get the volume and get the traffic, then we can get the conversions. So let's move on to high quality content and talk about the impact content has on your ability to get your website ranked number 1 on Google. So let's just say you have content on your website and the content is ranking on page 4 of Google. And it's that blog with ice cream recipes. And if it's just content for the sake of content, it's not really informative, then it's not necessarily going to get good engagement. In the eyes of Google, they want to rank content that's very informative, it's very fresh, it's exciting to read, it's interesting. It's going to have good engagement. So if it's a recipe or an article about any topic, if the content is just not informative, then you're not going to get good engagement. And when you don't get good engagement, if people don't stay on the site to engage in the content and they just leave the website after landing on the page, causing a bounce, then the content's just going to continue to fall down the rankings. And we want to prevent that. We want to move up the rankings. We want to be number 1 on Google. We don't necessarily want to fall in the rankings for our content. So content is a key driver in being able to rank number 1 on Google. So if the content is on page 9, what can we do? Well, we want to be able to, take that content and do something with it. We feel like we did write engaging content, so let's go ahead and share it on social media. And to me, social media is a good platform to share your content because on social media platforms like Facebook, for example, you're building a community on that platform. That community is already interested in your content. So if you're sharing an ice cream recipe, especially in the summertime, and you're engaging with your community on that platform, then the likelihood of that community on that platform is going to increase engagement. Increased engagement will send social signals to the search engine that says, hey, this content is good quality. Likewise for any other platform. Most social media platforms have engagement metrics, and those engagement metrics pass signals. Is it good? Is it not good? Do we like this content? Are we giving it a thumbs up? Are we going to want to follow it? Are we going to want to share it? And so if you share content that you feel is engaging on social platforms, then it's going to be engaging and it's likely going to cause an increase in engagement, for example, a decrease in bounces. And once you share that quality content, then the likelihood of it moving up the rankings, even as far as number 1 on Google, is going to be greater. So you always want to start out writing good quality content. So let's talk about good quality content, because Google does take content seriously. They do take into account what other people think of that content. So high quality content is an important factor. So how to create good content? That's always the question. So let's talk about some best practices here. Remember, in the last segment, we talked about keyword research. So we want to perform good keyword research. Why? Because we want to choose keywords. Remember, we're choosing multiple keywords per page. One keyword could be related to our brand. One keyword could be related to the content, but another keyword could be related to a user's intent, like recipes. If you recall the example we used with bread recipes, maybe somebody's looking to type in a keyword that says, how do I make, a bread? Or how do I make a specific type of bread? Or how do I make banana bread? Or what's the best recipe for banana bread? They're question related. And we want to be able to answer those questions. So that's where choosing those right keywords that's going to respond to a user's intent. So starts with choosing the right keywords. So Remember, we talked about a number of different tools when we talked about keyword research. So there's a research tool that you can use called phrase.io. And that will help you do quick research on, keywords and trends and whatnot. So if you know a better research tool that you use for keyword research, then drop us a comment below. I'd be interested in getting your comments about keyword research and what research tools are out there. So if you know something better than phrase.io, drop a comment below and we'd be interested in getting your perspective. So keyword research is key, but creating content that fulfills users' requirements. So answering those questions. If it's a recipe, we want to answer that question. If it's directions, we want to answer that question. If they don't know how to do something, we want to answer that question. And that's the whole idea behind content. Content is not just to fill a page, it's to really fulfill users' requirements. That's when you get good engagement. So if somebody's typing in something on Google and they're looking for an answer, your content should answer that question. But we also want to make the content readable. So in other words, write for your audience. Don't impress anybody with very high vocabulary type words that somebody doesn't necessarily know the meaning of. Don't use jargon. Don't use a street language, for example. Use everyday common language that's just easily digestible when your audience is reading. And then we want to keep that content organized. And so when we mean organized, we want to use headers and subheaders. Break your content into paragraphs. Keep the flow organized. If we can keep the flow organized, then it's going to be easier for somebody to read. And then it's okay to add resources, especially resources from credible sites. So if you can incorporate those resources in there, then it's just going to add the credibility to your content and let the audience know that, hey, I've done my research on this topic, and this is what this person has to say about it. This person who seems to be credible. Okay, so it only adds value to your content. So these are all tips to remember when creating content. And then the one important tip here is we want to use white hat techniques. And when we say white hat techniques, that means, if we've chosen keywords that are going to answer somebody's question, we don't want to stuff those keywords into the content. We want the content to be naturally written. So when we say opt for white hat techniques, that's what we mean. Write the content naturally. Keep it organized, keep it readable, include third-party sources, and make sure it answers a question. So there are different types of content. So there's content where you just write words. It's all text-based. You could also use an infographic. An infographic is simply just a graphic that visualizes exactly what you're trying to explain. For example, if we want to write an article about how to write good, engaging content, we don't necessarily have to write all that out as a text. We can create an infographic. So for example, here's an infographic on 20 effective ways to basically not bore your readers, but write engaging content. So you could see this is an infographic. It's all graphically laid out. So infographics tend to be easier to understand because they're visual. They're easy for the end user to comprehend because there's generally no jargon. It's usually images that are portraying the point of what you're trying to get across. And so it tends to break it up, the monotony of just text. It's more visually appealing and it's laid out and organized. So you can see this infographic has 20 different steps or rules, and they lay those out all here in this infographic. And the great thing I like about infographics is you could share them on social media, you can re-engage them as a post, you could save them on really any social platform. So infographics tend to tell a better story versus, say, just writing text. You can use video and images, so you don't necessarily have to lay it all out in an infographic. You can certainly insert a video or an image into your content, especially if it's a blog post. If it's a blog post, then sometimes video and images on its own tell the story. You don't necessarily need text to go ahead and tell your story. A video or an image, as they say, tells 1,000 words. And so images and videos are great to use in a blog post. So using different forms of content, you always want to review your content. When a user dwells on your web page for a longer time, Google will tend to think, okay, this person's engaged, so we're going to rank that favorably. So if you're using infographics, videos, and images, then the chances of somebody being more engaged are going to increase versus just text that's not well organized and written out in a way that somebody doesn't necessarily understand. So be creative in the types of content you use. So longer engaging content tends to bode well with search engines. So this is according to HubSpot. So the more word count you use, the more words you use, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. Just take into account best practices. You want to maybe break up the content with an image, organize it, make it engaging, use headers. So it's not necessarily just words, it's the words and how those words are written, how they're structured, the types of keywords you're using, how you're engaging with your audience. There's a lot of factors, again, those best practices we just went over. But the key is, if you have longer, more engaging content, then it's going to bode better for you on search engines. So a couple of steps to create high quality content. So you want to begin with a comprehensive introduction. So always introduce your content. Remember, the content should be relevant to the keywords. So if you're choosing keywords in your keyword research, think about answering that question. If somebody's typing in bread recipes, maybe they're looking for banana bread recipes. How to make the best banana bread, or how to make banana bread using dried figs. We want to be able to align our content with that keyword naturally. You want to create a title that's worthy, that's click worthy. So remember, if you're in Google search and you're doing search for something simple like bread recipes, we want to make something that's going to be engaging for somebody to click on, like easy perfect yeast bread or easy crusty French bread, or something that's going to be engaging. The best bread recipes, or how to make the best homemade bread. Something that's going to draw somebody's attention to the title of that blog post. So we want to include LSI keywords. So what I mean by LSI keywords in your content, we mean, long tail keywords. Make it natural. Headings and subheadings should consist of keywords and variants. So if you're writing headers and subheaders, include the keyword in there. And that way, the content always stays relevant to the audience. Okay, shorten your sentences and paragraphs, so don't write long paragraphs. Remember, we want to break this up. We want to make it easy for the end user to read. And we want to always put internal links on our blog post. Why? Because if we have internal links, then if we have a link from one blog post to another blog post, or say our blog post to an internal page on our website, we want to make sure that it's relevant content. That way, if somebody's reading something and you have an internal link, let's just say from a bread recipes page to a banana bread recipes page, then they may find it interesting, click on that link and go to the banana bread recipes page. So it's keeping somebody engaged on your website. So putting in internal linking will help keep the end user engaged, because you're offering up links that's relevant to the content. You always want to break up that content with images. Okay, we want to use alt tags, meaning we want to pen the image with text, so that way if the image doesn't load, then at least the alt text will load. So we can incorporate call out boxes, and more importantly, we want to update our content regularly. So we always want to get the best recipe out there if it's banana bread, or different ways to create banana bread, or always just coming up with ways to update the content. So we want to keep our content, our blog post fresh. And then we want to include a CTA, call to action. If we include a call to action, then that's going to keep somebody engaged and have them act on your content. So these are steps to creating high quality content. And so let's look at an example here. And this is a 3-month-old post on BuzzFeed. And it's 21 pictures that restore your faith in humanity. So it has a lot of likes, a lot of tweaks, and that means it's engaged. People are engaged when reading that. And so if we go and look at it as an example, we could see it on BuzzFeed here, 21 pictures that will restore your faith in humanity. So this was written back in 2012. Again, a lot of engagement. But if we look at it we can see immediately that it's taking into account third-party sources. It's got some content, it's got images, it's being broken up by images. We could see there's call to actions on there in the form of social, so people can go ahead and share it if they like it. Okay. It includes videos, it includes images, third-party sources. So it's a good post because, listen, it's engaging content. It's probably answering somebody's question about humanity. And we could see clearly that, look, there's a lot of different examples here from a lot of different sources, and we could take action on this content. So not just video, not just images, but text as well. And so it's very engaging, answers questions, takes into account the different types of content available. So this is a good post in that regard. So content's updated regularly, it's engaging, and it includes sources from high authority websites. Some do's and don'ts on the content. So take into account the best practices I mentioned about creating high quality content. Okay. Answer those questions that the end user wants to hear, because that likely is going to be their search. And so you want to be able to respond to the end user. That's part of creating high quality content. Different types of content, i.e. in the form of infographics or videos or text or images. You can add images from public domain sites. You can be relatable and use examples to clarify points, just like the BuzzFeed article. Simplify complex words. Don't use sophisticated language. Talk to your audience as if they were standing right in front of you. And use bullet points to exemplify your examples, your points. So some do's, the don'ts. Obviously, don't lift content. We don't want to lift content from another website. So that's plagiarism. So we want to have our own unique content. We also don't want to take images from other websites. And so if you do happen to find an image that works for your post and it's on somebody else's website, ideally that's not a good situation. But if you do happen to do that, then always give credit to the website. Okay, so if you took it from xyz.com, credit xyz.com for the image. And even put a link back. But ideally, you don't want to take images from other websites. Just as much as you don't want to take copy, you don't want to take images. Use your own imagery and content. But if you don't have imagery, then you can always go to stock photography. There are plenty of websites out there where you can sign up for a subscription, like Adobe Stock Images as an example. You could sign up for an account, and in some cases you can sign up for a free account and use stock imagery. Okay, don't give less information to your audience. Give your audience what they deserve, which is the information they're looking for. They're looking for the best banana bread recipes. Give them the best banana bread recipes. Incorporate your own images. Break it up with titles. Give them a good quality piece of content that they're going to be able to engage with. And so if you put long paragraphs in your content, then it's going to be less engaging. So try to avoid those long paragraphs. Remember, shorten up the paragraphs, keep the language simple, add in images, answer those questions, use third-party credible sources, but write it in your own words, and you should be on your way to creating good quality content. Okay, so now that we've talked about high quality content in order to get your pages ranked high on Google search, let's turn our attention to optimizing on-page elements and discuss some website level factors that are both going to help you rank high on Google search. So let's just do an overview of what we're talking about when we talk about on-page elements and website level factors. So optimizing on-page elements include a number of different things. But primarily, we're going to focus in on meta tags, also known as meta description tags, header tags, also known as title tags, and URLs. So those are just some of the on-page elements we want to be able to optimize using relevant keywords in order to rank high on Google search. We also want to take a look at some website factors that will affect our ranking on Google search. They include website architecture, having a secure website, having a sitemap, and taking a look at page speed. So all of those are some of the website factors we need to take into account in order to rank high on Google search. So title tag and meta description together are considered meta tags. So both play an important role in ranking high on Google. So we want to be able to write unique title and descriptions for each page on our website. When I say unique, that means the title and the meta description need to be different for every page on the website. And so if you're not quite sure what a title tag and a meta description tag is, if you go to search and just type in any particular search query, the title tag is what's going to show up here in bold, and then the description is going to show up below it, below the URL, and that's going to describe the page. So both of these meta tags are important because it describes what your page is all about, and that's what Google uses in the search results pages. So we want to be able to pay attention to the length of our meta tags. So if we go back to our search results pages, title tags are generally 65 characters. Meta description tags are generally 160 characters. So anything really longer than that, then what's going to happen is the meta description tag or the title tag will get truncated. And so if we look here, for example, we can see all of the title tags here fit the 65 character limit. But if you run over the character count on meta description, then Google is going to truncate the copy. So you want to stay within your parameters in order to avoid getting your content truncated. And so the other thing when we're writing title meta description tags, we want to minimize keyword repetition. So if we're optimizing for keyword, we don't want to necessarily just plug that keyword into the title tag and meta description multiple times. We want to make sure our title tags and meta descriptions are naturally written. So if somebody's typing for banana bread recipe with dried figs, we want to have a nice title tag and a description that is going to get somebody to respond based on their need. And so we definitely want to avoid keyword repetition, but we want to be able to use that keyword in the title tag. Because if you remember from the earlier segment, when we did the all-in title syntax to find out exactly how many competitors were using that particular keyword, well, we obviously want to use that keyword in the title tag because, again, the title tag is an important factor when it comes to search engine results. So we want to use the keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing or using it repetitively in our title tag and our meta description. We want the title tag and the meta description to describe the page, sound natural, but also be engaging, because the point is we want people to click on our link and go to our website from search engines. So title tags with numbers tend to result in higher click-through rates. This is according to Moz. So for example, if you just put in a title tag that says learn digital marketing, well, that may work, but if you put a number in there like 5 easy ways to learn digital marketing, that might get somebody to click on your link and go to your website. So having questions in your meta tags can also increase your click-through rate. For example, if you just put learn the importance of first page rankings, not too bad, but again, generic. But if you put it into the form of a question, how to rank number 1 on Google, it's more action oriented. It's going to get somebody to resonate with the question that they have. And that may be their query, how to rank number 1 on Google. And so these techniques will help you get higher click-through rates. And so according to Backlinko, title tag with a keyword can improve site ranking. So remember, we want to include that keyword in the title tag. Even though we only have 65 characters, we want to include that keyword, but we want to avoid stuffing the keyword in there. We want to, again, make the title tag action-oriented, maybe with a number, maybe as a question, with the keyword in there once, naturally. Not easy to do, but that's the beauty of SEO. If you can follow these best practices and write a good title tag, then the chances of you improving in your search results are going to be greater. So having only one H1 tag in your post is going to be good. So remember, when somebody clicks on a link, so let's just say they do find a title tag engaging and they click on this link here and they go to that website, you want to start out with having that particular H1 tag, because the H1 tag, especially with the keyword in it, is going to signal to Google, hey, We're organizing our page, and because it's an H1 tag, it's important. We're structuring the page according to best practices. So having only one H1 tag in your post is definitely helpful. Having multiple tags, H tags in your post, help organize the page a lot better. So we want to add that targeted keyword in that tag, and your header tags should be relevant to the content. So if we go back to our example of the using dried figs with banana breads, well, the title says California fig banana bread. And remember the last segment when we were talking about high quality content? Well, look no further than including a video into our content. So not only will this video help keep the engagement high, but it breaks up the monotony of the page. And it's from a third-party source, so it adds credibility to the page. So adding a video based on the last segment of high-quality content definitely helps with ranking high on Google search. So following hierarchical structure, that means putting those H tags in there. H2 tags help break up the content. And we want to avoid repetition of H1 tags on your different web pages of your site, meaning don't just put the same H1 tag with the same keyword in it and keeping it blasé. We want to make those H1 tags exciting to read, but also used appropriately to break up the content. So remember, all white hat techniques. We want to avoid hidden tags. We want to avoid stuffing keywords. We want things to be natural. We don't want things to be forced. And your H1 tag should be 20 to 70 characters. Don't make long H1 tags. So if we go back to our page example, a short, sweet tag here, California fig banana bread. It's relevant to the content. It's short, sweet, and breaks up the monotony of the content. And more importantly, and again, any content you have on the page should always answer the user's intent. Remember, people are using search to answer questions, find information. Our content should be able to answer that for them. So, according to John Mueller, Senior Webmaster Trends Analyst at Google, header tags would definitely help Google for rankings in the search results. So we want to use header tags. So when it comes to URLs, we want to use hyphens and avoid underscores. So if we look at this URL here, this uses hyphens, fig and banana bread. So it's all broken up with hyphens. That's a best practice. Remember, canonical URLs. A canonical URL signals to Google this is the original content. So we want to use original content. And if you have multiple sources of content out there on, say, different websites, we want to use a canonical tag to signal to Google, this is the original content. Please index this content. And it doesn't hurt to use a favicon in URL, meaning a small icon. It helps to break up the monotony and help your URL stand out. We can add targeted keywords in the URL. So again, looking at the URL here, I could see we're using targeted keyword as part of the URL structure. Fig and banana bread. And notice the H1 tag is fig banana bread. So it's all consistent and it flows naturally. URLs that are no longer existing, then we want to be able to set up a redirect for those URLs, meaning a 301 redirect is a server response for Google that says, hey, Google, this page is no longer available, but we permanently redirected it to this page, which is now available. So that's what a 301 redirect does. It helps signal to Google and all the other search engines that if the page is no longer there, that's fine. You're just going to go to this page. This is the page that's permanently there now. And another thing we want to do here is if you have mobile URLs, you want to include those in the sitemap. And we're going to hit on that in just a minute. But all URLs should be mobile friendly as well as desktop friendly, meaning take into account those best practices. Keep your URLs short, use hyphens, put the keyword in that URL, and make it easy to understand. Want to avoid capital letters in the URLs. The URLs are case sensitive, so go lowercase. You should always go lowercase on the URL. Readable URLs, again, the rule of thumb here is if you understand what the URL is, then Google is going to understand what the URL is. So the shorter the URL, the easier it is to read. The easier it is to read, the better chance you have to rank high on Google search. So according to Backlink 2, URLs that are shorter definitely help you rank. So we want to be able to shorten those URLs. Keep them short and sweet. Don't make them long and unreadable. So those are some optimized ways or on-page elements that help you optimize. Now we want to look at some website level factors that will help you optimize and rank high on Google search. So good site structure provides better crawling for search engine bots. And what do we mean by that? Well, we mean having your site organized in a fashion that Google's going to be able to find all the pages. So what do we mean by that? Create a logical hierarchy structure. So if you're selling shoes, you're going to have a home page, break the structure up into men's shoes, women's shoes, children's shoes. Then under men's shoes, you could have it by brand. It could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the women's side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. On the child side, it could be Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to keep the structure, flow, in a hierarchy. So we want to balance the amount of subcategories within each category. So the men's, if it has Nike, Puma, Adidas, the women should have Nike, Puma, Adidas. And so you want to code your site navigation in CSS or HTML, meaning we want to be able to use something that Google is going to be able to index. So most sites are built in HTML, and that's what Google likes to index. They like to index something that they could take back to their servers. And then more importantly, build a comprehensive structure for internal linking. So internal links mean that if you're on a site, you should have natural links pointing to other pages on your website. So to keep the flow going, and we don't want to have unnatural inbound links. You always want to have natural internal links to keep the flow of the user going from one page to the other. So here I could see, as an example, all the ingredients in this recipe. Well, this has an internal link to another page on our site. And this happens to link to a page where somebody can buy the ingredient. So it's a natural internal link. So John Doherty of Credo has claimed that one of the biggest changes that he can make in fixing the Credo website is architecture. So for example, in Credo, John Doherty has increased the organic sessions by 74% and pages per session by 41%, just by changing the site architecture. So you'd be surprised by changing the site architecture what that will do to engagement. And so let's turn our attention to secure versus non-secure. So what we mean by that is securing your site. We want to make it sure that compliant with certain protocols. And so if we go back here, we can see that this particular site is compliant, it is secure. HTTPS means it has a secure license, meaning the site is secure. So Google likes secure versus non-secure. So non-secure would be HTTP. So we want HTTPS as our protocol. And what that means is just enabling SSL certificates. And that means when you enable an SSL certificate, that means your domain or your protocol is going to be turned to HTTPS. So Google prefers sites that are secure versus non-secure. So if you use HSTS as a protocol, that adds an extra layer of security over the HTTPS. And HSTS prevents cookie hijacking. So adding multiple layers of security always helps. In my opinion, if you have an HTTP website, a non-secure website, you should look into buying an SSL certificate, getting your sites flipped over to HTTPS, because what's going to happen is your URL structure is going to change. When your URL structure changes, Google's going to recognize that because they're going to index your site. And when they index your site, they're going to see those secure URLs. And that's going to work favorably in your favor and help you rank higher on Google search. So websites using secure or HTTPS have a higher chance of ranking higher. So HTTPS is a ranking signal because Google indexes those pages. So let's also talk about sitemaps. So sitemap is one of the most important ways to improve your website ranking. Why? Well, because sitemaps are a way to organize all your URLs into one file. So we're basically going to prioritize all our web pages in a sitemap. So if you go to any particular website and you type in sitemap XML, you're likely going to see all the pages on your website. So usually the sitemap is located in the root directory. So if I type in sitemap.xml, I'm going to be able to see all the pages in my root directory. And I can also prioritize them. I can also alert Google as to how often they change. And every page is going to have a date stamp associated with it. So Google can actually see how often it changes. So remember, we want our content to be updated frequently. So if content's not updated frequently or it's not fresh, then Google's going to see that that date stamp, that last modification date. So we want to be able to make sure our content's updated frequently. We want to let Google know that we changed it frequently. And we want to be able to prioritize our pages, let Google know, hey, these pages are important to us. So all that can be set up in a sitemap. We want to be able to add canonical versions of URLs in the sitemap. So we want to be able to add all our original URLs in our sitemap. And so we always want to build dynamic URL sitemaps for larger websites. And what I mean by dynamic URLs, that means that if I look at this sitemap and we're always adding content, let's just say in the form of a blog, well, guess what? We want those pages to be added to the sitemap as they're published. So as we add pages to the blog or to the site, then they should automatically be added to the sitemap. And so in effect, what's going to happen is we're going to be able to see the sitemap grow with more URLs. When the sitemap grows with more URLs, then that means then Google's going to index more pages. They're going to index more fresh pages. So they're going to be able to get those pages that are just published quicker. So that's the whole idea behind dynamic sitemaps, is we want to be able to capture all the URLs just as they're published. And we want to be able to maintain our sitemaps. And so I would always recommend a dynamic sitemap, but you can always create your own sitemap just by going to a tool called XML sitemap. So if I just type in XML sitemaps into Google search, here I could see XML sitemaps generator, and I can be able, if I have a small website, just create a free and simple sitemap on my own. When XML sitemaps creates it, or your platform creates a dynamic sitemap, either way, the sitemap's going to sit in the root directory. And then what we want to do in turn is let Google know where that sitemap is. So in Search Console, we want to be able to submit the sitemap. So you're going to add the sitemap, you're going to let Google know where it is. It should be in the root directory, and it should be called sitemap.xml. And when you do that, Google's going to be able to take those URLs and index them. So we could see we submitted 528 URLs, Google indexed 521. So one thing about URLs here is when we create a sitemap, we're putting all our URLs in there. We do not add no index URLs in your sitemap. And what that means is that any URL we don't want Google to index, we're just going to exclude from the sitemap. Okay, so we want Google to take all the URLs we want indexed and put them in the sitemap. So according to Edgy, using sitemaps for SEO can increase your website's visibility and help you get indexed. Why? Because what you're in effect doing is taking all your URLs that you want indexed, you're telling Google how often they're modified, you're telling Google which ones are important, and you're submitting that to Google. And so Google's going to be able to take all these URLs quicker, index them quicker, and when they're indexed quicker, you can get ranked quicker. And when you get ranked quicker, you can get traffic quicker. So that's the whole idea behind sitemaps. So let's turn our attention to page speed now. So one of the last factors for our website, besides architecture, making it secure, and adding sitemaps, is we want to take a look at how quick our pages load. Here are some tips in order to optimize page speed, because ideally the quicker a page loads, the more engaged the user is going to be. If it takes a longer time for the page to load all the elements of that page, then what's going to happen is the user is going to get impatient, maybe leave the website altogether or go to another page. And so we want to be able to optimize images. So any image that's of large size in terms of megabytes, we want to be able to optimize that, compress the image. So that's one way to speed up page speed. We want to use a simple website design. HTML with CSS or cascading style sheets. Just a simple design with simple a hierarchy and website navigation structure. So nothing fancy, nothing complex, just a simple website design with optimized images. We want to leverage browser caching, and we want to upgrade the server response time, meaning all your files are sitting on the server. So when somebody goes to a web page, the server is serving up all of those files, the images, the text, etc. And so we want the server to respond as quick as possible. So when it comes to page speed, we can look at the factors affecting page speed in Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I go under behavior and I go under site speed and I go to overview, I'm going to be able to see what my average load time is for my site. And ideally, we want our pages to load as quick as possible. So that means anything under 4 seconds. Anything 4 seconds or higher, and it's likely the end user is going to leave the page. There's a correlation between page load time and bounce rate. And so what Google actually does is give you speed suggestions. So if we do have a page that loads slow, we can just go to speed suggestions in Google Analytics. And we go to speed suggestions, then Google's going to be able to tell us, hey, this particular page load fast, this particular page load slow, and if it loaded slow, why is it loading slow? So here we could see the home page, as an example, is loading on average of 7 seconds. Well, if we look here, they're going to give us some suggestions. So if I click on this page speed suggestions, it's going to load a report and a tool called Page Speed Insights. And basically what it's then going to do after it's done running is it's going to tell me all the ways in which I can optimize my pages. Not only for desktop, but also for mobile. So here I can see for desktop or for mobile, I can look at some ways in which I can optimize it to increase page speed. For example, sizing my images properly, server response time, reducing my server response time, avoiding multiple page redirects. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can do to speed up page load time. And all that's found in Page Speed Insights, and all that's found within Google Analytics. So remember, optimizing code, minimizing redirects, optimizing your images, upgrading your server response time, all of those are factors. And so again, you can go into Analytics, Page Speed Insights, and you can see exactly what Google is recognizing as what's lowering or slowing down your page load time. So Google takes site speed as one of the most important ranking factors. Why? Because they're going to rank pages not only with high quality content that are relevant to the keyword queries, but they want those pages to have a good user experience. So if somebody clicks on the page, then the user should be able to see that content fairly quickly. And so that's why it's such an important factor. So the quicker your pages load, the chances of you ranking higher are going to be better. So according to Web Performance Today, Walmart, as an example, experienced a decline in conversions. So what they did was looked at their page speed. And when they looked at their page speed, you'd be surprised what that did. Just increasing it from 1 to 4 seconds or decreasing it basically increased conversion. So there's always going to be a correlation between how quick a page loads and how engaged the user is. Because if the user's engaged, they're going to stay on the site. And if they stay on the site, then their chances of converting are going to be higher. So just even 1 to 2 seconds increase in page load time will make a world of difference in terms of engagement and conversions. Let's turn our attention to off-site engagement. So previously we talked about on-page elements and website factors that affect our rankings for search results, but we also need to turn our attention away from our website, meaning what we do on our website, and turn our attention what we can do for our website off our website and onto other websites. So that's off-site engagement. And so let's look at an example. So that ice cream recipes blog. And I'm going to talk about how to rank YouTube videos today. So at Simplilearn, we take our videos on YouTube very seriously, meaning that when we create videos, we want people to see them because we know we make good videos and we know we have good content and we know that our audience is going to enjoy it. And so we want our audience to see the videos that we're creating. And so we're going to give you some tips and tricks tricks and methodology and ideas on how to get your videos to rank on YouTube. So at Simplilearn, if I go to YouTube and I just type in machine learning, you can see we're right here is the first organic video on YouTube for machine learning. If I jump over to Google and I type in machine learning basics, you can see we're number one for machine learning basics under videos. If I click on all, we're also ranked here as well under the videos section on organic search results. Another example, data science for beginners. We ranked number 1 for that. If I look at another keyword, data science interview questions, okay, we'll rank number 2 for that. So we're ranking for a lot of videos. And why are we ranking for a lot of different content and videos on Google search and on YouTube? Well, we put a lot of work in behind the scenes of creating the video, and that's what we want to show you. So part of that has a lot to do with, how our audience engages and sees our video. So for example, we're looking at the machine learning basics video here. And we can see that it has over 221,000 subscribers for this video, 234,000 views. We've had over 2,000 people like the video, and we have had over 270 plus comment on the video. So when we get our videos to rank, then we can see there's a lot of engagement. And so that's the whole idea, is when you do a video and you want it to show up on YouTube, you want people to enjoy it, you want people to share it, you want people to like it, you want people to comment on it. And that's part of the whole ecosystem of YouTube. It's, we're going to show you behind the scenes of what it takes to get your videos to rank. And then we're going to show you some of the metrics involved with some of these videos to help you stay ranking. So without further ado, let's go into how to get your videos to rank on YouTube. So we're going to talk about keyword research for YouTube. We're going to talk about some ways to create high quality videos. So the importance of user engagement, just as I showed you with the machine learning basics video, all the shares, all the commenting, all the views and subscriptions. Then we're going to get into how to promote your content. And then we're going to just review a little checklist for you and sum it all up. So let's get started with keyword research. So basically what we want to do is center our keywords, just like our website. We want to center our keywords around, or our content around, good keywords. So the videos on YouTube are no different than the web pages on our website. So if we have somebody who states YouTube is the world's second most well-known engine, well, it is, because it's right behind Google. It's not a search engine per se, it's a video platform, but if it was a search engine, it'd probably be second right behind Google. So YouTube is pretty popular. Majority of people use YouTube search every day to watch videos on a number of different topics. So they can find these videos in Google, but because YouTube's so powerful and so popular, people go directly right into YouTube for their searches. And so the whole idea behind YouTube being the second most well-known search engine is centered around keywords. So if you have the right keywords for your video, then the chances of you ranking higher increases on YouTube. So we're going to share with you a few easy ways to do keyword research. This is the most important step in getting your videos to rank on YouTube. Just like for those of you who watched any of the SEO videos we produced at Simplilearn, you know that keyword research is so essential to getting your web pages to rank on Google. Well, it's no different. Keyword research and choosing the right keywords is just as important for your videos as it is for your web pages. So we're going to go into a few things to do here to find the right keywords. So we have the search suggestion. You can look at your competitors. We have different tools we can use, some other factors involved in Google itself. So let's start talking about some of these ways to really hone in and do some good research on your keywords to align them with your videos. So first thing is search suggest. So YouTube has a feature called autocomplete. So if you've done any searches on Google, it's very similar. If you're typing something into YouTube search, then YouTube is going to suggest other related popular keywords. So let's take a look at that. If we go back to YouTube for a second and I just type in machine learning, YouTube is going to populate on the autocomplete in the search bar some other popular keywords that we can potentially use. Or in this case, if I choose, machine learning tutorial, I'm going to see a video about machine learning tutorial. So here you can see Simplilearn's ranked #1 for machine learning tutorial, but there are other videos that show up in my search result. So we want to be able to use the search suggestion box in the search box field. So when we're typing in something, YouTube, just like on Google, is going to give us those suggestions. So if we're focusing a video on machine learning, then, we have some ideas of some other keywords that we could center around, because these are our popular keywords. These are keywords that people are using to search on YouTube. So that's one suggestion. Looking at competitors is another suggestion. So we could search for keywords used by our competitors in their video title and description. So let me talk a little bit about that. What you want to do is you want to go to that particular channel of your competitor. So when you go to your particular competitor's YouTube channel, you want to be able to click on the videos tab. When you click on the videos tab, then you're going to sort by most popular, and then what you could do is see a list of videos, and then when you look at a list of videos, you're going to choose a video, and then what you're going to do then is take a look at the keywords used in the title and description. And then once you do that, you're going to have a list of keywords that you can use yourself for that video. So for example, let's go back to YouTube. So if I go to type in Simplilearn, here's their channel page just by clicking on Simplilearn. If I click on videos. So now I can see all the videos.
If there's an easier way?
Go back. So here I can see all the videos, sort by most popular. Once I do that, then I could choose a video. This is the most popular video right now for Simplilearn. If I click on that video, it's automatically going to start playing. But what I could do is simply just look at, the content and description. So just by clicking show more, I can see all the content that align with this video. That's one way to do it, is simply by looking at your competitors. Now, what you could also do is look at the tags associated with the particular video. And so what you want to do is you want to look at the HTML. And so that means looking at the page source. So just like web pages, what YouTube does is they look at meta tags. So if you call from SEO, in order to get your pages to rank, you need to have a title tag and a meta tag description. So videos are no different. What we're doing for YouTube is aligning certain keywords with the video. So if you take a look and do a search for keywords by viewing the page source, you're going to see all the keywords associated with a particular video. So for example, if I go back to YouTube and I look at the page source of a video, let's just say this video here, Facebook's ad tutorial, I'm going to pull up the page source. And all I need to do is Control F and type in keywords. And now for that Facebook video, I can see all the keywords associated with the video. So you can see there's a lot of different keywords we're aligning with this video. And so why do we want to do that? Because we want, our video to show up for keywords that people may type in. And so if you use that YouTube autocomplete, it's going to give you those ideas, those most popular keywords. So if they're related, align those keywords with the video. So here you can see Facebook marketing, Facebook ad strategy, Facebook ads for beginners, so forth and so on. So there's a lot of keywords we've aligned here with that particular video. And again, all you need to do is look at the page source. So right-clicking, view page source, do a Control F for keywords, and you'll be able to see the keywords aligned. So you could do that for your competitors' videos as well. So you can see what keywords your competitor's using for a video that's most popular for their channel and is also ranking on YouTube and on Google. So using the autocomplete gives you those keyword ideas. Looking at your competitors' videos also gives you some other ideas for keywords that you can align with a video that's relevant that you want to rank for. So let's look at some other ideas here. So you can install plugins, and there are plenty of plugins available on the Chrome browser that will help you see the video tags associated with a particular video. So a couple of examples are vidIQ and TubeBuddy. Those are extensions that work in Chrome, and what they do is they give you the exact tags that a particular video is using. So for example, if I go back here and I look at a video on YouTube, let's just say the machine learning basics video, I have vidIQ installed on my Chrome browser. So just by clicking on that, vidIQ is going to give me a lot of information about that video. They're just going to give me an overview of their particular metrics. They're going to give me some other information associated with Facebook, some engagement metrics. Really what I'm interested in is those keywords. So if I scroll down a bit, here I can see the video tags associated with the machine learning basics video. So vidIQ is telling me is these keywords are associated with this video. And not only does it show me what keywords are associated, I can also see where they rank. So for machine learning basics, this particular video ranks number 1. If I go down, I could see what is machine learning and how does it work. I could see it's ranked number 2. Here I could see machine learning algorithms, it's ranked number 9. So I can get some ideas of the types of keywords that are being used as tags for that video. Further down, I can also see some channel tags. But really, this is the video tags are the idea place I want to be able to look to get an idea of the types of keywords that are associated with the video that are also ranking or not ranking. So that's another way for you to really get an understanding of what keywords to use with the particular video. So autocomplete, you can look at the page source of a competitor's video, or you can use a Chrome extension. In this case, I'm using vidIQ to give me some information about the video tags for a particular video. So according to an industry study, using keywords and video tags will help you rank well on YouTube. So you have to use keywords and video tags if you want your video to rank. There's been a lot of studies. YouTube is so popular and videos are so prominent in today's world where if you have videos and you're going to upload them to YouTube, then associate the right keywords with those videos. So some important factors when we look at keywords. What we want to do is look at search volume, we want to look at competition, we want to look at relevancy, we want to look at the primary and secondary keywords that we want to use. So well-chosen keywords will help you rank. So we just gave you some ideas on how to do some keyword research. Again, those ideas were really to use the autocomplete on YouTube or Google. They're going to give you some popular keywords. You can look what your competitors are doing by looking at the page source and just looking at the keywords that are aligned with that video. Or you can use a third-party extension in Chrome. In my example, I use vidIQ that gave me the keywords associated with that video. So you have ways to get the keywords. So what we want to do is we want to make sure we choose keywords with high search volume. They're going to drive more traffic to your video. However, we want to balance it out with keywords that have low difficulty and are easier to rank for. So you don't want to choose something very broad that's just going to be very difficult to rank for. And of course, we always want to go with relevancy. So if we're talking about machine learning basics, then we want to choose keywords associated with that. And that's where that autocomplete comes in handy, because what Google's going to do and YouTube's going to do is give us keywords that are very closely related to the video that we're trying to optimize for. And so we have a number of different keywords at our disposal that are relevant that we can look to see if they have good volume and low competition. And so the whole idea is we want to choose a keyword that defines the nature of the content. And then what we want to do is support that with secondary keywords. So we want keywords that are highly relevant to the primary keyword. So that's the way to go about aligning your keywords. You want keywords that are high volume, low competition, are relevant, and you want to choose that one keyword that is really what the content's about, and then those secondary keywords that support the primary. So if you have a machine learning video, you could choose your primary keyword as, in this case, the machine learning basics video. So well-chosen keywords help you rank well on YouTube, just like the machine learning basics. So if I go back to our video, our machine learning basics video, if I just type in machine learning basics, I'll be able to pull it up. And so here it is. If I click on it, I'm going to go to YouTube. And so here I can see this keyword.
We know humans learn from their past.
Is well aligned because It's in the title, it's in the copy, and it's aligned as a keyword tagged with the video. So we know that that keyword has good volume, low competition, is relevant because that's what the video is about, the basics of machine learning. It's an introduction to machine learning. So instead of honing in on just introduction to machine learning, primary keyword is machine learning basics. And then we supported that video with those secondary keywords. What is machine learning? Because somebody who doesn't know what machine learning is probably going to type in that keyword. And then introduction to machine learning is a good secondary keyword because it's explaining the basics of what machine learning is all about. So primary keyword, machine learning basic, secondary keywords, what is machine learning, and introduction to machine learning. So that's the whole idea behind choosing keywords. You want that keyword that really is going to define the content and then support that with those secondary keywords. So remember, when you're performing your keyword research, choose keywords for your videos that Google shows on the video results page. So what I mean by that is your video can get more views if you rank on Google as well. So the whole idea is not necessarily to be found on YouTube, it's also to be found on Google. So if I go back to Google and I just type in data science for beginners and I type in videos, then you could see we're ranked #1. So even if you're not looking at the videos, clicking on the videos link on Google search, you can always just, when you do a search, what Google's going to do is also put in the videos here as part of the search results. So what they're going to show you is the top videos that are ranking for that particular keyword. And so we may not rank overall for data science for beginners, but we're ranked #1 in the videos category. And so if somebody's looking for a video, that's important. And you can see here that these first two are ads. So what Google is doing is they're saying, hey, this is so relevant, this particular video, for the keyword query data science for beginners, that we're going to show it above the organic listings, even though it's a video. So the whole idea is to be found on YouTube and Google because you're increasing your visibility. You're increasing your chances of getting found on both search platforms. So according to Backlinko, Google ranks videos with keywords like how-to, tutorials. So, a lot of the videos that you find on YouTube are going to be instructional based. And so what Google's doing is they're saying, hey, if somebody types in how to or tutorial or an introduction to, anything that's going to signal to Google that it's instructional, it's going to help you rank. So when you search for machine learning tutorial or how to become a machine learning engineer, you're going to get results related to that. Because if you look at these examples, we have machine learning tutorial in our title, or how to become a machine learning engineer. So keep that in mind. If you're creating a video and it's educational in nature, use those key terms like how to and tutorials in the video title, because that will help you rank. So let's move over now to video title. So we want to use our target keyword in the title of the video. And again, we want to make sure if it's educational to include that keyword tutorial or how to. So for every video title, YouTube has a limit of 100 characters. So we really have to pick and choose really wisely. So if we look at the video that we were focusing on a couple of minutes ago, so machine learning basics, here we could see under 100 characters, we have machine learning basics, what is machine learning, introduction to machine learning, and then the brand name. So that is the title of this particular video. So it takes into account the primary keyword, the secondary keywords in the title, and it also includes that key term that really Google and YouTube like, and that's what is machine learning. So it's helping us rank by having our keywords in the title with that key phrase, what is. Okay, so that's a good tidbit on creating a good video title, is to align it with the right keywords, your primary and your secondary. And so we want to use those catchy words and numbers to gain high click-through rates. Just like you would on the title tag of your web page, we want to do the same with our video title, because the video title is what's going to show up in search. So if I go back to, search, here we could see, data science tutorial data science for beginners. So we want to make sure, in this case, you can see data science in 5 minutes. So that was purposely done so that, hey, I don't have time to watch a video. I only have a couple minutes. Data science in 5 minutes. Okay, great. I'm going to click on the video and now I have an opportunity to watch something and learn something under 5 minutes. So choosing the right words in your video title is going to help you get that click-through rate up. Remember, click-through rate is clicks divided by impressions, and an impression is how many times your video shows up in the search results on YouTube or Google. So we want to keep our click-through rate high, and in order to do that, we want to be able to write some really good title tags for our video. So use catchy words like a number or how to or what is, because that's going to resonate with people when they're searching. Now for the description, what we want to do is we want to use the target word at the beginning of the description, the title, and the tags itself. So if I go back to my video here, machine learning basics, we know it's in the video title. And right off the bat, if I look at the description of the video here, I can see this machine learning basics video will help you understand what is machine learning. So our primary keyword is in the first sentence, right in the introductory of the description. And so that's going to bode well for optimizing our video. The description length is 5,000 characters. So we have a lot of characters to work with. So if I go back to my video, I click show more, we have a lot of characters to really describe what the video is about. Okay, there's no shortage of including keywords into the content. So you have 5,000 characters. Go ahead and see if you can work in naturally your keywords. But one of the key tips here is just make sure that first sentence starts out with that keyword. That's a good tip. Of course, you always want to make it sound natural as possible. You don't want to stuff it with keywords. At the same time, work them in naturally. Work in your keywords naturally. And then include hashtags in your description to help the audience find your video easily. So if I go back here, we want to be able to include hashtags. So hashtags, it's like anything else you would use on social media. It just signals to the end user, hey, this is what the video is all about. And if I go ahead and type in that keyword, then our video has a better chance because it's aligned with that hashtag. And then there's target keywords and LSI keywords, latent semantic indexing keywords. We want to be able to use those keywords as target keywords with our video. So if you recall the example I gave a few minutes ago, we used the Facebook ads tutorial as our example. Here I could see all the target keywords associated with that particular video. So don't be afraid to use those LSI related keywords, meaning keywords that are related to the content. Use them as target keywords with the video. So between your LSI keywords, target keywords, and then using our primary and secondary keyword in the title tag, using our primary and secondary keyword in the description, and then using hashtags in the description, the combination of all of that, if we chose the right keyword, then we should find that our video will eventually rank on YouTube. So just doing these small tidbits with our keywords really help get our video to rank. So at the end of the day, we want to be able to use the tools available to us, YouTube itself by looking at our competitors, those extensions like vidIQ, the autocomplete, to really find our good keywords, and then incorporating those keywords into, the title tag, the description as target keywords, hashtags. We should really be off and running with our video on YouTube. Let's turn our attention to creating high quality videos and some of the best practices around that. So along with everything we mentioned about choosing the right keywords, we always need to keep in mind that the videos we create need to be of high quality. So the content itself, in addition to the keywords, is a primary factor in ranking. So in order to have keywords, we need to have content. And in order to rank, we need to have good content. So let's talk a little bit about creating content and what's involved with that and what we really mean by high quality videos. So if you have a video content that is not informative or relevant to the topic, it won't rank. So that's just common sense. So you need to create content that's aligned with the topic, obviously, and then that way you have keywords that are aligned with the content. But if you have content that really isn't aligned with the topic, then you're not going to rank, no matter how much you've optimized that video. So just keep that in mind. So there's a couple of things we want to look at here. So high quality content is determined by really two metrics. So if we're not sure about how good our content is and how good of high quality video we created, we want to look at audience retention and user engagement. So audience retention is simply the percentage length of your video that the audience has watched. It's the percentage your audience has watched. So focusing on audience retention is important for people who want their videos to rank high. So if you want to rank, you need to optimize for the keywords, but got to keep in mind content. So content is related to audience retention and user engagement. So audience retention, percentage length, your video that the audience has watched. And for example, it can be both absolute in minutes or percentages. So audience retention can be the average view duration or percentage of the audience that watched. Then we have user engagement. So user engagement are viewers who are engaged with your content. And so that means they're either sharing it, subscribing, commenting, or liking. So those are all forms of engagement. So the percentage of users who watched or how long they watched versus engagement or in combination with engagement are two factors for ranking. So let's talk about some tips for creating high quality videos. So we want to publish longer videos. And so what do we mean behind longer videos? So what's the reason for longer videos? Let's just suppose we have two videos, one shorter in length and one longer in length. First video is 15 minutes long. The second video is 7 minutes long. So on average, if viewers watch about 40% of both videos, then video X, which is 15 minutes long, will have more than twice the watch time of the video that's 7 minutes long. So remember, duration. We want, people to watch our videos longer. So if the video is longer in length, if it's 40%, then it's going to have a longer audience engagement, audience retention. So that's one of the reasons, from a metric standpoint. So even when viewers watch, both videos, the time is going to differ. So we want to take into account longer videos for primarily that reason, is because, it gives an end user an opportunity to watch the video longer, and then it's going to help us rank our videos longer. So when we talk about watch time, so if one video has higher watch time than the other, watch time is just the number of views times the average view duration. So another tip is we want to plan our video script. So we want to keep the content organized. My recommendation is, create an outline first. And once you create an outline of how the video is going to flow, then start populating with content. And so to me, that's how you can keep the flow organized, okay, is really with an outline, starting out with an outline. Videos are no different than, say, a presentation. If you've done a PowerPoint presentation, you always want to start out doing an outline. And then we want to upload high resolution videos. High resolution, we don't want to create videos that, are small resolution, like say, 400 by 400 resolution or something, something really small. We want to create something in very high res. So according to Linko, more than 50% of videos on the first page of YouTube are high definition. So high definition videos of higher quality are going to be shown on the first page of YouTube more often than not. So high resolution videos, organizing the content, publishing longer videos are examples of creating high quality videos. We also want to make sure that content is relevant to the title. So if we're talking about machine learning basics, obviously the content is going to be about, intro to machine learning or what is machine learning, and then the title should reflect that content. So aligning the title sets the expectation for the end user. So when they see a title, what is machine learning? Then when they watch the video, they're expecting to learn about machine learning and what it is. So if it meets expectations, then the chances are that person who's watching the video is going to watch it longer. And that means it's going to fulfill the viewer's requirements. And when you align everything accordingly, keywords, titles, content, then at the end of the day, the user is going to watch it And the more they watch it, the higher the engagement. The higher the engagement, the better chance you have to rank. Some other tips that you could use to create high quality videos. So we want to be able to, use examples to clarify our content. So, don't be afraid to go into another screen like I am. If I'm talking about videos, jump into the machine learning basics video, which I've done throughout this session. I can simply do that by keeping the user engaged. Here, this video is about machine learning basics. Well, the titles align with the video. We made sure that we have a nice description about what the video is about, and we're aligning the expectations. So not only that, I'm showing you an example within the video itself. So we want to use examples throughout your video to keep the user engaged. It will also help clarify what you're trying to express in the video itself. So we want to make it visually appealing. So visually appealing means imagery or examples in the video. And then when we talk about imagery, you want to use good images in your video. So use public domain sites that are available to you, like Shutterstock or Flat Icon. There are plenty of those sites out there. So feel free to use any one of those sites to use high quality images in your video. Give more information to your audience. Giving maximum relevant information can help gain more views. And so when we talk about more information, again, it goes back to, the examples you use. Should be no shortage of examples. Here, description, use all 5,000 characters at your disposal. Imagery, we want to build up as much information as you can in the video itself to keep the end user, the viewer, engaged. We also want to create original content. So always create original content. You could certainly get ideas from YouTube. If you want to create a video about machine learning, see what else has already been done. Do searches on YouTube itself. But, when you're going to create a video, you can create another video about what is machine learning, but just make sure it has your own take on it. You're the subject matter expert when creating the video. Create it with your own original content. Have high audio quality and video effects. So just like you see here on this video, we have effects in it, and the audio is of high quality, meaning no background noise, no distortion, and we want to be able to speak clearly in the video. So you want to speak clearly, loudly, concise, just as I'm trying to do now, so that you can understand what I'm trying to say, or what the viewer's trying to understand when they're watching the video. So watching and listening are two of the components, and you want to make sure both of are high quality. Avoid distractions. We don't want to pause. You don't want to ramble on a particular point too long. We want to keep users engaged. So you always want to move from one point to the other, intermix it with examples. Those are ways to keep the users engaged. We want to include transcripts or subtitles for your video. So transcripts is just more content that's aligned with the video, and the search engines will be able to pick up that content and help your video rank. So to me, that's a key component to creating a good video, is having the necessary content that go along with the video. That outline I referenced earlier in terms of organization, you always want to have a content outline. So what topics are you going to cover in the video? That's why you need the outline, to point that out, confirm that before you actually start creating the video. Focus on the initial 15 seconds. So that's key. Somebody's going to click the play button of your video, and if you don't catch them in the first 15 seconds, then they're likely going to pause the video or just go ahead and close it out altogether. So you want to be able to capture somebody's attention right off the bat. And even before they click on that play button, you want to make sure, again, you're exceeding expectations. That title is aligned with the content. So in your first 15 seconds, it basically needs to be catchy, but also setting the expectation of what the user's expecting. So in this example here, we want to pay close attention to the first 15 seconds. That's when viewers are most likely to drop off. So we can look at audience retention in YouTube. So use the options above the graph to view absolute audience retention or relative audience retention. So audience retention is basically how many views a video received and the percentage of the total number of video views. And that includes every moment of the video as a percentage. So we'll show you an example example of what that looks like. So here, if we go to the machine learning basics video, we can look at the audience retention report. And this is, since it's been uploaded, the lifetime audience retention. So here we can see a nice graph, the percentage of people who viewed it and how long they viewed it. So in percentage. So here, for example, I can see, 43, 44% watched the video for at least 2 minutes. Here I can see 28.6% watched it for 6 minutes plus. So that's the audience retention. It gives us an idea in terms of percentage, how many people or percentage of people watch the video at what length. So that's audience retention. So we want to keep that number high at the very initial stage of the video. And we want to keep it high throughout. And that's why you always want to create high quality content, using those examples, using imagery, making it organized content, not pausing, going from one point to the other. Those are all best practices to keep the viewer engaged. And then we want to add resources from well-known sites. So throughout this video, we've used Backlinko. There are other sources we've used. So if you have a source, go ahead and put it in your video to add credibility. And then we want to use cards to your video. So this cards is basically a feature that recommends relevant videos to your audience. So in addition to machine learning basics, there could be other videos about machine learning that we can recommend, or YouTube can recommend to the audience. To set up end screens, you want to make sure that with end screens, you can use relevant videos to your audience towards the end of your video. So you can recommend relevant videos towards the end of your video. You can also create playlists. So this is a feature that keeps your audience engaged with relevant content by auto playing the next video. So if you enable this feature, it's going to go from one video to another. Pattern interrupts keep the audience engaged. So basically, it allows your audience to stay within one video without having any interruptions involved. And so going back to the Did You Know, audience retention report helps you analyze how well your videos are engaging to the audience. So what do we mean by that? Well, if I go back again to my audience retention report, how engaging was it? Well, I could see 42%, 43% watched it on average of 3 minutes and 21 seconds. So to me, that's pretty good. Of course, we always want 100% of the video. The video is 7 minutes long. If almost half of our audience saw over half of the video, then I would say that's pretty good. People were engaged. So audience retention just is a good report to start looking at to help you understand how engaging is my video. And if your video is not engaging, you can always go back and edit it or fix it or tweak it. So remember, the average view duration for all videos and top performing videos listed by all time, we can look at that information as well. In addition, we can look at demographics, so we can get an overview of the age, gender, and location. Okay, we can look at playback locations report, and what the playback locations report does is it helps us determine the platforms where our videos are being streamed from within YouTube. Look at the traffic sources, where did the viewers come from, devices, did they look on mobile or tablet? And so if there's any doubts, if you have any questions, please drop a comment below, but especially if you have any doubts on the metrics. So if we go back into YouTube, we can look at analytics. And if we're looking at analytics, we can see more. And then this is going to show us everything we need to see from device type. So if I click on more, I can see my playback location. So this will show me where the video was watched. It was on a watch page or a channel page. I could see the traffic sources. I could see the gender and age. So if I click on the viewer age report, I can see the percentage of views by age. So I can get a lot of information about my video and how it's performed, who's watched it, what they've done with it, where they come from, all the information they need to know. Okay, so it's all within YouTube Analytics. So again, if you have any questions about that, just drop a comment below. Especially if you're new to YouTube, you may have some questions, but just know that every video you publish to YouTube, high quality, aligned with your keywords, you're going to be able to view the metrics by looking at YouTube Analytics. So let's talk about the importance of user engagement. So engagement is, as we mentioned, important because basically we can't rank without engagement. engagement. Our videos won't rank unless we have engagement. So that's why it's important. So engagement is somebody liking the video, commenting, sharing it, or subscribing. Each one of these is important to ranking. So yes, you need to align keywords. Yes, you need to have high quality content. So when you do both of those and you upload your video, then it's up to the viewer. And so the hard work that you put out for the video is hopefully going to pay dividends with engagement. So you want people to do one of these four. Okay, so let's talk about what that means. So how do I get engagement? So we already talked about creating engaging content. So there are a lot of tips to creating engaging content. And so according to WordStream, if your content is entertaining, then over 3/4 of the users are going to share it. So that's part of keeping users engaged, is keeping it entertaining, is part of getting a high quality video. So remember, on that high quality video, when we say entertaining, the audio portion has a lot to do with it. Examples has a lot to do with it. Quality of the video itself has a lot to do with it. So there's a lot of components. So all those components on a high quality video are going to lead to engagement. So parts of what you could do in your videos is conduct a quiz. So meaning the quiz itself is a way to keep people engaged in your video. So that'll also help you get some more comments. So according to Backlinku, video comments help in ranking your video higher. So just as I mentioned in the last segment about YouTube analytics and all the different reports available on YouTube, hey, if you have questions in those, just go ahead and add a comment. So that's a way to entice your users or your viewers to add comments, is if they have questions. Because, with videos, you're not going to be able to cover every detail or every minute detail about a particular topic. You can only cover, in some cases, the topic at a high level. So users are going to have comments or questions naturally. And so the comment section is a good way to remind viewers, hey, if you have a question or comment, go ahead and put it in the comment section, because that will lend to engagement as well. So we want to add sources from high quality websites. That'll help with engagement. Okay, use humor in your video. We want to be able to basically, make it human based. We don't want to be robots. So we want to be able to sound like, we know what we're talking about, but at the same time, talk to the viewer, not necessarily at the viewer or looking the other way and just going through the motions. So adding humor, adding personality never hurts. At the end of the day, we are all human. Adding that clear call to action at the end of the video will also lead to engagement. So if we win the video with, hey, leave your comments on this video, or hey, feel free to share this video with colleagues who are interested, then that's a call to action that's likely going to lead to more engagement. Reply to your comments as well. So if you have comments, we always want to reply to them. Likely those comments are going to be questions, because again, as I mentioned, even in this video about how to rank your videos on YouTube, okay, there's a lot of information, and a lot of information sometimes doesn't get covered in its entirety. And so we want to make sure that if we miss something, because we're only human, that we're able to respond in the form of an answer to a question that somebody leaves in the comment section. So more comments also lead to higher rankings because it's engagement. So when you're getting high engagement and your video starts to rank well, you're going to start feeling really good. And what is that going to do? Okay, that feel good is going to lead to confidence, which in turn is going to probably lead to more videos. And that's exactly what we do at Simplilearn. We're in the education business, but we're in it to not only educate, but making sure that our videos are shown to as many people as possible so that we can educate as many people as possible. So it's contagious. So getting ranked feels good. And then once you get ranked, then you probably have good engagement. Okay, let's talk about how to promote your content. So once you've done all the hard work, getting your video done, high quality content, optimized with keywords, and then published to YouTube, we want to let everybody in the world know about it, right? So we want to promote it. We've done all the work. We want to promote it now. So is it necessary to promote it? I would say yes, because once your video is published, you want to reach out. You want to reach out to your audience, not necessarily on YouTube, but on different platforms. So if you're active on Facebook or Twitter, that's an opportunity for you to post or tweet something about the new video. So when we say different platforms, I am talking about, social media platforms. So it depends on what you're active on. So if you're active on Facebook, go ahead and post something. If you're active on Twitter, go ahead and tweet something. It could be, on LinkedIn group. If you're part of a LinkedIn group about, machine learning, then go ahead and post something to that group to promote the video. So that's going to help drive traffic to the video and then help with engagement. So we want to engage with our audience on those social media sites. So it really depends on what you're active on. So if you have a large following on Twitter, then go ahead and, share that YouTube video link on Twitter with the tweet that's going to drive traffic from Twitter to YouTube. Remember, you're going to be able to see audience engagement or retention by getting people to watch the video. So you're going to be able to see right away by promoting the video and driving traffic to the video how engaging it is. Remember, the more people you have watch the video, the more engaging it becomes, the better it's going to rank. So it's an ecosystem, and promoting your content is part of that ecosystem. So it all starts with social media. If you're active on whatever platform that is, go ahead and promote it. So you can also look at, content-based social media sites or social media content-based platforms like Reddit or Flickr, for example. So you can participate in a forum discussion on Reddit. So in this example here, it's about machine learning. So we want to be able to post something about machine learning with the link to our video. So we can also go to content-based sites that are Q&A related, like Quora, for example. Quora is a really good site where, if you go there, post information about machine learning or the basics of machine learning with the link back to the video, it's going to help, because not only is it going to drive traffic, but it's going to signal to Google, hey, you get a lot of traffic coming from Quora. This is going to bode well for this video in terms of ranking. So here's an example. If you find a question that you can post on Quora, then you're going to get people to click on your video and respond accordingly on Quora. Or you can act as the person responding to a question that's already there. So if somebody already asked a question about what is machine learning, you can respond with your video as the answer. So you can just simply embed your video URL as part of your answer. That'll help drive traffic. So you can also create your own blog and embed your video. So in the case of machine learning, here we have an example. Machine learning, what is it and why it matters? So this goes nicely with the video. So here you can see the author of this blog went ahead and embedded the relevant video in the blog post. So they play off one another nicely. You can also opt in for influencer marketing, meaning, hey, you can reach out to somebody. In this example here, Katie Nuggets posted information about machine learning. So in this case, why choose machine learning as a career? Well, they got information, and then what did they do? They went ahead and embedded the video about machine learning basics. And so working with, influencers in a particular category or topic will help drive traffic to the video. You can also create a YouTube playlist. So playlists tend to rank high in YouTube searches. So if you find yourself doing a lot of videos, well, go ahead and, go to your channel, and simply in your channel, you can go ahead and create playlists. So when you create playlists, basically what you're doing is you're organizing the content into different playlists. No different than, say, the music you have set up on your, your iPhone or iPad or iPod, whatever it is you're using. So you're just creating different videos in a particular category. And YouTube likes it, it's organized, it's going to help you get your videos found quicker and easier on YouTube itself by putting your videos in a playlist. So here you could see we have an entire playlist on machine learning, trending technologies, cloud computing, big data, digital marketing, project management, so a lot of different playlists. Very organized. If somebody goes to the channel, they're going to be able to go to the playlist that's interesting to them and see all the videos there. So it allows not only the end user to find what they're looking for, but it's good for YouTube because YouTube likes those playlists. So we want to engage our audience by posting your video link on a community page. So you could do that within YouTube, and you can prefer to link your YouTube channel in your email. So you can also do that. So for example, if I go back to YouTube and I'm looking at a YouTube video, I can always click share. So here I'm going to get a particular URL that's associated with the video, and I can just embed that. So I can embed the whole thing in my email. I can embed it on a web page or a blog post. So just by clicking share, I can also immediately share it onto the social media platforms that we mentioned: Facebook, LinkedIn, Reddit, Tumblr. So there's a lot of ways to embed the video, not just on a blog post or influencer blog post, but in our email and on social media as well. So here's an example of what we can do with a YouTube discussion. So we can also bookmark the video on a popular bookmarking site, like Stumbled Upon or Reddit, or, there's lots of other ones out there. So there's plenty of sites that you'll be able to go to and bookmark that content so that people can find it. And you can always opt for backlinks. So that means that, hey, if there's a blogger out there that blogs about machine learning, you can always ask that blogger to create a link back to the video, and you could reciprocate, do the same thing. So that helps increase the authority of the video. So there's a lot of things you could do to promote your video. So let's do a quick review on everything we talked about in terms of ranking your video on YouTube. It all starts with the keywords. So we want to identify a list of keywords that are relevant to the video. So we can use tools to choose our keywords, but remember, we want to choose keywords that have high volume and low competition. And so where can we go to choose those keywords? Well, we can use the autocomplete on YouTube. We could check out our own competitors' videos, or we could use vidIQ or TubeBuddy or any of these extensions in Chrome to help us look at the keywords that are tagged with a particular video. So remember, we want to have a primary keyword that's aligned with the content, and we want to choose LSI keywords as our secondary keyword, or keywords that are related to the primary keyword. So we want to create high retention videos, meaning that first 15 seconds are the most important. But throughout the video, we want to use examples. We want to keep it interacting by adding quizzes, imagery, good audio, good video quality. So we want to focus on the user experience. And we also want to optimize our video content. What does that mean? Well, those keywords that we chose, we want to use them in the title. We want to use them in the description. We want to use them as hashtags. We want to use them and tag them with the video themselves. So we can add keywords to our meta tag. Okay, we don't want to overdo it, but we want to add a handful of keywords that are associated with the video. So we want to be able to write eye-catchy video titles and descriptions. So remember, use some of those key phrases like a number or a question like, what is machine learning? So we want to use relevant meta tags for the videos, and we want to use popular YouTube tags. So we want to be able to tag our videos appropriately. So watch the length of your meta tags. So there are lengths involved. Remember, keywords at the beginning of the title, target keywords in the title, description, and tags. We want to use interesting thumbnails to increase our click-through rate. Ensure that thumbnails are relevant, meaning when I say thumbnails, I mean the actual title tag itself or the meta description. We want to use high-res videos. We want to create, videos with good high audio quality. Don't be afraid to put in video effects like some animation. Don't be afraid to use examples. And then, obviously look at the draft of the video before you publish it. So does your video follow an outline? Is it organized? So these are all the things to take into account. And there's plenty more you can do. You remember, once you create and optimize that video, you want to promote it. You want to make sure that you're sharing it on social media. You create a complimentary blog, generate backlinks from, say, other blog posts. So there are lots of things you can do to promote your video. So before you promote it, you want to organize the content, create good quality content, align it with keywords. Once you publish it, keep organizing it by creating those playlists, and then reach out on social, reach out on different communities related to the topic. And all those things combined will help you to get your YouTube video ranked. And today we're going to talk about how to increase YouTube subscribers. So with YouTube, it's all about subscribers. The number of subscribers you have on YouTube, it's just one of the key metrics to measure success. So gaining more subscribers can help you achieve more view counts on your YouTube videos. So it's all about how to get subscribers. And today we're going to talk about how to get more subscribers. And before we begin, let's just show you what we did at Simplilearn. So if we look at the past 365 days on our YouTube channel, you can see we started here back in, if we look back at March 9, 2018, we had 208. And you can see just over the course of the year, it kept creeping up, creeping up, creeping up, and creeping up. We've gained, a significant number of subscribers over the last year. And what's our secret? Well, it's posting videos. So you can see we've posted a number of videos over the course of the year, and then our subscribers have gone basically 165% over the last year. So you can see it's part of it is about posting videos, because when you post videos, you have people who can watch those videos. When you have people watch those videos, you can have engagement. And then when you have engagement, you have shares and people who like it, and then other people who see it. So it's kind of a halo effect, so to speak. So getting subscribers, it takes a lot more than just posting videos. And today we're going to talk about some tips to help you increase those subscriptions. And so let's start out with some of those tips. We're going to start with creating engagement and informative content. So engaging in informative content, that's where we're going to start talking today about how to increase subscriptions. Then we're going to talk about publishing videos frequently. So with Simplilearn, you could see the past 365 days, we were consistent in publishing videos consistently throughout the month and the weeks. So another tip we're going to talk about is how to optimize your YouTube videos. So there's a lot that goes into optimization, but this is a key tip to pay attention to, because when it comes to publishing videos on YouTube, you need to align certain things like keywords and content and metadata. So optimize on our videos, we're going to talk a lot about that. Then we're going to talk about optimizing the YouTube channel. So there's some tips and tricks here you want to do to optimize your YouTube channel. Producing high quality videos, we're going to talk about that. Adding a subscriber watermark to your videos. Okay, that's another tip we're going to mention today. Engage with our audience. Okay, that's what we want to do. We want to engage with our audience. That's a really key tip. And we're saving the best for last. Promote your videos in different platforms. So all of these tips we're going to talk about today. So let's get started and talk about create engaging informative content. So that's the first place we want to start. Okay, so create engaging and informative content. So if we want to gain more subscribers on our channel, we have to create highly engaging and informative content. Why? Because if not, our audience is not going to pay attention, and they're not going to watch the video, and then the engagement's not going to be high, and they're not going to share the video, and they're not going to tell their friends or like it. And so this is where it all starts. You have to be able to plan your content, and not only planning your content, but you got to create it so it's engaging and informative. So how do you do that? Well, let's talk about that. So the first thing is you have to know your audience. Okay, so when you create a video, who you're creating the video for? I mean, that's where it all starts. So when you're creating your content, you're creating your content for your audience. You're not creating it for the entire world. Now, we know on YouTube there's a lot of cute videos about kittens and jokes and, people playing games, and, everybody likes positive things on YouTube. But, when we're talking about a specific topic, we really have to hone in on a target audience. And so if you know who your audience is, then you can really hone in on your content. Okay, so that's the first thing. Ask yourself, who is your audience? And then build your content around that specific audience. Don't build it just for the mass general population, because it's not going to be engaging and informative. So that's the first place to start. Then you want to engage that audience with relevant content. So if you know your audience, and depending on the topic, you want to make sure that whatever the topic is, the content matches the topic. Don't veer off course. If you veer off course, you're not going to engage your viewers. Your viewers are coming to watch the video for a specific reason. The reason is the topic. Okay, so if they're your target audience and they want to watch the video that's a specific topic, then the content has to align. So plan your video script. So if you know who your audience is and you know you want to engage them with relevant content, go ahead and plan the script out. So what I normally do is, have an outline, and then once I have the outline, then I go ahead and create my slides, if I will, or my topics, points I want to talk about, and then I write out those points. I want to make sure I get all my points in, and that's what you should be doing. You want to plan it ahead of time so that you can get all your relevant points across. That's what makes a video informative. Okay, you want to ensure to give maximum information to your audience. So the key here is maximum information. So you don't want want to overload the audience, but then again, you want to cut out information. So you want to make sure that when you're planning your script and you're writing the outline, that you're making sure you include all your points that you want to get across. Once you include those points, then go ahead and, write your script and make sure all the information for all those points are in the script. That's how you're going to ensure you give maximum information. But you don't want to overdo it. So if you feel like it's too much information, it probably is too much information. Back off a little. Use the information to create another video. So it's all about knowing your audience. So all of these points play against one another. So be clear and use more examples in your content, just like we're doing here. Okay, just like at the beginning of this session, I showed you an example of Simplilearn subscribers over the past 365 days. And so that's what we want to do. We want to be clear, but use examples to punctuate the content or the point we're trying to get across. So we want to include sources from high quality sites. So if you're going to use examples, make sure they're from relevant high quality sites. And when I mean high quality, meaning does your audience know who that source is or that site? If it's really specific and your audience may not know, then it's probably not high quality. So just keep that in mind. Always play to your audience. So you want to start your video with an interesting hook. So again, I go back to this example. If you're still watching this, then the hook worked. We showed you our subscriptions. We showed you how we grew over the course of a year. You could see our growth, and part of it was posting a lot of videos with relevant and informative content. And so you see how we did it, so you're paying attention. You want to know how to do it. And so part of what we did is exactly what I'm telling you now. We know who our audience is. We plan out our scripts. We use good examples, and we start our videos with interesting hooks. Now, when we do our videos, we also create original content. So that goes back to planning your script. Okay, you always want to, come across as original and informative. When you do that, you're going to be engaging. But if you're leveraging somebody else's content, then the engaging part may not resonate because it's not your content to begin with. So always, always, always use original content. Okay, so keep the content flow organized. So again, that goes back to an outline. Feel free to change up the outline so the flow makes sense. Add visuals to your content and make it appealing. Always include images. To me, if you can use images in your videos and play off the video or the images, then it's just going to flow and make it a little bit more engaging and appealing, meaning the content. So visuals help guide and aid in the points you're trying to make. So don't make it so text heavy. Accentuate it, balance it with some images. Use simple language and crisp sentences, meaning don't use jargon, don't come across and talk above your audience. You always want to talk to your audience and talk in a language that they're going to understand. So it goes back to point one. If you know who your audience is, you're talking to them as if they're right in front of you and not you're above them or they're below you. You want to talk at them. So add cards, end screens, and pattern interrupts to engage your audience. And so YouTube cards are just interactive panels that slide in and out when a video is playing. So it encourages interaction by the viewer. Okay, so you can add up to 5 cards, which include images, text, or clickable links. So feel free to play around with some of these features that YouTube has to offer to make your content more engaging. So tip 2, publish videos frequently. So creating and uploading videos consistently will help you increase your YouTube subscribers. So suppose you haven't published videos for more than say a month or 2 months, it's likely that that audience is not going to subscribe to your channel. So think about YouTube videos as a popular TV program that comes on once a week. When a new episode comes on based on the regular schedule, it's consistency. And that consistency is what helps your users stay engaged. So for example, if I go back to our YouTube channel, what helped us gain subscribers was our consistency in publishing videos. You could see we were consistent in publishing a couple of videos a week, every couple of weeks. And so this helps users stay engaged. They know when the video is coming out. They know that Simplilearn is good for 2, 3, 4 videos a month. And the great thing about publishing videos is that when somebody does subscribe to your channel, they're going to get a notification, or YouTube has an option where they can get a notification via email. So I subscribe to Simplilearn's channel. I subscribe to other channels like Google Analytics, for example. So anytime Google Analytics publishes publishes a video, I get an email that says, hey, Google Analytics YouTube channel just published a video. And the great thing is I'm checking my email and I'm getting this notification in Gmail. So guess what? I can watch the video right then and there just by clicking on the link in the email. I don't even have to go to the channel. But knowing that if you publish consistently and somebody does get the email once a week, then it's more likely they're going to engage, especially if the content is original, engaging, and informative. So frequent video publishing equals more subscriptions. So according to Social Media Examiner, YouTube channels that publish videos more than once a week are performing much better. So if you can afford to publish more videos more than once a week, the chances of you gaining subscribers quicker are going to be greater. So keeping a fixed frequency can help you quickly gain more subscribers. Posting videos is almost like blogging. I always say start small. If you could do one blog post a month, and then once you get in a routine, then you can ramp up the frequency. So from one blog post, you could do 2 a month, then 4 times a month, then once a week or twice a week. Same with the YouTube videos. You want to get into a rhythm, start with once a month, then ramp it up. Okay, you'll find that the more you ramp it up, the more subscribers you're going to get. So tip 3, optimize your YouTube videos. So optimizing your videos will help your content rank higher on YouTube. So this is a must. It's not a given, it's a must. You must optimize your videos if you want people to see them. Of course, if you don't optimize, people aren't going to see them, then people aren't going to engage and then not subscribe. So it's just kind of a snowball effect. So this is an important tip. So I mentioned it at the beginning when we were going over all the items we're going to discuss. This is the one item that is a must and a given to some degree, because if you don't optimize your videos, they're just not going to be found. So you need that audience to watch your video. So audiences who tend to interact more with your content have more chance to subscribe to your channel, but they're not going to subscribe if they don't even watch your video. So there is a snowball effect in play here if we don't optimize your videos. So, okay, Rob, what are some of the tips to optimize your YouTube video? Well, let's go through some of those tips. So to ensure your videos reaches the relevant audience on YouTube, you need to optimize the title, description, and the video tag. Okay, Rob, what do you mean by title, description, and video tag? So let's take a look at that. So when you actually create your YouTube video, you're going to have an opportunity to put in a title. You're going to have an opportunity to put in a description, and you're going to have an opportunity to add tags. So those are the 3 key areas. Okay, so once you put in that, what it looks like on the front end is this. So if I go back to YouTube, and here you can see another video that we did about a month ago, you can see what is SEO. So if that's our topic, if that's our title or of the content of the video, then the title of the video is going to be what is SEO. And you can see we also added in some other content for the title. So what is SEO and how does it work? SEO tutorial for beginners, and then our brand name. So we have some content to work with for the title. Okay, and then the description, we have a lot of characters to work with description. So use as much as you can here to describe what the video is about. Here you can see we did that. And so it's always good to include this information. Okay, and then you can see we have tags up here: SEO, SEO tutorial for beginners, digital marketing. So we put in the necessary information here on this video to help us rank, because if we don't optimize it, we're not going to rank. And so you can see we just put a lot of relevant content around the description, around the title, and around those tags. By doing so, we're able to optimize this video and get found. So that's just an example. 3 of the things you can do to help optimize your YouTube video. So if you want to watch more on how to optimize meta tags, then I suggest maybe watching the other video we did on the subject, how to rank YouTube videos. So this goes into more detail about how to optimize the title, the meta description, and the meta tags. But those are 3 quick fields or areas that you can use to optimize your video. So just something to keep in mind: write a long description with keywords, timestamps, and links. So what I mean by timestamps, with timestamp, an audience can choose the section of the video that they want to look for, and then links, prefer to include relevant links of your other videos. So those are just some additional tips to help keep your content engaging. So remember, when your content is engaging, then people are going to like it, people are going to share it and watch it later. So upload a captivating thumbnail. Okay, so you want to include a thumbnail that's going to grab grab people's attention. You want to upload a transcript of the video. So that goes back to when you're creating your content, when you write your original content, you want to keep a transcript of the content of the video so that you can upload that as well. And then add a start screen and end screen to your YouTube videos. So that way, when somebody plays the video, they're going to see it, what it looks like up front. And then when they finish it, they're going to see an end screen at the end. And so you just don't want to keep it dark and black and non-descriptive. So according to Backlinko, using an exact keyword in your video title can help you with rankings. So high ranking, more views, more subscribers. So that's what I've been saying all along. You need to get these videos optimized. So again, use an exact keyword in your video title. So let's go back again to that video I just showed you a couple minutes ago. What is SEO? So here we started out with a question, what is SEO? That's the name of the title. That's our exact title of the video. That's our exact keyword. Okay, so what is SEO and how does it work? And then SEO tutorial for beginners. So what is SEO is our exact keyword. And that's part of the video. That's the content of the video. That's in the title. And we use it throughout the description as well. So using that exact keyword in your video title can help with the ranking. So whatever your topic is, your title of the video or the topic of the video, include it in the title. So Backlinko also mentions that there is a moderate correlation between a channel's total subscribers and rankings. And so for some of you, this may be common sense. It's just like organic search. If you're not ranking, you're not going to get traffic. On YouTube, if you're not ranking, you're not going to get eyeballs on your videos and you're not going to get subscribers. So higher rankings can help you to get more subscribers, but you can't get those rankings unless you optimize. And so again, just for the sake of simplicity, going back, focus in on your title. Make sure your title matches the title of the video itself. When you're publishing your description, use all the amount of content available to you. So you can see it, this entire description has a lot of content. Maximize the content and then use tags. Using those three fields, those three areas can help you optimize your video and gain the necessary ranking you need to get viewers, which will turn into subscribers. So tip 4, optimize your YouTube channel. So we just talked about optimizing our videos. Now we're going to turn our attention to our YouTube channel. So one of the easiest ways to ask your viewers to subscribe to your channel is really by creating a great YouTube channel trailer. You also want to add channel keywords, a description, and some good artwork, and then having sections and playlists to keep your videos organized. These are all good tips to creating a good YouTube channel. So let's talk about some of these tips here. So we want to give your audience a preview what your channel is offering. So this is by hooking your audience with a trailer. So you can create a trailer to, just give your audience an idea of who you are as a brand, what kind of videos you're going to be posting, and give them a kind of a taste of what the future videos are going to be like. Okay, you can even tell them your release schedule in the trailer. So you can start out by saying, hey guys, we're new to this. We're going to be posting 1 video a month, but as we get rolling, maybe 2 per month and 1 per week. Just being honest and open and talking to your audience and get them excited about future videos. That's what the trailer is all about. So you also want to keep the channel description short and interesting. So in your channel, you want to have a description of what the channel is all about, what kind of videos you're going to be posting. So in addition to the trailer, you want to write something short and interesting. Then we want to use keywords in our channel description, just like in the videos with what is SEO. We included what is SEO in the title. We included, what is SEO in the description. And so we want to be true to what our channel is. So pick keywords, not only include those keywords in the videos, but include them in the channel description. Pay attention to the first 100 to 150 characters of your channel description, because that's what's shown next to your channel on the search results. So for example, here you can see we have a description here. Simplilearn is one of the world's leading certification training providers. We partner with companies and individuals to address. And so you can see those characters, 100 to 150, are what shows up in the channel description when somebody's trying to understand hey, Simplilearn just uploaded this video. Who is Simplilearn? So you want to write short, interesting channel description so that when somebody's first introduced to your video, they could see what your brand's all about. So end your description with an appropriate call to action. So short, interesting, good call to action at the end of the video. A good call to action would be, hey, check out our next video or check out our latest video. Something that's going to gauge somebody and get them to watch one of your videos. So you want to pick interesting channel art. So let's turn our attention to the Simplilearn channel page. And here you can see we recently had reached a milestone. So recently reached the 200,000 subscribers. So 200,000 subscribers is a big achievement for Simplilearn. We went ahead and updated our channel art. And I'm sure when we reach 500K, we'll update the artwork then too. But the point is you want to keep your channel art kind of interesting, hip, and cool. And feel free to change it out every once in a while. So you have that option in YouTube to do. I mean, so it's very simple. So here you can see Simplilearn's channel. If we go home, we got all our videos listed here. We got the About Us, something very short and interesting about us. Here's our call to action. For more information, visit Simplilearn. So you want to make sure when you create your channel, get some good artwork in there, put your description in play, and create your first videos and get them posted up there and optimize them accordingly. Okay, so some other tips to go with that channel art and description is a profile picture relevant to your brand. So you always want to maybe put the company logo up there. Okay, so here you can see we have the company logo. Add accurate and relevant channel keywords. So if we go back to who we are, who are we? We're the world's leading certification training provider. Okay, that's who we are. Okay, we partner with companies and individuals. So we're all about training, and training is one of our keywords. So you could see at Simplilearn, we provide online training in machine learning, AWS, Amazon Web Services, DevOps, big data, digital marketing, project management, a lot of different topics. So make sure that's included in the channel description. Feature the playlist on your homepage. So if we go back to the homepage, we can see here we have our channels. So you can see we have AI, machine learning, trending technologies, cloud computing tutorials, DevOps tutorials, popular videos, big data. We have a lot of different channels. So you want to organize your videos into different playlists. So those playlists are going to feature on the homepage of your channel. So how you organize the playlist is totally up to you, but I would certainly create a playlist for different sections. So depending on your product, your services, think about how you want to organize. Don't just stick all your videos in one playlist. Then optimize the playlist titles and descriptions for search rankings. So just like the videos themselves, just like the channel description, you have an opportunity to optimize the playlist titles and descriptions. So be very keen on aligning the right keyword with the playlist title. So here you can see programming language tutorials, project management tutorials, digital marketing tutorials. So we're very clear on how we go about choosing our titles because we want to optimize those playlist titles. Okay, we can rearrange our videos in a playlist. So we want to rearrange the videos in a way that we're maybe putting the freshest, the most newest, the video that's been published last first. So almost in descending order, if you will. So we want our users to see what video has the latest in that particular playlist. So they're seeing the most recent first. But you can rearrange your videos any way you want. Feel free to play around with it. Of course, you can also take the video that's the most popular and put that up front so people could see that first. Vice versa, you could take a video that maybe hasn't gotten a lot of views or isn't ranked particularly high. Maybe put that video up so it can get some views and some shares and likes. So how you rearrange your videos is totally up to you. Just have some rationale behind that. So choose a playlist thumbnail from a top performing video. So for example, if I go back to our YouTube page, you can see the top performing videos here. For example, this one, we got a nice thumbnail here. What is machine learning? So if I click on that, that's one of our most popular videos. So 3,000 likes on this video, a lot of views, 250,000 plus views. So have a thumbnail to go along with that particular video. So according to Backlinko, YouTube SEO ranking factor study discovered that channel keywords have a small yet significant correlation with higher YouTube search rankings. So channel keywords keywords. So when you're optimizing your channel and you want to include keywords, start with your description. So if I go back to our channel, okay, if I go back about us, make sure your description has those relevant keywords in it. That's where it all starts. So in case you have any doubts, if you're not sure about everything we talked about on optimizing the channel, go ahead and drop a comment below, because we do respond to every comment that gets posted on our videos. So if you're not sure how to go about optimizing your channel, when you say align keywords with the channel, what does that really mean? So if you want some clarity on that, go ahead and drop us a channel. If you're not sure about the trailer video, drop us a comment. We're more than happy to expand upon the explanation of how to best optimize your channel. Okay, tip number 5, produce high quality videos. So we need to get in the habit of producing high quality videos, because viewers don't prefer to watch videos that have poor audio and video quality. It's just that simple. You need to know what it takes to produce high quality videos. If you don't, you're just going to discredit. You're not going to come across as relevant. You're not going to come across as qualified, professional. There's a lot of things attached to poor quality videos. So we need to create high quality videos for the end user. So let's talk about some ways in which you can create high quality videos. And so the first is to avoid any noise in the background. So you want to have a nice quiet atmosphere, no distractions, so people can hear you clearly and only you clearly. You want to use good audio recording equipment. There's plenty of options available on the internet. Usually I would recommend going with something paid, not overly expensive, because you get what you pay for. So if you use something free, it might not be of good quality, and you might not have all the features and bells and whistles with a free option. So, use good audio recording equipment. Again, it could be online or it could be some software. Just make sure that you're able to produce good high quality video and audio. So when you do purchase that audio recording equipment, you want to have something similar to an input volume meter. That way you can see whether your audio is coming across or not. So if you're not seeing green lights, then your audio is not coming across. If it's red, it might be distorted. And so you want something that's going to signify that you're really pushing out good quality audio. You want to create your videos in 1080 pixel size. Okay, that's HD. And so you want to have at least minimum 1080. So anything less than that, it's probably going to come across as not so good. Maybe staticky, blurry, not professional, not high def. So you want to create a high def video, and 1080 is about the minimum you want to go. And then you want to plan your video script before filming. So it goes back to some of the other points I made earlier. You always want to have a video script available so you know what you're saying when you're recording your audio. That way you're not doing something on the fly. And then you want to use good lighting for video recording. So you don't want to be in a dark place. You want some nice lighting so your video comes across well lit. People could see you. They're not struggling to strain their eyes on what it is you're trying to show and appear because of poor lighting. Again, it just comes across as professional. So if you can, shoot a high def video with good audio, speaking clearly, having a professional script with some good lighting, then people are going to take you serious, and they're going to start to listen and engage and see the video as good quality and very relevant and informative, and share it. So use slow motion and jump cuts wisely. So there's some features you could do with your video. Using slow motion and jump cuts are some of the features you can use to accentuate your points. And then set up a green background for recording. Again, this is for making sure that the video part of it comes across in good quality. And then stabilize your video recordings with a tripod. That way you're not moving your video camera all around, and again, it's coming across as shaky and poor quality. Shoot horizontal videos. You don't want to go vertical. It tends to cut the screen. So you want to stay horizontal so that people can see everything that should be included in the video. Okay, you want to capture a wider shot using a clip-on lens. Again, a good feature, a good tip to use that wider shot. Okay, so you could do that using a clip-on lens. And then choose good video editing software. I can't state this enough, because you're putting all this time and effort into a video. You need to be able to edit it, to cut out, some of the things you didn't want to say, or maybe some poor quality, or you just want to have a smooth, professional output for your video. And so you gotta have good video editing software. There's plenty of options available on the internet. Again, I would go with something low cost but paid. Usually free isn't exactly the way you want to go if you're trying to create a high def, good quality video. And at the very least, review your work before publishing. I just said it a minute ago. I'll say it again. You want to be able to have a really professional video in high def. When you have a good professional video in high def with good audio, horizontal shots, nice green background image, nice well lit, it's going to come across as professional. And if you have a professional video, then people are going to take you seriously. They're going to see you as a professional, and then share or subscribe and like, and then they're going to watch more videos. And that's how you start to build up a reputation as being a very professional organization. So just following these simple tips on producing high quality videos. So you want to review your work, because if you don't, you put all that effort into it, and then you're going to realize, hey, your video is low quality, and then you're going to have to do it all over again. So follow these tips, get a high quality video, and you should be on your way to ranking. In fact, according to Backlinko, YouTube preferably ranks HD videos. So you got to have that 1080 pixel size. That way, your video is going to come across crisp and clear, and YouTube prefers that. Tip 6, add a subscriber watermark to your videos. So this is a great feature in YouTube. So it's a feature that allows you to add a watermark that can be shown on all your videos. The reason why you want that watermark, because you want to keep reminding your audience to subscribe to your channel. The watermark can be whatever you want, but normally it's going to be some type of logo or brand and a call to action. And so how do you add a watermark to your video? Well, you log into your YouTube account. It's pretty simple. At the top right corner, you're going to select your Creator Studio icon, and then you're going to go to channel, select branding, and then add a watermark to your video. So if we look at that in YouTube, so here, Creator Studio, on the left side navigation, I'm just going to click channel, then I'm going to click branding, and then once you click branding, you have the ability to add your watermark, and then you can add it to the entire video, at the end of the video, at a specific start time, and then just click update, and that's pretty much it. So you want to be able to add this so that you can brand your videos with an image and then add that CTA. So this is a good feature for YouTube. It allows you to be consistent with all your videos by branding and adding that call to action. Tip 7, engage with your audience. So you want to be able to interact with your audience as much as possible. Just because it's a video and you can't see people doesn't mean you can't engage with them. So when you interact with your viewers, especially when you interact with them immediately, there's gratification. Everybody likes to be responded to. Nobody likes to be ignored. And so when somebody is responded to, there's a higher chance that your viewers are likely to gonna become customers. It's just customer service is how you really want to look at this. Okay, so when you engage, you're creating a service for your customers. So here are some tips on how to engage with your audience. So first is at the end of every video, convey a thank you message to your viewers. Thank you for spending the time out of your busy day to watch this video. Some of our videos go an hour plus long. And so when somebody's taken an hour to watch a video, it's only the least you can do is thank them. Now, you can thank them and give them some information about where to go for more information. Because if they watch the whole video, they're already engaged and they're probably going to want to learn more. So you always want to follow up the thank you with where to go for more information, just like our videos always convey at the end. Okay, you always want to ask your audience for their feedback or ideas on the video. So with YouTube, there's a comment section, and you always want to encourage comments. So comments can be in the form of feedback. So as you're watching this video, feel free to leave feedback on other ways to engage with your audience or some other tips to increase your subscribers on YouTube. So we're always looking for those ideas. We want to keep it engaging. So somebody may have some other ideas that we didn't think about. And so we always appreciate that from our audience. So we very much appreciate the feedback that our audience gives us. So not all the feedback is always going to be positive. Some of the feedback could be less than positive or even negative. There could be mistakes. So the idea behind getting feedback is you want to look at it, you want to read it, and you want to react to it. You want to react to it positively. And the form of, a thank you for the feedback and looking at the feedback, weighing it, and incorporating the feedback. So you don't always want to make the same mistake twice in a video. So if there's something definitely wrong with the video that we're doing, for example, and somebody looked at it and gave us feedback on it, we'd certainly definitely take a deep look into that and try not to do the same mistake twice, because likely that user is going to watch the video again. So you always want to learn from your mistakes, okay? And you want to turn those mistakes or turn those comments into future videos, okay? So create videos based on your commenters' request. The audience is giving us feedback. We should take that as positive, and sometimes that's creative. Sometimes there's ideas for more videos. Okay, you always want to ask questions to your audience and reward excellent commenters. So we try to ask questions in our videos, and when users respond with their answer, if there's an excellent comment or excellent answer, we can reward them. Reward them in the form of, say, some type of gift card or gift certificate or promotion or something. There's always some way to incentivize somebody who provides excellent feedback. You can always give emoji hearts. There's so many emojis out there that you can use emojis just to engage with your audience based on the feedback they're giving. The point is, if your audience is taking the time to give feedback, you always want to respond to it. And you want to respond to it positive. So emojis tend to have a positive connotation to them. And so responding with an emoji, especially to a favorite comment, goes a long way. So you can reward your community both on and off YouTube for their engagement and support. And that's just being creative. You can reward in many ways, not necessarily monetarily, but by recognition. You could do promotions, you could do something fun. There's always ways to reward. And prefer to host live streams and interact with your audience. So you don't always have to do a pre-recorded video. There's certainly, YouTube has them, other platforms like Facebook have them, Instagram. So you can certainly reach out to your audience with a live stream. And that's talking directly to your audience right there in the flesh. So when you can have an opportunity to talk to your audience and engage with them, that's always going to work, because they can see personality, they can see what you're all about, and there's two-way conversation. And so that will lend to more of a, relationship, so to speak, with your audience. So you want to create videos for subscribers. Subscribers can get impressed when a channel dedicates a video for them. So, take the time out to create a video just for your subscribers. Subscribers are the ones who are most likely going to engage with you. Okay, they're your loyal fan base. So if you create something for them, that's a form of a reward. So you can captivate your viewers by uploading interesting YouTube stories as well. You can also hear from your audience and get their videos and use their videos and upload them to your channel. So according to Backlinko, video comments have a very strong correlation with ranking. So as you create a video, feel free to talk to your audience and ask them, hey, if you have any comments, feel free to put them in the comment section right below this video. I see that a lot now with a lot of videos, and I'm going to ask my audience right now to do the same thing. If there's anything you see about rewarding the audience or engaging with the audience, feel free to comment. We'd love to get your suggestions, because if you can engage with the audience even more, then that's only going to net positive results, not only in rankings, but with your subscriber base. So comments are the way to go. Solicit comments, respond to the comments, reward the comments. Tip number 8, promote your videos on different platforms. So promoting your videos on different platforms has been around for many years. It's a good strategy. Once you create your video on YouTube, you want people to see it. You want to get it out there. So if you want to increase your YouTube subscribers, this is a strategy you have to perform. So let's take a look at all the ways you can use and leverage different platforms to increase your subscribers. So before you do that, you want to research and discover how you can use different platforms. So the first thing you want to do is look at the platforms you're already using. If you're using Facebook and Instagram, that's probably a good place to start. But there's other platforms you can also leverage, and we're going to talk about those. So social media, most companies, most individuals are on in some form or fashion, amongst the most popular like Facebook and Instagram. So you could start there. So with Facebook, you can post something, include the link of your YouTube video. With Facebook, if you're a business, you have a business page, you're communicating with your community. And that's a great way to get started by promoting your YouTube video. You can also do the same on Twitter or Instagram or whatever platform you're on. Go ahead and post something or tweet something and include that link to YouTube. You can participate in forums and blog discussions. So there's plenty of forums and blogs out there where you can participate in a discussion and include a link to the YouTube video if it's relevant and natural. So for example, here, there's a blog about machine learning. You can include, if you have a video about machine learning, in the response to that conversation. In this example, we've done that on Reddit. Okay, you can list your video in relevant and reputable directories. There's plenty of directories out there. There's plenty of video directories, okay, that you can just go ahead and publish your video on. You can use testimonial link building, okay, so somebody can provide a testimonial, include the link of your video. You can opt for influencer marketing. So if there's somebody that is associated that likes your brand or product and has a large following, you can ask them to post the video on your behalf. It's a great way to reach an audience fairly quickly. Okay, you can earn backlinks from relevant and authoritative websites. So for example, if you look at this website here, Techgenics, okay, there's a article here about, certificate of achievements, okay, for AWS. So if you scroll down, we could see our video is included here in this particular web page. So this is a high quality web page, okay, that's generating a backlink for us. Not only is it generating a backlink, it's also generating traffic and awareness for the video. Go ahead and find out if there's any websites that are relevant to your video topic and see if you can collaborate with them on producing a web page to include that video. You can also take advantage of email marketing by adding your YouTube link in the email signature. For example, it's a simple email. Any email client like Gmail or Yahoo or even Hotmail or Outlook is going to have an ability to, or give you the ability to add a signature. In the signature, you could simply just include a link to the video or to your YouTube channel. It doesn't have to be to a specific video, but it's a way to get people to your YouTube page or to that video. So the whole idea is more eyeballs, more potential subscribers. Engage your audience by posting your video links on community pages. So for example, we're promoting something here on a community page, and that's going to get some additional traffic over to us. You can always bookmark your videos on bookmarking sites like stumbledupon.com. Again, this is free, very little time to do this, but it's a chance for you to get the video out there and even generate a backlink. You can collaborate with other YouTube channels. This is always a good strategy. If you're creating a video on a particular topic on YouTube, chances are there's probably somebody else out there doing the same thing. It doesn't have to be necessarily a competitor. It can be a complementary product or service. And if you offer that, then go ahead and collaborate with them and see if you can exchange your videos on their channel. And you could take their video and put it on your channel in a particular playlist. Okay, so that's a way to collaborate with other YouTube channels, is swap videos. You could join high PR QA sites and post answers to the questions related to your video, like Quora is always a good example, or eHow. Okay, so Quora, there's always a question being posted, and if you have the answer to that question in the form of your video, then go ahead and post a response with a link to the video on YouTube. It's a great way to get the video noticed, and it's relevant and natural. Okay, you can embed videos in your blog posts, or if you're using a platform like WordPress, for example, very easy to go ahead and just take that video. You can even just put the link in the blog post. I like this option. I think blog posts are always good because you don't have to be text heavy with a blog post. You want to create a blog post that's nice and balanced with an image and text, but if you put a video to support your blog post, that goes even further. And blog posts themselves can be engaging and interactive with your audience. So having a video in your blog post always goes well, in my opinion. Okay, so you can promote other videos in your end screen. For example, at the end of your video, you can always promote something related, like we've done here in this example. So lots of ideas. Get your video out there. Use them in email. Use them in your blog post. Go to free bookmarking sites like StumbleUpon. Collaborate with other people on YouTube. Go to Quora, respond to a question. Use social social media to your advantage. There's lots of opportunities to get your video out there. The more you can get your video out there, the more traffic you're going to get. The more traffic you get to the video, the more subscribers you're going to get. So that's how the game is played in order to get your video out there. But these are relatively, low time consuming ideas to get your video. And today we're going to talk about how to get traffic to your website. So thank you for joining, and let's get started. So let's imagine you're setting up your own website. Okay, you're clicking away, you're developing using some good tools, you're developing, you're designing, you're doing some QA, you're testing, you're sharing with friends in an alpha version, and then finally your website is all set up. Congratulations. Well, when you hit enter and your website is finally published, what's going to happen? Well, a few days later, you're checking your website and you're looking at analytics and you notice your traffic's very low. Okay, well, you're scratching your head because you've done all this work with your website, but you're not getting any traffic. So the reason is you spent all your time developing and designing the website to make it look good, but you didn't do anything or any planning or any strategy around bringing users to your website. So the two go hand in hand. You just can't build a website without thinking about how to drive users to the website. And so before I tell you how to bring traffic to your website, let me tell you why this is so important. Okay, why do we want to bring users to our website? I mean, it has to be on equal ground as web development and design. Is somebody who goes to your site and then does something when they get to your site. So you have users, and when those users get to your site, they're generating page views and traffic. And you want to turn that traffic into engagement. Okay, so each page's traffic is configured independently of all their pages. So when somebody goes to your website, they look at a page, that's a page view. And certain pages on your website, you want to turn that page view into a conversion. Okay, whether that be, looking at a video or purchasing something. So think of these pages on your website as salespeople. They're trying to convert visitors who come to your website. But first, we need to get the visitors to your website. So when you get visitors to your website, again, you can generate sales, which means revenue, or you can increase brand awareness, or you can earn revenue through sponsored posts and advertisements. So if you have, for example, a lot of content on your website, you can turn that into revenue by hosting ads on your website. So when somebody clicks on that ad, you're going to earn a percentage of that click, okay, what that click is worth. So having a website means a lot of good things for you, but first you got to get the traffic there. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tell you how to drive traffic to your website. So there's lots of different ways in which you can bring traffic to your website. Well, the first is paid advertising. So paying to advertise your products, services with ads is one of the easiest ways to drive traffic to your website. So some of the options available are search ads, social media ads, or display ads. So search ads are ads that are displayed in the search engine results. So when a user types in a keyword query, you want your ad to show up based on that keyword query. Okay, so an example is digital marketing course. Somebody types in digital marketing course and Simplilearn is the first ad that shows up. How do we know it's an ad? Because you can see the word ad next to the domain. So when somebody clicks on that link, Simplilearn is going to pay Google. So that's how search advertising works. Okay, the next is social. So social media marketing involves increasing traffic or engagement or brand awareness, so lots of different strategies. But instead of doing this on search, you're doing it on a social media platform. Okay, so for example, you can advertise on any particular platform. And the way you advertise could be with an image, it could be with a video. So in this case, you could see Cobrio is doing a sponsored ad here, how to succeed with Google Ads. And then another form of advertising is display. So display means creating ads that are placed on specific websites. So with display, unlike search, you have a choice in the ad format. With search, you only have text ads. But with display, you have text ads, image ads, rich media ads, video ads. So you have lots of different options in which you can advertise on other websites. So the idea here is to get your ad in front of the right audience. When they could see your display banner, your banner ad, then it's going to be more visual, more appealing, generate some brand interest, and hopefully you can get somebody to click on that ad and over to your website. So that's paid advertising, again, through search, through social, through display, but you can also promote your site on social media. So once your content has gone live, you could take advantage of different social media platforms. I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to promote, because what you're trying to promote needs to align with the appropriate social media platform. So Facebook is best suited for industries like food and beverages and news and media, and if you're selling a product. So you fall under one of those categories, and Facebook could be the right platform for you. If you're involved in, again, beauty or food and beverage or e-commerce, then you can also leverage Instagram, which is part of Facebook's ecosystem. So if you advertise on Facebook, you can also advertise on Instagram or Instagram. So it doesn't have to be and Facebook and Instagram. It could be Facebook or Instagram. You also have LinkedIn as a platform. LinkedIn is great for B2B. So if you're trying to promote industry news or tips and best practices or job postings, then LinkedIn is the place for you. It's a B2B platform. It's great for targeting specific industries, targeting specific job levels or job descriptions. Okay, so LinkedIn is great if you're into B2B, focusing on the business side of it. So you also have YouTube. Now, YouTube is part of Google's ecosystem. YouTube is a video platform. Okay, so it's great if you're trying to promote gaming or entertainment, or if you're a vlogger. Okay, so YouTube's a great way to promote your site by getting your product out there in the form of a video. Okay, then you have Twitter. Twitter, to me, encompasses a lot of different industries: beauty and fitness, news and media, entertainment. Okay, you have limited number of characters, but a lot of people are active on Twitter. And it's a great way to generate some awareness and get some clicks over to your website. So these are just some of the most popular social media platforms. Of course, there are plenty more out there. The third way in which you can drive traffic to your site is guest blogging. So most of you already know what blogging is all about. Well, if you're blogging for your own site, you can jump on somebody else's site and blog on their behalf. So having the opportunity to guest post on another website can be very helpful, because one, that other blog could have lots of traffic and have a well-known brand. So if you're blogging on another blog, it's going to build your brand awareness and potentially increase traffic to your blog or website. So it exposes to you to targeted traffic. So if you're going to guest blog on a site that's very relevant to your business or industry. That way you're targeting the right audience. Okay, you can expand your personal network. So getting yourself out there, getting your brand out there in front of a different audience. And then obviously for SERPs, because it generates a backlink. So SERPs, search engine ranking pages, means that, hey, if you want to rank organically, you're going to have to generate some backlinks. So guest blogging is a way to generate some backlinks to your site. And in effect, that's going to help you get your pages ranked higher, because Google is going to recognize the relationship from one blog to your blog and build up your relevancy. So some other benefits here to guest blogging is you can grow your social media following, because you can then promote that on social media that you're guest blogging. Okay, again, you can improve your online authority. Okay, because when you're guest blogging and you have recognition on that guest blog, if it's a popular blog, then that's going to help your domain and page authority for SEO. And then the end result is going to improve your backlink score. So there are a lot of benefits to guest blogging. To me, at the end of the day, it's just about reaching out to your audience, using another platform to do that in the form of a blog. And the results of that is going to mean more brand awareness for you in turning that traffic from that other blog into qualified leads. So you can also interview industry thought leaders. So that's another way, an interesting way to generate traffic to your site. So reaching out to thought leaders for interviews, okay, could generate some credibility for you and the other person. So it's reciprocal. So it means that you're active in the industry that you're in. And it allows you to engage with other leaders in the industry. And the indirect net result of that could be increased traffic, because if you do the interview and you record it, or if it's via video, then you can obviously post it on other platforms. And that could in turn drive traffic to your website. Obviously, just like guest blogging, it's going to increase your reach. So getting yourself out there. If nobody knows who your brand is, and they know who the thought leaders are, and they see you interviewing the thought leaders, then that's going to put you in front of these people. And so it's going to increase your reach. Another way to drive traffic to your website is just to make sure your website's responsive. And what do we mean by responsive? Well, we mean, does it work on multiple devices? Specifically mobile. So depending on the device, your website hides, shows, shrinks, enlarges, or moves content so that it conforms to the browser that person's looking at on your for your website. So if somebody's looking on mobile at your website, you want to make sure that your website adjusts accordingly. So you want to be able to, test to make sure it's responsive. And so is content arranged based on importance? Okay, does it work across different browsers on different devices? And do the images, text, and everything else align just like it does on desktop? So there are plenty of tools out there on the web. All you need to do is just do a search for, check my website for responsiveness. So you can use plenty of tools to check to see if your website is responsive towards multiple devices. Why is that important? Because if somebody goes to your website via mobile and your site doesn't align properly, or the content's all stretched out and somebody has to maneuver their browser just to see your website, then chances are they're not going to come back. Chances are they're not going to convert. Okay, so you want to be able to revise your device browser combinations. You want to make sure that everything works accordingly. You want to be able to test those fonts, make sure they look good. And then you also want to make sure that people can navigate. So if they're on mobile, are they going to navigate just as easy as they can on desktop? And if you have any pop-ups, you want to probably make sure they're removed. So that way when somebody's looking at your website, they're not getting interfered with on mobile. And then of course you want to make sure that these pages load. Okay, so they load just as quick on desktop as they should on mobile, and vice versa. So they should not take a long time to load. So moving on from responsiveness on mobile to building a brand community. So brand community refers to a group of people who identify your brand and use your brand as a platform to exchange ideas and contribute content. Some advantages of having a brand community are promoting brand evangelism and loyalty. It can be a source of feedback, loyalty, and ideas. So build a community, build a brand community who, identify with you. Okay, so continue to, treat these people as loyal customers. Okay, maybe give them a promotion to use specifically just for them that they can use on your website, or talk directly to them because you know that they're followers, they're repeat customers, they purchase from you multiple times. So talk to them differently as well. You know who these people are. And that's what building a brand's all about. It's about identifying your brand with other people, okay? And identify people who identify with your brand, and messaging and talking to them as if they're part of your own community, your own family. So you can use user-generated content that provides future marketing strategies. So the feedback you get from your own community could be in turn used to promote or used in future marketing strategies, i.e. advertising, i.e. post on social. Okay, it can also provide PR opportunities. So it's a chance for you to, put out press releases based on the community that you built. So any brand, regardless of who it is, should be able to identify with their audience, their target audience, and that target audience eventually going to become part of a community. These are a group of people who identify with you, what you're trying to sell, what your cause is, what your mission statement is, what your service is. They identify with you. So leverage them and reciprocate. Identify them, talk to them separately, give them what they deserve, the respect and loyalty that they deserve as well, because they're communicating and they're following you as a brand. So the next thing you could do to drive traffic is be active in the comment section. So engage in relevant and thought-provoking conversations on other blogs and sites. It doesn't necessarily have to be another blog per se. It could be other sites like Reddit or Quora or Medium. Sites that have a lot of content that are broken out by industry, that allow you to engage in conversation, that allow you to either upvote or share or respond. Okay, so be active, because when you're active, people are going to see that, hey, you're a leader in the industry. You know what you're talking about. You have some brand equity. You have some thought and some knowledge on the specific topic and subject. So it just puts you in a better light when you can respond and be active on these different platforms. Okay, let's turn our attention to search engine optimization, also known as SEO or organic search. So in order to drive traffic to your site, you're going to have to implement an SEO strategy. Why do you want to implement an SEO strategy? Because it can help you improve your overall searchability and visibility on search engines. And obviously that comes with advantages. One of those advantages is obviously more traffic to the site. Search is still king in terms of volumes of people using search on a daily basis. So you have a great opportunity to be found. It also builds trust and credibility, because still a majority of the people who do a search click on an organic search listing. And so if you're found organically and you're ranked number 1, then chances are somebody's going to click on your listing. And it provides increased engagement and traffic. And so what that means is more traffic, more engagement. And engagement is something you define. It could be, again, a download of a document, or the clicking on the play button of a video, or submitting a form, or signing up for a newsletter, or calling. These are all forms of engagement. So the amount of traffic you drive from organic search to your website is only going to improve engagement. Okay, so you can also provide an improved user experience. And what do we mean by that? Well, if you're getting lots of traffic from organic search, you have a really good opportunity to do A/B testing. And when you do A/B testing, you can improve user experience, meaning you're showing one variation against the other from people coming from organic search. And so this is helpful in that, you know, if you're running an A/B test, the variation has a chance to improve or outperform the original. And if it outperforms the original, you're improving user experience. And then it helps target quality traffic. So SEO, to me, or all search, is the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway. You're addressing what they're looking for. So if somebody's looking for a pair of red women's Nike shoes, the 2019 model, and you have that particular product to offer, well, you have a chance of showing up via organic search. Somebody types in, women's red Nike shoes, size whatever, at the year 2019 model, then of course they're going to likely click on your listing, because you have what they're looking for. And that goes with any keyword, any industry, any business, any segment, any type of product you're selling. So again, you have a chance to really be visible for what people are looking for. And so that's the beauty of search engine optimization. You have a really good opportunity here to meet people halfway, to drive quality traffic, to get them to enjoy a good user experience, all the while generating engagement. And along with SEO, we want to be able to build backlinks. So SEO is a two-pronged approach, meaning you have two strategies in one: on-page and off-page. And so off-page involves backlinking. So backlinks are just links that direct users from other websites to your own website. So with that, inherently, it's going to drive traffic, qualified traffic to your website. Because if somebody's on a relevant website that's linking to yours, and they click on that link and go to your website, it's likely going to be qualified, meaning they're going to be relevant. And so backlinking, because it's an off-page strategy. Why is it an off-page SEO strategy? Because if Google crawls that other site that has a link to you, then that's going to give you credit, because Google will say, hey, this site's getting some links from some relevant sites. We must think they're relevant, and therefore we're going to trust this site. So by Google trusting your site, it's going to improve your organic ranking. And with the organic rankings being improved, meaning it's going to mean faster indexing. So what does that mean? So you want to be indexed by the search engines. And so the quicker Google can find your pages, even if it's on somebody else's site, then that means they're going to follow that link, go to that page on your site, and take that page back to their servers to be indexed. Okay, so the quicker you can get indexed, the quicker you can get found. And then it helps with referral traffic. So again, we noticed that our efforts are on SEO, organic search, but if you're getting traffic from another website, hey, that still counts. That's referral traffic. Okay, so that's a side advantage to having backlinks, is good traffic from other sites. Okay, so those are inherently some of the reasons to do backlinking. Okay, never hurts. I mean, there's brand awareness reasons to being on other sites as well. There's industry leadership, meaning if you post content on Reddit, okay, you're coming across as an industry leader, but yet generating a backlink, which helps with SEO and referral traffic. So there's a lot of benefits to building backlinks. And the opposite of backlinks are internal links. So you want to do internal linking, and that just means connecting one page on your site to another. And why is that beneficial? Because it can help direct visitors to other pages they wouldn't normally otherwise find via your navigation. So if you're active on a blog, don't be afraid to include multiple internal links. You want to move people through your site. You want the flow of traffic to go from one page to another to another. And so when you do internal linking, just like with backlinks, it's going to improve the indexing of your website. Google's going to follow those links and index those pages. And Google does give credit from an SEO perspective, from an internal linking perspective. So if one page is linked to another and that page has really good relevance in the eyes of Google, then the other page is probably going to benefit from that. The other reason you want to do internal linking, again, you want to move people from your one page of your site to the other. And when you do that, it's going to reduce bounce rates. So bounce rate is simply the rate at which people land on a page and then leave. So if I have 100 people land on my home page and only one person went to another page and the other 99 left the site, then that's a 99% bounce rate. So by putting internal links in place, you're helping people move from one page to the other and thus reducing the bounce rate. And that's what you want. You want to keep people on your site. You want to be greedy. It also drives traffic to older posts. So again, when we say older posts, we're really referring to blog posts. So if you have a relevant blog post and you're writing a new blog post, then link the two together. If it's relevant, link it. Regardless of how old it is. You want to show Google that these older blog posts, just because they were written a year ago, doesn't mean they're outdated and old-fashioned, okay, or useless. You want to keep them alive by linking to them. So to me, that's a good strategy for internal linking. Link to older blog posts. Show people you're an industry expert. You've been doing this for a while, and then you have lots of content to share. Okay, so the longer you can keep somebody on your website, the more likely it is they're going to engage and convert. And some other inherent benefits: improves page rank. So what we mean by page rank is simply just a rank that Google gives pages. So the more internal linking you have, the better off you are. And then it helps spread link juice across websites. And what we mean by link juice, again, just like backlinking, it builds relevancy. So just keep all these inherent benefits in mind to internal linking. The end result is keeping the flow of traffic on your site, and all these other benefits will fall into place. Okay, so another way in which you can really hone in on traffic to your website is long tail keywords. And long tail keywords to me are more than just one or two keyword phrases. Okay, so they're usually 3 or longer keywords in a phrase. Okay, so long tail keywords really nowadays account for most web searches. People really take the time to even pose questions as a search query. It's unlikely somebody's going to go into search and just type in the word shoes. They might type in red shoes, but that's unlikely. What they're probably going to type in is, red Nike running shoes 2019 or some variation of that. Okay, that's a long tail keyword. And some of the advantages of using long tail keywords to be found for are less competition. So if you're using broad keywords like red shoes, then who doesn't want to be found for red shoes? Well, you don't want to be found for red shoes because it's too broad. You don't know what type of shoes somebody's looking for. You just know they're looking for red shoes. It could be running shoes. It could be work shoes. It could be, boots. It could be slippers. Okay. It's too broad. So long tail keywords help narrow it in. And the more narrow and focused a keyword is, the less competition it's going to have. And when something's not competitive in the form of a keyword, then that means your chances of ranking for that keyword are going to be greater, and the chances of you ranking faster are going to be greater. And then, of course, if somebody's looking for exactly what you have to offer, then you have a higher chance to convert that person. So if you have exactly those 2019 red Nike women's running shoes, and somebody does a search for that, and that's a long tail keyword, and they click on your organic listing, if you have the right price, then they're probably going to convert. So you have a really good chance of converting somebody using long tail keywords. So my point here is if you're looking for keywords to use, focus on longer tail. Don't focus on one or two keyword phrases. What it also does is it brings targeted traffic. So even if somebody doesn't convert, hey, they could be back because it's exactly what they're looking for. And if you're focusing on longer tail keywords, like I just mentioned, stay away from the shorter ones. It's just easier to optimize your page for SEO. So remember, SEO is a two-pronged approach, on page and off page. We talked about off page with internal linking and backlinks. On page is all about making sure those keywords you choose are integrated in with the page you want to be found for. And so if you're using a long tail keyword, it's just easier to work that keyword in. So it enables easier on-page optimization. Okay, let's switch away from SEO to email marketing. So let's focus on email marketing as a form or method of driving traffic to your website. So email marketing has been around a long time in terms of digital marketing. Why? Because it provides an effective way to convert leads into sales. Why? Because you can send personalized emails to a target audience. So when you send an email to somebody on a regular basis, you know who that person is. So what are you doing in the email? You're writing a specific message to that person. Well, email marketing is the same thing, except you're just sending an email to a larger group of people. And when you send an email to a larger group of people, you're still going to personalize the message, right? You're not going to send a generic email to 1,000 people. Okay, nobody's going to do that. So make sure your email is targeted. And if it's targeted, it can be cost effective. Why? Because sending large amounts of emails, or let's just say an email to a large amount of people or a large group of people, is going to be cost effective. It's not cost per click, it's not cost per open. Okay, so email usually, depending on the email provider you're using, really is a flat fee. So it just really depends on how many emails you're sending or how many people you're sending the email to as well. So, but email generally tends to be more cost effective than other forms of marketing. So look at the email content provider you're using and just get a sense of what they charge. But if you look at it and do a comparison, email generally is cheaper than, say, doing pay-per-click, because with pay-per-click, you're paying for each click. Okay, so that could be expensive depending on the keywords. So email marketing is also time saving, okay, meaning it's a one-time thing and done. So once you send the email, it's just a matter of, watching and looking at the metrics and learning what's going on so you don't make the same mistakes again. But it is time conducive, meaning you send out one email and that's it. With pay-per-click, you're constantly measuring and managing the campaigns. And it provides real-time marketing. So when you do send the email, more than likely a majority of the people on day one or the day you send the email are going to be able to view it, open it, click on some of the links, and convert. So that's normally what happens in email. Majority of the people open it on day one and it kind of tails off from there. So think about it as real time. So when you send that email, and if you have 1,000 people on your email recipient list, break it up. Send the first 500 first with a different subject line. And then you can see the data come in. And if you don't see the good results from the subject line or the body of the email or, the page you're going to, then make adjustments before you send the other email to the next 500. So that's a great thing about email is you can break up the email into two groups. The first group and then the second group with different subject lines. And you can probably send them a little bit of time apart. That way you can learn from the first email. Because with email, you are generally going to get results right away, okay, within the first 24 hours. So that's a great thing about email. Okay, so the other thing about email, it's less intrusive. So normally people who are going to get the email are the ones who sign up for the email. So they're almost expecting your email. So when they get your email, again, as long as you're not sending an email on a daily basis, normally most companies send it monthly or bi-weekly, it's not going to be as intrusive. Okay, and then it also helps build credibility, increase visibility and brand awareness, meaning you're going to build your brand in that email. You're going to put content in that email that's going to show off your credibility. Meaning you could put some testimonials in the email, you could put some good affiliations, you can put a good article to an industry article you just wrote. So email is going to inherently continue to build brand awareness for you. Okay, and it's an easy way to track ROI. So if you're e-commerce, it's pretty clear. You send the email, somebody opens it, clicks on it, checks out and purchases something, it's easily trackable because you could track it right from that email. So one thing I want to say there is just if you do send an email, make sure you're tracking that campaign. And you want to be able to use an analytics program like Google Analytics. Okay, if you use Google Analytics, you're going to be able to track when you send the email, who clicks on it, and who converts. So you want to be able to measure an ROI for these emails, and you can. And that's the beauty of email marketing. Okay, let's move away from email marketing to webinars. So webinars, great method for effective social media promotion. It's a great way to bring traffic to your website. So why do we recommend webinars? Well, because it provides direct contact within your target group. What do we mean by contact with your target group? Well, you're going to host a webinar and you're going to invite this targeted group of people who are interested in your product or service. So if you have a Facebook community, you could do a Facebook Live event, or you could do a YouTube, or you can even set up a webinar on another platform but promote it on social media. And if you're promoting something on social media, you're probably promoting it to people who are already following you or like you. And so that's what we mean by direct contact with your target group. So you're going to be able to create a webinar and talk directly to that group. And that's going to help build brand awareness and credibility. And the great thing about webinars is you don't need some fancy software. I mean, I'm talking to you on a webinar right now. And so webinars are free. All you need is a video camera and a recorder. That's all. And that's all built in with software. So there's plenty of software out there that allows you just to do a webinar really quick and easy. There's lots of opportunities in software. So, and a lot of them are very cost effective. So if you want to create a webinar, you can do that by spending very little money. And webinars, again, allow you to talk to your targeted group, your community, maybe prospective clients. It helps build credibility and, in effect, drive traffic to your website. And when somebody does attend a webinar, they're likely going to be highly engaged because you're inviting them, they're going to opt into the webinar. And the great thing about webinars is even if they don't attend the webinar the day you have it, it's going to be recorded. So they can always go back and watch it. So whoever watches the webinar is going to be engaged because it's going to be a topic they're interested in. And then users are likely to become prospective customers. So having a webinar, talking about something inherently interesting to maybe a larger group of people, you can promote that on social media and potentially get prospective customers to sign up and watch the webinar. And if you do, they're going to be engaged and then take the next step. Oh, I like what this person has to say. They seem to be credible. I like their personality. I like their brand. I like their product. I'm going to go check out their website. Okay, so webinars allow you to kind of pull in more people as well as just your community because you can promote the webinar and you can promote it in advance and you can leverage social media for that. Okay, so something related to webinars is incorporating video content. So videos have been proven to be a really good way to attract new visitors. And it makes your website very engaging when you have videos on your website as well. So if you create video, you have an opportunity to post it on various video platforms like YouTube or Vimeo. Okay, there's plenty of video platforms out there, or just embedded in a blog post, or embedded in a Facebook post, or a tweet. Okay, so you can do a lot with video. And having video on your site is going to increase engagement. Okay, when you increase engagement, good things happen. That's going to lead to increased conversions and sales or ROI. Or just like we mentioned, the webinar can help build trust with your audience. So even that webinar you could post on your website. So you want people to engage by watching this video. If they watch the video, they're going to gain trust in you because you're talking directly to that person, that user, that audience, that visitor to your website. And when you can build trust, it's going to increase engagement. And that's the beauty of video. Unlike text or imagery, videos really do engage with the audience. And so the more video you can do, the better off you are, because again, you can leverage social to draw attention to your brand and product and service. And then you can have that video on your website to increase engagement, which in turn increases conversions and sales and improves the ROI. So always think video. There's plenty of video software out there that you can leverage. And the great thing about video too is, hey, most people are using mobile phones these days, smartphones. And so video works just as well on mobile as it does on desktop. So keep that in mind. Video is going to be engaging regardless of what device somebody uses. And then of course, if they're watching the video on Facebook or YouTube, then chances are they're going to share that particular video, which is going to bode well for your brand and traffic. Okay, so video, if somebody likes a video, it's very easy to share video, especially from a mobile phone. So YouTube just makes it so easy to share or like or subscribe to a channel. It becomes that much easier. Things can go viral, and chances of them going viral with video are going to be greater. Okay, so other ways to drive traffic to your website is submit your content to content aggregators. So what's a content aggregator? Well, a content aggregator is like Reddit that provides a great platform for you to post your content. So that's what a content aggregator is, really a site like Reddit or Medium or Quora, where you could post content to a large number of people. Okay, so with Reddit, people are either going to upvote it or downvote it. So the more upvotes you get, or thumbs up or likes, or people who encourage that content, the more of a chance it has to be found. And so first thing out of the gate, if you do provide content to a content aggregator like Reddit, make sure it's good quality content that's interesting. And that should be the case across the board, whether it's a social post or blog post. Make sure the content's unique, professional, and interesting. And then if you do, say, put something on Medium, or you do put something on Quora, and it is professional and interesting and thought-provoking, then people are going to react to it. And then that, again, could lead to traffic. But even if it doesn't lead to traffic, it helps build brand awareness. So if you have content, just like videos, leverage it. Put the content out there. Okay? And when you put content out there, it's only going to, especially if it's good content, it's going to put you in a good light. So don't be afraid to share your content on the likes of Reddit or Medium or Quora or some of these other content aggregator websites, because good things are only going to happen. And again, referral traffic, SEO, brand awareness, conversions. So all these are inherent benefits of just sharing your content. Okay, and then finally, we want to learn from analytics. Okay, so what do I mean learning from analytics? So there are plenty of analytics platforms out there. One of the most popular is Google Analytics. So you want to make sure you're tracking traffic on your site with Google Analytics. So all you have to do is just go to Google Analytics via search, sign up, add the analytics code to your website, and voila, they're doing all the heavy lifting. They're going to track traffic coming to your website. And not only are they going to track traffic, but they're going to tell you how that traffic engaged. And so the benefits of it, Google Analytics, is, hey, you could figure out where users are coming from. Are they coming from that email campaign that I sent out to 1,000 people? Are they coming from YouTube based on that video I posted? Or are they coming from Reddit based on the content I just posted there? Or are they coming from organic search? So Google Analytics can help us understand how much traffic we're getting from organic search. So it'll help us measure our SEO efforts. And then with Google Analytics, you could segment. So we could segment by mobile, we can segment by desktop, returning user, new user, by campaign, by page, by language, by city, by region. I mean, there's so many ways in which to segment your audience. And segmenting simply is breaking up the entire group of people who come to your website into different segments based on what you want to see. So if you want to look at, females between the ages of 18 to 24 who come from mobile via organic search, that's a segment, and you can look at that information in analytics. If that's your target audience, then you could see how they're performing. Okay, so there are a lot of benefits to Google Analytics. Definitely want to take advantage of segmenting in Google Analytics. You could look at your competition, so there's a benchmarking report. The great thing about Google Analytics, you can also look at content and how your content's performing once somebody lands on your website. What page are they spending time on? What page are they engaging on the most? Okay, what pages have the highest bounce rate or the lowest time on page? So you can really determine what pages work best. And then, of course, the end result in analyzing all this data is you want to be able to fine-tune your website. So take advantage of the data that Google Analytics or any other analytics platform is giving you by learning. Once you learn what's going on with your website, you can make adjustments to your website to improve user experience. Okay, so we went over a lot of different ways to drive traffic. Okay, you can incorporate all this to your website immediately. Today we're going to talk about SEO tools. So let's get started. So if you're doing SEO and you're doing on-page and off-page SEO for an organization or a website, you're going to need some tools to help you. So you can't go at it alone. You can't do anything manually. You have to lean on tools to help you work more efficiently, help you gain an advantage. And so if you're doing SEO, you're going to need tools for keyword research. You're going to need tools to help you with the technical aspects related to SEO. You're going to have to use some tools for off-page SEO, including backlink monitoring and analysis. And then there's tools for helping you track where your keywords and pages rank. So there's tools for every element of SEO. And today we're going to take a look at some of the best tools out there on the market to help you do your job better. So let's start with the keyword research. So with keyword research tools, you can do your job a lot more efficiently, finding the right relevant keywords. I mean, that's really key to SEO, is finding keywords that are relevant to your business, product, or service that you want to rank for. So you want to be able to choose keywords with high search volume and low competition. So where do you get those numbers? You get those from certain tools. You also want to get forecasts for certain targeted keywords. You want to be able to generate a list of latent semantic indexing type keywords, or keywords close to the keyword you're trying to target. You want to be able to select primary and secondary keywords wisely. So having a list of keywords with certain data points will help you do that. And you want to be able to identify the keywords that your competitors are also ranking for. So good keyword research tool will help you do all of those things. So what are some of the tools out there? Well, look no further than some of the free ones that Google offers, like Google Trends. So Google Trends is a good tool that you can lean on. So if we look at Google Trends, all you need to do is trends.google.com. You could type in a keyword. I can look at the volume or interest of that keyword over time. Here I'm looking at football versus American football, and I could see how it's trending. Then I could see, how it trends in specific regions of, say, the United States as my market. I can also look at other related queries similar to football or American football. And so Google Trends is a good tool, helps you look at the volume, helps you look at what specific regions, helps you look at other keywords. If you want, you can simply just do a keyword search, or you can actually just see what's trending just by looking at the latest stories and insights. So we could see International Women's Day, started to pick up steam, it's picking up more steam, etc. So it's certain keywords that tend to trend well, and you could pick up on what those keywords are using Google Trends. Now, you could also use another Google tool called Google Keyword Planner. The only difference is this one's paid. You need a Google Ads account. So if we go into Google Ads, you'll need to go to Tools and you'll need to go to Keyword Planner. But when you're in Keyword Planner, you can find new keywords. So if I type in, for example, online marketing and click Get Started, what the keyword tool is going to do is give me the data that I need to do appropriate keyword research. It's going to give me my keyword and similar keywords. It's going to give me the average monthly volume. And the great thing here is I can actually see the trend for that keyword over time just by clicking on this little bar graph. So for digital marketing, I could see what the trend is over time. I could see what the competition is. I could see, if I'm going to bid on this keyword, I can see what the bidding range is. So more important, I can see the volume and I can see the competition. Here's my volume for this keyword over the last 12 months on average, and here's my competition. So Google's Keyword Planner gives you the necessary information you need to choose relevant keywords wisely. Now, there are other tools out there that are paid that help you look for relevant keywords like SEMrush or Keyword Finder. That's a freemium tool. So there are plenty of tools available to you. Another tool I use that's not listed here is Moz. So if you just type a keyword, let's just type in the same keyword like online marketing, for example. Okay, so what Moz is going to do is going to give me some volume. It's going to give me some other keyword suggestions. Okay, it's going to tell me how difficult that keyword is, and it's going to tell me who else is ranking for that keyword. So it gives me, again, all the relevant information I need, including competitive information. So you can use these keyword tools. Moz is freemium. Some are paid, some are free. There's plenty of tools out there, but these are the ones I would recommend for keyword research. Now let's turn our attention to technical SEO. So for technical SEO, you're going to need to use some tools. There's no getting around that, because you want to be able to monitor how your website is performing. I mean, is it loading slow, for example? Does it have a lot of issues with the website in terms of server-side rendering, for example, or server response time? What about 404s and redirects? So you want to be able to gather a lot of the technical information that could aid or prohibit your site from ranking. So you want to be able to also, look at what the bots are seeing and how they're viewing your website. So if Google goes to crawl your site, are they experiencing, a slow server response time? Or are they experiencing pages not found? You also want to see if you have a sitemap. What's the sitemap? Are these bots crawling your site or getting the pages from a sitemap? And again, you want to be able to lean on some of these tools to help you fix errors that you may encounter, like meta tags or 404s or canonicals. So you need a good tool to help you manage all that. And so I'm going to go back to Moz starting out. So if we go back to Moz, Moz is a good tool. It's an all-in-one. It's a great SEO platform. So if I go to Moz and I log into an account, I can just go to site crawl. And so what Moz is going to do, it's going to give me a lot of information about how Moz's bot is seeing my site. Okay, so if I go to the site crawl, I can look at all the particular critical issues that I've experienced. So I could see 404 errors, okay, redirects related to that. I could see meta descriptions, missing meta descriptions, duplicate content. So there's a lot of different issues that Moz is detecting for this particular site. And the great thing about Moz, and this is why I use Moz as my SEO platform, I don't work for Moz, I've just used them a long time, is if you do have issues, then they give you ways to fix it, the how to fix it section. So if I see missing description here, if I just click on review, I can get a more in-depth analysis as to what the issues are here. But I can also click on the why and how to fix, okay? And they're going to give you some information about how this is impacting SEO and what you could do to fix the issue. They lay out the issues pretty prominently here. You can see for all the metadata issues I have 142 total metadata issues. I have 10 title tag too longs. I have 122 missing meta descriptions. So they lay it out nicely here up the top so you can kind of get a sense of what to work on. And again, they prioritize it based on the severity of the issue. And then they break it down into several categories. For example, I just looked at metadata issues. You can see if I click on content issues, I have some duplicate content that Moz is recognizing, or missing or valid H tags. So Moz does a really, really great job laying all the issues out for you to recognize. Okay, there's another tool that I like to use called Screaming Frog. It's a paid tool. So if we go look here, great thing I like about a Screaming Frog, it will crawl your site and it will give you a list of issues, just like Moz does, of what it sees in your site. Is it experiencing 404s, broken links? Are there any redirects it's picking up? Duplicate content, sitemaps, their JavaScript issues, how does it see the site architecture? So it really does take a deep look at everything that could impact your website from ranking. Okay, there are other tools out there like, Deep Crawl or WooRank. They're both paid. And so paid tools are really great as well. It just depends on, your pricing structure, what your budget is. But really, when it comes to all these tools, they all more or less overlap and do the same thing. You just need to rely on one of them to make sure that you're able to see what the issues are. Now, there's nothing wrong with using two of them, just as a second reference point to see if both are picking up the same issue. And of course, I like to use Search Console. I always like to lean on Google Search Console because that is the source. So Search Console will also, give you some feedback on how Google's bot is crawling your site. So that's under the crawl error section here. So you can also, use Search Console to upload a sitemap. So that's a key to SEO. You want Google to be able to find your web pages quickly, so you can simply just signify to Google where your sitemap is located. So the Search Console does a lot more, gives you some HTML improvements, gives you some backlinking, and then the process of updating the Search Console user interface. So there's a new user interface that you can use with Google Search Console. The great thing is it's free and it has everything you need to know about your website and how it's affected by SEO, organic search. The only thing you have to do with Search Console is verify the site. But once you verify it, it has all the relevant information you need. So let's talk about backlink monitoring and analysis. Okay, so this is related to off-page SEO. So you're going to need a good tool to help you monitor your website backlinks. And backlinks are simply just links from external sites pointing to your site. And you need to keep an eye on what sites are linking to yours. Are they spammy related sites? Are they good or relevant sites, or anything in between? So you need to really be able to analyze what the good links are and what the bad links are pointing to your website. And you can also, given the tool, also perform some competitor analysis. So you should be able to use a tool to be able to compare how your site's ranking against your competitor. Okay, you want to measure the ratio of referring domains to backlinks. So how many pure domains are linking to your site? So you want a tool that's going to be able to tell you that. You want to identify and disavow poor backlinks. Okay, so you want to be able to recognize which sites are linking to yours that's actually hurting you from an SEO standpoint, and you want to be able to do something about that. Okay, you want to measure citation flow and trust flow. You want to check the ratio of link distribution in terms of, is it internal or external, or what kind of sites are linking to my site? Are they social related? Are they pure content related? And then you want to be able to track the number of do follow and no follow links. How many links pointing to our site are actually telling Google and other bots not to follow the link, or how many are actually allowing the bots to follow that link. If a bot follows a link, it's going to pass what we call link juice. So you're going to get credit for the backlink. If it's a no follow, you're not going to get credit for the backlink. And we want to be able to measure that. And so we want to have tools that will help us do that. So what are some of those tools? Well, Ahrefs is a good tool. It's a paying tool. Majestic is a freemium tool. Moz, again, Moz is the tool I use. SEMrush, and then again, I got to mention Google Search Console. So let's take a look at some of these tools in terms of backlink monitoring and analysis. So let's start with Google Search Console. Again, it's free. You just have to verify your site. And so if I go to Google Search Console, I can look at links and I could see what external links I have pointing to my site. Okay, so I could see I have 17,000 in this example pointing to the homepage of this particular site. Okay, so if I click on that, I could see all the top sites pointing to my homepage. Now, from an off-page SEO perspective, do you want every backlink or external link pointing to your homepage? No. So you want links pointing to internal pages. So you want to be able to measure that. So I could see what the top linking sites are, and I could also see what the anchor text is. So do I want my anchor text always to be my brand name? No. I want it to be, keyword we're trying to target. Search Console also gives you some internal links. Okay, what are the top link pages for internal links? So from an SEO perspective, you always want to have a nice balance of internal linking. So this report helps you understand what pages are getting links and are the links evenly spread. So this is Google Search Console. This is the links report. This is totally free. This is provided by Google. All you have to do is verify your site. Now, if we go over to Moz, we type in a domain, any domain. So I just typed in Simplilearn. Okay, Moz has some metrics that are important to off-page SEO, including domain authority. So the higher your domain authority, the better off you are. And so what helps a domain authority grow is how many quality links are pointing to that domain. And so here we could see over 7,500 linking domains to Simplilearn. So what's important is we just don't want any site, we want quality relevant sites pointing. Okay, so we could see how many total inbound links and then how many ranking keywords we have. Okay, so here Moz is going to give me kind of an idea of what my domain authority has been over time. They're going to tell me the top followed links to the site. So they're going to tell me, what are those links pointing to my site and what's the page authority of those sites. Okay, here I can get a nice graphical breakdown of the linking domains by domain authority. So you want pages with high domain authority pointing to your site. So here I could see 69 linking domains between 91 and 100. So that's really good. We want high relevant domains linking to our site. So just like Search Console, I could see the top anchor text being used. Okay, and I can see the top pages that have, good page authority on the site. I could see following versus no follow on internal and external links. So this is just the overview. So Moz really does break down for you, what those pages and linking domains are. So if I just click on linking domains, now I could get a detailed look for my homepage, what domains are pointing to our domain. So I could see Microsoft.com has a domain authority of 100, YouTube 99. And so not only does Moz provide you with the domains, it also provides you with their domain authority score and spam score. So you want to keep an eye on any particular site that has a high spam score. So having a site with a high spam score and a low domain authority will hurt your domain and page authority for that page. So Moz does a great job of breaking it out, and this is for any page. It doesn't necessarily have to be the home page. Okay, if I take a look at another example here, Majestic. So Majestic, again, I can use a free version of the tool. They have their own metrics, citation flow, trust flow. So when they say trust flow, what's the link quality all about? Okay, citation flow, what's the link volume? Okay, they can get an idea of how many external backlinks are pointing to the site and what's the trend on that, referring domains. So Majestic does a really good job. Again, some of the same metrics that we could see here, except they go into detail about languages as well. So this is Majestic, and you got Search Console, you got a lot of other tools. And then I'm going to just revert back to Moz because you want to be able to compare link profiles. If you're in a competitive space and you're doing off-page SEO, Moz will help you compare how your site stands against maybe another competitive site or relevant site. So just doing this analysis, I can compare my domain authority, spam score, how many total links, how many external followed links or external no followed links, got breakdown of linking domains. So it does a nice job of comparing one site versus another. That's going back to Moz, and that's what you want. You want a good tool that's going to help you do that. I mean, there's other tools out there not listed like BrightEdge that will also help you compare linking profiles. So at the end of the day, if you're doing off-page SEO, you want to get a sense of what sites are linking to yours. Are they quality sites? Are they spammy? What anchor text are they using? Are they no follow? Are they do follow? Are they top domains? How do you compare against your competitors? I mean, all these metrics are related to off-page SEO, so you want a good tool that's going to help you measure this. Okay, so let's talk about rank tracking. So when we do keyword research, we're looking for relevant keywords. We find our relevant keywords. We assign primary and secondary keywords to pages. We optimize those pages. We do off-page SEO, and we're doing all this work for SEO. Okay, we want to be able to measure the fruits of our labor. We want to be able to measure how we perform for on and off-page SEO for the keywords we covet in the pages they're related to. And so that's where rank tracking comes into play. So we want to be able to track our website's ranking, and not just our website, all the pages we've optimized. We want to be able to measure our click-through rates and impressions. We want to be able to track the ranking for both desktop and mobile for specific locations. And we want to identify top performing, gaining and losing keywords. So in other words, we want to look at trends trends. Is a keyword ranking? Is it going up in ranking? Is it going down in ranking? If it's going down in ranking, then you need to take action. So you need a tool, a good tool for rank tracking. So we can look no further than, again, Google Search Console. It's free. It's right from the source. So let's take a look at what Google Search Console has to offer in terms of rank tracking. So if I go to Google Search Console and I put in a URL, what it's going to do is it's going to give me, and this is the search queries report, it's going to give me what queries people have used to actually type into google.com, and it's going to be able to tell me how many times my pages showed up for that query. It could be more than one page, so that's an impression. And if I did receive an impression, meaning did my page show up in the organic listing, then did I get a click as a result? And so in this case, if I got 68 impressions and 10 clicks for keywords somebody typed in, that's a 14.7% click-through rate. And so what Search Console will also do is say, hey, look, for that particular keyword, you appeared on average in position 4.1. So it gives you really good insight as to, what people are typing in and how you're being found for those keywords. It breaks it down by pages, it breaks it down by country, breaks it down by device. So I could see, mobile, I've had 899 impressions over the last 3 months on mobile, and I received 33 clicks as a result. My average position on mobile was 2.6. So Search Console does a really good job. Again, this is free information providing you the actual keywords somebody's using on Google search as a query, and how many impressions you're receiving for that keyword, how many clicks, click-through rate, and then average position. So in theory, the higher you are positioned on Google, the more clicks you're going to receive. So if I'm not positioned properly for a keyword, let's just say page 2, then I'm probably not going to receive as many clicks as I would like. So that's Search Console. There are other tools out there like Ahrefs, again, does a good job of tracking. AMZ Tracker. We look at Winsure. So there's some good tools out there. I'm just going to show you another one again. I'm going to go back to Moz, for example. So Moz has a tool called, so if I go back into the account, so Moz has a rankings tool that you can look at to see where your keywords are ranking. So if you've already chosen keywords and optimized pages for those keywords, then you want to be able to load those keywords into Moz. And so Moz allows you to do that. And so what Moz does is they do a crawl once a week, and they'll be able to tell you where you rank for all your keywords. Are we moving up in the rankings? Are we moving down? How many keywords do we have ranked between positions 1 and 3, 11 through 20, 4 through 10, 21 through 50? So we'll be able to see where our keywords rank. And so it gives you a breakdown here of nationally in the United States where this keyword is ranked, and if it's moved up or down, and for what URL is it ranked for. And so you can label the keywords, and this is what you want to look for in a good tool. You want to be able to organize your keywords and label them. So for all our branded keywords, we want to be able to label them branded, because ideally you don't want to optimize for your brand keywords. So maybe we want to exclude our brand keywords and look at our non-brand keywords in terms of ranking. And so you can certainly add locations and look at specific locations. The whole idea behind a good ranking tool is to be able to measure, if a keyword is trending up or down. Okay, so I can simply look at a particular keyword and I can see the trend of that keyword. And then, if a keyword's not ranking, then we want to wonder why it's not ranking. Well, is it difficult? Is it not ranking because of its difficulty? Or can we do a better job of optimizing for that keyword? And so Moz also has a page optimization tool. So if you're not ranking for a keyword, you can flip over to the page optimization tool, then put in the keyword, put in the URL, and Moz will give you some idea as to what you can further do to optimize the page. Okay, so that's Moz. This is Ahrefs. So you can see Ahrefs does the same thing. They provide you some visibility, average position, how much traffic, where you're ranking in terms of positions 1 through 3, 4 through 10, 11 through 50. And so you want to be able to get a sense of where my track keywords are trending. Are they trending up? Are they trending down? And the whole idea, again, behind a ranking tool is if you're trending down, you want to be able to address why it's trending down. So you want to start with on-page SEO. Can we do a better job of optimizing? Or off-page? Does that page need more backlinks? So that's why you need a backlink tool to support your ranking. And Ahrefs does offer up some competitor information as well, so you can see how your competitors are performing. So these are some good examples of ranking tools that you can take advantage of. Now, there are also a few important SEO tools that can be helpful in different ways. For example, if you're doing video, so there are some tools to help you measure how you're performing via video. For example, vidIQ. So let's take a look at vidIQ. So if I load in, say, a video in YouTube, in this example, how to rank YouTube videos, I have a vidIQ extension loaded into my browser in Chrome. And so now I can get a good sense of how many views, the duration, the engagement rate, the like ratio, how many people shared it on Reddit. But further, I can look at how the video is optimized. So they're telling me the title's too long here, maybe shorten it up, but we have tags, we have descriptions, we have cards, we have end screens. It's been shared on Facebook. It hasn't been shared on Twitter. Okay, it is public. We do have pinned comments and we do have hearted comments. And so this gives me an idea of how we did in terms of optimizing this particular video. Okay, so if we wanted to tweak it, we could tweak the title tag, make it a little bit shorter to help it rank better on YouTube. So you want to be able to use a tool like this because if you have videos, then you want those videos to rank. And so you can certainly watch this video on how to rank your YouTube videos. And in that video, we do allude to vidIQ. So you want to be able to use a tool like this because, YouTube, it is a video portal, but it's the second largest search engine behind Google. So if you do have videos, you want to be able to rank for them, and you want a tool that's going to help you measure and help you understand if you are ranking, if you're not ranking, why are you not ranking? Now, for content optimization, there are tools you can use like SEO Site Checkup or Site Analyzer are some good tools. If you already have Moz as an example, just going back to Moz, as you already know, I use Moz a lot. So they have a page optimization so you could check the content and how you're optimized your content. So it's going to give me some good feedback on, is your page title, meta description, are they in line? Okay, so it's going to give you some good feedback on that. You also have, again, I have to allude to Search Console. You can always look at a particular page in Search Console to see if it has any errors as well. So is it duplicated meta description? Is it a duplicated title tag? Is it any pages missing title tags or meta descriptions? So when it comes to content, you can look at Search Console, you can lean on Moz, or you can lean on some of these other paid versions like Site Analyzer. When it comes to traffic and metrics, look no further than Google Analytics. There is a free version of Google Analytics as well as a paid version. So if I go into Google Analytics, it's going to tell me all of my website behavior. Okay, who's coming to my site, how they got to my site, how they behaved once they went to my site, and are they achieving the goals I set out for them to achieve via conversions. And so you want to look at first in Google Analytics how much traffic you're getting. So if I go to Google Analytics, if I go to acquisition, all traffic channels, I should be able to see how much traffic organic search is driving over a period of time. So I could see how many users, how many sessions. Then if I click on landing pages, I could see what landing page they went to. Today we're going to talk about SEO tips and tricks. So let's get started. And throughout this series, we're going to have a few tips to share with you. And we'll start out with tip number 1, opt for smarter ways to do keyword research. And so if you listen to any of our SEO tutorials in the past, you know that keyword research is the first step, but the most crucial step in starting SEO. So when we do keyword research, we want to be able to basically find keywords that we feel are relevant to our business that we want to be found on search for. And so here are a few tips that can help you do that research in a more efficient manner. The first thing we want to do is identify a list of keywords that are relevant. So we only want to focus on relevant keywords for our business. That's a given. So what I would suggest is, as a best practice, maybe, put down some of those keywords in a spreadsheet. So think of them as a theme of keywords, because when you do research, you're going to want to include a theme of keywords related to one another so you can pick the best ones out of that theme. And so as an example, if we have a company that sells dried figs, in a spreadsheet. As an example, if I show you a spreadsheet, maybe we want to focus in on just dried fig, and maybe we want to focus in on dried fig recipes. So go ahead and put those in a column, some of these keywords that, you want to be found for. So that's really the first step. They need to be relevant, so put them in a spreadsheet so that you can build keywords around that list. Then we want to choose keywords. And when we choose keywords, we want to have some criteria around choosing them. And so we always want to choose keywords with a lot of volume. And what I mean by volume, I mean how many people on average type in that keyword or a related keyword per month. The second criteria is the keyword of product fit, meaning, is the keyword relevant? You always want to stay true to relevancy. The third is commercial intent. What is the intent of the keyword? Is it trying to get us a sale? Is it answering a question? So what is the intent of that keyword? And then last, it's difficulty. So we want to definitely take a look at how difficult a keyword is to rank for on organic search. So that's some of the criteria. You may have some additional criteria that you want to use, but this is the criteria basically for choosing keywords. So again, we want to prefer keywords with high volume. You want to be careful of seasonality. So remember seasonality. In this example, Christmas tree, you're only going to have a spike, during the winter, or the October, November, December months. So be careful of seasonality when choosing high volume keywords. And again, keywords that are relevant to your product, even though it doesn't have much search volume, relevancy always trumps volume or any other metric. Commercial intent. So we want to look at keywords that, for example, have buy in them. They may have low search volume, but if somebody's typing in that keyword, then we can insinuate that the consumer who typed in that keyword is ready to make the purchase. So we want to look at what the intent is of that keyword. And then again, the difficulty. Always opt for keywords that have low difficulty or competition. And so in order to get these metrics, we can use third-party tools. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples of third-party tools you can use that will give you some of this information. So the first tool I'm going to show you is Google Ads Keyword Planner. So if I'm having a Google Ads account, I could simply go to Tools and then choose the Keyword Planner. And from there, I want to find new keywords. So if I choose the keyword dried figs, because that's the keyword I put in my spreadsheet that I'm interested in optimizing for, and then maybe dried fig recipes. That was the other keyword theme. So if I enter those two keywords in, just to begin with, basically what Google is going to give me is the average search monthly volume. So here I can see dried figs. I have an average monthly search volume, 8,100. That means on average, over the last 12 months, that's how many people have typed in that keyword. Here I can see a little bit of a trend. I just hover my mouse over that graph. I could see, again, for seasonality impact, if there is any seasonality, what the volume is on average per month. Then I could see the competition is high. And because this is Google Ads, because it's paid search, they're going to give me a sense or an idea of what I should be bidding on that keyword. Now that's another topic for another day, but it's good information to have because if you're not ranking for a keyword, you could decide to bid on it for paid search. So don't discard the bidding information. Go ahead and put it in a spreadsheet for later use. But for now, we're focused in on keywords that are relevant, how much volume, how much competition, okay? So once I get this information here, I can simply go back to my spreadsheet and put that information in there. What's the volume for dried fig? What is the competition? Now for competition, notice that Google Ads gives us a high or low. Now if we're trying to measure ratio between volume and competition, we want to get an actual sense of what that competition is. So what I always do as a best practice is go into Google search. If I go to Google search and I type in dried figs, I'm going to see the actual volume is 34,500,000. So I could see that's the actual search volume for this particular keyword. However, if I add a syntax called all in title before that keyword with a colon, space, and then hit enter, then I could see the actual volume reduces to 31,000. And basically what this tells me is that 31,000 listings or results have the keyword dried figs in the title tag. So if a web page has dried fig, our targeted keyword in the title tag, then ideally we can insinuate that that page is trying to rank for that keyword. So therefore, in order for us to rank number 1 on Google, we have to jump over 31,000 results. So we want to be able to include this information into our keyword analysis. So if I go into our keyword analysis here and I go ahead and enter in that information. So what's my keyword? My keyword is dried figs. Okay. My volume was 8,100. My competition was 31,000. And so that gives me a ratio of 81 divided by 31,000. If I make that into a percentage, basically 26%. So that's my keyword effectiveness index, or KEI, or ratio between volume and competition. And so that's a way that you can gather information, is by using Google Ads, enter the information into a spreadsheet, and then sort all your data by KEI. You could sort it by volume, you could sort it by competition. All these metrics matter. Alternatively, as another tool, you can use Moz. So Moz has a keyword explorer tool. Okay, so if I type in the keyword dried figs, focusing on the United States, I could see that Moz says, hey, look, there's anywhere between 4,300 and 6,500 in terms of volume. Out of 100, the difficulty is 41. And so I can expect a click-through rate of 41%. And so basically, the great thing about Moz's Keyword Explorer tool is I can also look at the SERP analysis, search engine results pages, what SERP stands for, and I can analyze the SERP for a particular keyword in Moz. So I want to be able to understand what my competition's doing. So here I could see if I really want to try and optimize for that keyword, I could see what the other pages are ranked for that keyword on page 1. I can also see what local results show up for that keyword. So here I can see that we have a number of different sites listed here. So if we want to be number 1, these are the sites that are basically above us that we need to climb over to be number 1 on Google. So I find that the Keyword Explorer tool in Moz is very helpful for understanding your competition, as well as getting an alternative check on volume and competition, or difficulty, if you will. And so remember, we want to identify a list of keywords that are relevant. I can't stress that enough. We want to choose keywords based on difficulty. We want to choose keywords based on volume, on commercial intent, and more important, relevancy. We can also identify trends from a site search query like Amazon and know what your competitors are ranking for. So we can also go back into Moz and we can see, just by typing in some of the keywords we're focusing on, we can see if our competitors are ranking for the same keywords just by using that Keyword Explorer tool. And then another thing we want to look at is LSI, or latent semantic indexing. So that's a fancy word, which basically means we want to find keywords related to the topic of the page you're trying to optimize. So if there are other keywords on that page, then you could sway in that direction. And so when it comes to choosing keywords, you want to choose always a primary and secondary keyword. And so if we go back to our spreadsheet, it doesn't necessarily always have to be just one keyword. It doesn't necessarily have to be dried figs. We could choose another keyword that has a good volume to competition ratio. So we want to choose keywords that are always relevant. And if we're analyzing nothing but relevant keywords, then we want to be able to choose keywords that have a good ratio between volume and competition. So you always want to choose at least 2 keywords per page. We could also stay up to date on industry news, as will help you learn new jargon. So it doesn't hurt to subscribe to sites like Search Engine Watch or Search Engine Land. They have lots of good tips. So here I'll show you what one of those sites look like. If I simply just go to searchenginewatch.com, I find this is a good resource to stay up on the latest news when it comes to search engines. Here we could see why SEO and front-end developers are the perfect search marketing team. Another article about optimizing your channel, YouTube channel in 5 easy steps. So there's a lot of information here on Search Engine Watch that pertain to SEO and keyword research. We could also look at other third-party sites like Wikipedia, Reddit, and Quora, for example. So if I go to Quora, I can do a search for dried figs, and I could see what's being written about that topic. So that should give me some ideas to build a keyword, a list around. So for example, the health benefits of dried figs. Okay, are dried figs safe for diabetes? Best ways to eat dried figs. So those are all good keyword themes that we could build a keyword list around. And I did that simply just by typing in dried figs on Quora. So that's a good tip for you to leverage when you're trying to build out a keyword list. Okay, let's talk about tip number 2, which is publish high quality content to get more traffic to your website. So it's all about content. So we've already done the keyword research. We still need to kind of merge the two. But when we talk about merging the two, it's not just building content around those keywords. It's much more than that when it comes to SEO. And so that's why we always talk about high quality content. So let's talk about some of the tips that can help you create high quality content. So first tip is we want to be able to publish longer and engaging content. Longer and engaging content tends to rank higher in Google. Why? Because you have more content to work with. And when you have more content to work with, you can optimize it, you can structure it, you can insert different assets like videos and images. And by keeping it long, you're going to likely keep it engaging. And so Google tends to lean in favor of content that is well organized, structured, and long because it is more likely to be engaging for the end user. We definitely want to include those target keywords. So you want to be able to, insert those keywords into those meta tag descriptions, into those title tags, into those alt tags. But you want to work them in naturally. You don't want to force anything. Content should be naturally written because if it's naturally written, it's going to be engaging. So we want to use LSI keywords in the content. So LSI, or basically latent semantic indexing, basically just means different terms and concepts related to your target keywords. So feel free to use terms that are similar to what you're currently using. These keywords can definitely be used for SEO because they can create more visibility and potentially higher rankings because it gives you an opportunity to use keywords that are natural and work for different variations. And let's look at examples. So if you're optimizing an e-commerce category page and your keyword is one mixed shoes for men. So we want to use keywords closely related to one mixed shoes for men. For example, running shoes for men or sport running shoes for men, outdoor sport shoes or air cushion shoes. Let's take a look at an example of Amazon. So if I go to Amazon, I could see the one mixed shoes for men page. And if I look at this page, I can see a lot of product, and each product has basically some content associated with it, i.e. the title of the particular product. And so you want to be able to use different descriptors for this particular product. For example, men's running shoes, or breathable lightweight gym sport shoes, or lightweight casual sneakers, or walking casual sneaker. All of these are LSI related keywords. They're similar to what we're trying to optimize for. So you don't necessarily always have to be brand heavy or stick with one keyword. You could definitely show variation, especially on the e-commerce side if you're dealing with different product. So we want to make the content readable with the help of visuals, subtitles, and bullet points. So if you're e-commerce, you want to make sure that page is laid out properly, easy to read. Here I could see the descriptor along with the title all kind of merged together. And so there's no breakout of, okay, this is the product name, this is the description. It's kind of one all in one, which I like. It just makes it more natural sounding. Okay, and you can see these are all broken out. Pretty well laid out page, and Amazon is more or less, consistent in terms of how their pages are laid out. So make it readable, add visuals, add subtitles, add bullet points. It helps break out a lot of the content, especially if you have a long amount of content or a large amount of content. So the use of subtitles, bullet points, and visuals will help break it out, structure it, and make it more engaging for the end user. You definitely want to write an effective and organized content in order to reduce the bounce rate. So there is correlation between engagement and bounce rate. The more you structure, the more you add visuals, the more you add subtitles, the more engaged somebody's going to be, the less likely they are to bounce from the page. We also want to share customer reviews and ratings. So if you have a web page, you sell products, even if you don't sell products, it's always good to have testimonials or some type of customer review. So if we go back to our example on Amazon and we clicked on a product, one of the running shoe products, we look here, we can see the image, we could see kind of the description. Well, I may not be so interested in buying this product. I want to know a little bit more about it. Well, that's where the breaking point comes in. That's where the decision factor comes in, where if I read other reviews, then I can possibly have my mind made up to buy this product. So here I could see that not only there are reviews, but there's testimonials. So I could see that here, you could see that there's a lot of stars, and you could see the kind of the review title. These running shoes are very comfortable and lightweight. So you have a lot of different feedback. And so reading customer reviews is always helpful, because even though you're making the decision, it kind of will help sway you in one direction or another. At least it does for me. So that's the beauty of a customer review and a rating. We want to be able to use those to our advantage. And then you want to be able to update your content on a regular basis. And that goes for testimonials and reviews. You want to make sure you're always getting reviews. Because if you're always getting reviews, then that's just adding to the particular product. And so if you're always updating your content on a regular basis as well, then Google's going to be able to see that. And Google likes fresh content. Okay, we also want to include the benefits of the product. So if you're selling a product, any product, you always want to include the benefits. You want to do as much as you can to make your product engaging to the end user, enticing so that they can buy it. So in addition to customer reviews or adding content about the product, you want to include benefits. So if we go back to Amazon here, we could see Amazon lists a lot of the benefits, or OneMix in this case lists a lot of the benefits. So here you could see all the descriptors about the particular product. It's got rubber sole, it's got a breathable textile lining, you get free high quality socks with every shoe. So these are some of the features, and if we continue to scroll down, we could see some of the details about the fabric type, specifics about the fabric, and there's a lot of information on this product page, even a sizing chart. So a lot of different features that will help the end user make the decision. So don't hold back. Add as much information as you possibly can, as much information as you have available. It doesn't hurt, because in the end, what you're trying to do from a product perspective is sell the product. And you can't really sell it unless you have information that's going to convince the user that this product is what they want to buy. So include the warranty, size recommendation, return policy, and some offers. So it should all be listed on the page, easy for the end user to see. So can't stress it enough, provide as much product information as possible. I go back here. Here it has a sizing chart, what colors are available, again, some of the descriptors. If I scroll down, here I can see some more of the benefits, waffle rubber outsole, soft deodorant insole, again, fabric type. It's got all sorts of information. It's got images about the fabric itself, the shoe itself, how it's structured. So a lot of information about this, and it even does a comparison. And so there's a lot of information about this particular product. So don't hold back. Add as much as you can to convince the end user. So in the case of the OneMix on Amazon, they had a sizing chart. They had an FAQ. They had additional information. What other products that customers view from OneMix? And then testimonials. So these are some of the basic bits of information you want to add on your page. If you don't have customer reviews, it's okay. Add FAQ in its place. Again, the end result is to convince the customer to purchase the product. And then build a comprehensive internal linking structure of web pages. So every product page should link to similar products. So if I go back here I could see other products from OneMix. So you should always have a linking structure so that if the end user doesn't want to particularly buy that particular product, then you have links available so they can go to another page. And then add different varieties and related short videos of the product. So if we go back to our product page, they have different varieties that they're showcasing here. They have the size chart. They even have a size convertible chart. So if you're dealing with metrics, you can go over to US metrics, feet, vice versa. You can add a video. Show a video of, if you're selling running shoes, show a video of somebody working out. It doesn't have to be a full-blown commercial per se, but it could be a short 30-second video of what the shoe looks like on somebody else's feet, so that they could see somebody walking with those shoes on. So video doesn't have to be a big production. You can do it right from your phone. So review your content before you publish. This goes without saying. You want to do that. Just you make sure you include everything possible. Because when the content does get published, remember, Google's going to index that content. When they index it, it's going to show up in the search results. So we want to make sure we have all the information readily available, not only for the end user, but for Google as well. We want to be able to analyze our meta tags and URL to improve click-through rates. So this is important because the meta tags, i.e. the title tag and the meta description, and the URL is what shows up in Google search results. So if we have title tags, that's the first important element. That's what shows up in the search results. So what we want to do is we want to optimize the title tag. And when we optimize it, we want to use modifiers. And when I say modifiers, I mean, feel free to use the word best or cash back or free shipping or discount. So for example, if you're selling running shoes, 25 best sneakers, or up to 70% off, or free shipping, or buy shoes on discount, very action oriented. But it includes these modifiers that are going to help somebody click on that link. So some tips for optimizing the title tag. In addition to the modifiers, we want to watch the title length, and we want to include those target keywords in the title tag. So remember, you're likely going to have 2 keywords to work with. You want to have at least one of those keywords in your title tag. So with the modifier, up to 60 to 65 characters in length with that targeted keyword should get you a good title tag that's going to get somebody to click on it. So let's look at an example. So if I type in the keyword best recipes for dried figs, here I could scroll down. Here's my title tag, stands out. My URL is right underneath that, and underneath the URL is the meta description. And so here I can see some modifiers: 188 best autumn dried fig recipes, or 25 fantastic fig recipes, or 10 best cooking dried fig recipes. So these are all modifiers that are going to help somebody get the click. Get them to click on your link and go to your website. So when you don't hit the 65 character limit, if you go over that, Google's going to cut off the title tag. So we want to avoid that at all possible. So the whole idea is, like 10 best cooking dried fig recipes by Yumly. That's a good enticing title tag. Okay, takes into account a modifier, includes the targeted keyword, and is under the 65 character count. Some additional tips for writing meta description. We always want to provide a unique description for each web page of the website. So no duplicate meta tag descriptions. Every page needs to be unique. Then we also want to be specific about what we're offering. So if you have, say, you're selling headphones and you have a particular set of headphones from a different specific brand, include that in the meta description. If you have that particular product from that brand on sale, include that in the meta description. So you want to be as specific as possible. The whole idea behind a meta description is to describe the page, but also to get the end user to click on your link. So here's an example of using modifiers and describing a page. If we look at Amazon again, we can see this example here. And if we look at it on Google search results, so if I type in Amazon Bluetooth headsets, $10 are on sale. Here we can see a lot of Amazon listings in Google search. Here you can see the use of modifiers in the title tag and also in the meta description. Here we could see that, this particular headset, Bluetooth headset, is on sale, 50% off. So if something's on sale, feel free to include it. Be descriptive about the page. Let people know where they're going. and use those modifiers. Don't be afraid to use numbers in the meta description. Even if it's the price itself, even if it's not on sale, but it is the price, include it. It's not going to hurt. The more information you can include in a meta description, the better chance you have of somebody clicking on that link. Use numbers, symbols, percentages off always help. Use catchy words like discount or cashback. You're competing with other listings on the page. So if you have something on sale, if it's on clearance, list that it's on clearance. Here I can see they even included the coupon code. So feel free to list as much specific information about that page as possible. The whole idea is you're competing with your own web pages, but in other cases with competitors. So the meta description along with the title tag and the URL helps separate out you from the rest of the listings on search engine results. And we don't want to keyword stuff. We want to keep it within 160 something characters or 65 characters, because Google will break off the meta description just like they do with the title tag. And so we want clean, natural written meta descriptions that separate you from the competition. So that means including the keywords, but making sure those keywords are naturally included in the meta description. So if I go back again to valleyfig.com and I could see the meta description. Hey, welcome to the best resource online for dried fig recipes. Savory, sweet, snacks are healthy, dried fig recipes. We've got it all. Okay, start cooking with figs. And so it's natural sounding. It does include the keyword. It's not keyword stuffing. It's natural sounding. That's hopefully going to get that person to click on this particular website. Let's turn our attention to the URL. So we want to make sure that the URL is basically taking into account best practices. So if we take a look at this particular URL here, it doesn't necessarily look as attractive as we would like. So first of all, I don't understand some of it. So that makes it unpleasant, boring, and messy, to say the least. So you want URLs that, basically are clean and understandable. So in other words, we want to make them SEO friendly. Because if they're SEO friendly, somebody understands the URL, then they're likely going to click on it. So the old rule of thumb is if you can read the URL, then the search engines can read the URL. So here are some tips for creating friendly URLs for SEO. Make it readable. You want to include the target keyword in the URL. So if it's dried figs, the URL should include dried figs. If it's dried fig recipes, make sure it's dried fig recipes. Now avoid using too many subdirectories in the URLs. So we want to keep it as close as possible to the root directory and match the URLs to titles most of the time. So let's go back to our example here. Here we can see this is valleyfig.com/recipes, not necessarily dried fig recipes, but recipes nonetheless. It's in the root directory. Okay, so at all costs, now this is in some cases unavoidable given that you may be dealing with an e-commerce website that's calling, content from a database. So if that is the case, you're going to have some dynamic parameters in the URL, which is fine. Just make sure you avoid having too many of those dynamic parameters. It's understandable to have parameters, but the rule of thumb generally is no more than 2 different parameters in the URL. So prefer to create short URLs. That's really the way to go. The shorter, the better is the rule of thumb. And, if you're going to break up the URL, then use hyphens instead of underscores. It's just cleaner. It's a more understandable. Search engines tend to read it a little bit easier if it's hyphen. So here's what a friendly URL looks like for search. You got your domain, you got a subcategory broken up with a hyphen, and then the product. So that's just a clean URL for a particular e-commerce site that has categories and subcategories. So again, we got Amazon.com. Your category can be electronics, your subcategory could be earphones, and your product could be Bode earphones. It's that simple. Let's start with talking about rich snippets. This is tip number 4. So we want to add rich snippets to improve your website's visibility on SERPs. So tip number 4 is all about rich snippets. So let's start out by asking ourselves, what is a rich snippet? So rich snippet is simply just a term used to describe structured data markup. that you as a website owner can add to your HTML. So hypertext markup language, or HTML, is what is basically constructs a page. So if we can add more information to that, that will in turn allow search engines like Google to better understand the information that's on that web page. So the more Google understands about that web page, the more they can put into the search engine results page. So rich snippets is basically some structured data markup that we can add to our existing HTML. And so if we want to add rich snippets to search engines, then how would you prefer your products to be displayed? Well, if we have products, then we want to make sure that maybe we have reviews, or maybe we have other information in there, like links to our site. Okay, so there's a lot of different types of rich snippets that, we can add, that Google can recognize and add to the search engine results. So if you have a product, then there's a lot of things we can add, like specifically product reviews. So we want to be able to add more information to the search engine results by working in some rich snippets. So basically the whole idea is to set up the rich snippet to drive targeted traffic. Okay, so because the more information in the SERP, the more likelihood you're going to get the click. And the more likelihood that click is specific traffic. So some of the benefits of structuring the data for rich snippets are, as I mentioned, increasing click-through rates, also increasing conversion rates. So when you get the traffic from organic search to your website, if somebody's looking for a specific product and you have a number of different good reviews showing up, let's just say 5 stars out of 5 stars, and you have 100 reviews showing 5 stars, then, somebody's probably going to take some trust in your brand, and your conversion rate probability is going to go higher. It also helps improve your search engine visibility because you're adding more information. So in other words, the more Google knows about your page, the likelihood it's going to rank that page. And it's more likely that that information that's contained in that rich snippet is going to get featured in either the knowledge graph, which is that graph on the right side, or in a featured snippet, which usually shows up at the top of search engine results. So in other words, the more information you give Google, the more they can use that information on their search results page. And there's no disagreeing that the more information that you have in your search engine result, the likelihood of getting more traffic increases. So for rich snippets, you could always start with images. So some of the common properties that you can add to your product page, if you have a product page, or just a page itself, is an image. You can always start there. You can always add a description. You can always add in ratings, and you can always add in reviews. So these are some of the most common attributes you can add as a rich snippet. So if you add that, Google picks it up. It's going to include that information in the search results. Okay, some others are offers, prices, site links, links to your site, and product availability. So all that information can be conveyed to Google. Google understands what you're trying to pass along. It's going to include that in the search results. So did you know that according to Ahrefs, over 99.58% of featured pages that have structured data already rank in the top 10 list of the Google search results page? So in other words, if you have rich snippets in your page, your chances of ranking in the top 10 of a Google result is going to be very, very, very good. Okay, let's talk about tip number 5. Optimize your site structure for a great user experience. So let's go over some of the tips that you would do for planning a good website for SEO. And so tip number 1 is you want a URL structure that follows your site's navigation hierarchy. So obviously homepage, interior pages. So depending on what type of site you have, obviously the navigation needs to follow that site's navigation, that site hierarchy. And it all starts with the homepage. You want to optimize your homepage to drive traffic to your product pages. So the homepage is nothing more than a doorway into your website. And so the site's navigation should link to all those different products. So if you have an e-commerce site with subcategories or categories, subcategories, then you want to be able to make sure your navigation reflects that. You want to build a comprehensive structure for internal linking as well, because when you're from the home page, obviously you want to be able to easily navigate to other pages. However, when you're on other pages, you want to be able to have a link pointing back to relevant pages and not necessarily on the home page. So this serves two purposes. One, for the end user. Obviously, you want the end user to navigate through your website seamlessly, right? Second, for the search engines. They're following links. They want to be able to understand how your website flows and links together. So you don't want a scenario where it's a one-way street from the home page to interior pages. You want basically home page to interior, interior to other relevant interior pages. And that could be a lateral, or that can be a situation where it's a hierarchy. For example, homepage, category, subcategory, subcategory, etc. You want to be able to make sure your site is constructed in a manner in which the search engine can read it. So CSS or cascading style sheets or hypertext markup language, HTML, are your two most common languages. That's basically what browsers load. That's what search engines like to index. It just makes it easy for them to understand what your page is all about. Remember, we talked about rich snippets in the previous tip. Rich snippets are nothing more than supplemental HTML to describe what the page is all about, so that the search engines can understand that page and include reviews or include site links in the search engine results. So this is all based on HTML. So the more you provide the search engines in a more structured manner via HTML, the more the search engines are going to understand the page. Adding breadcrumbs to your product pages is also a good practice. If you have an e-commerce site and you have a category, then a subcategory, then a subcategory, then a product page, well, it's probably not a bad idea to make sure you have a breadcrumb so that way somebody can easily go right back from the product page to, say, the category page or to the subcategory page directly without having to hit the back button or having to go through the navigation. Some good examples, I think Amazon does a good example of using breadcrumbs, given the amount of products they have on their site. So go check out Amazon if you want a good example for breadcrumbs. And then canonical tags. We want to make good use of canonical tags, and that's in order to avoid duplicate content. So a canonical tag is nothing more than a link element, basically, or an HTML element that basically prevents duplicate content issues. So in other words, if we have a canonical tag as a meta tag, basically we're telling the search engines, this is the preferred or canonical version of a web page. Okay, so use this web page. So it signals to the search engines which page they should basically index and pay attention to, and avoid all the other pages that have similar content. So that's the idea behind a canonical tag. So that's a good best practice. And then optimize your site for desktop and mobile. I can't stress the mobile part enough. Most users begin their journey on mobile. So if you're not sure about what the search engines like or don't like, you can always refer to Google Search Console for an example. So if you go to Google Search Console, they have a report called Mobile Usability. So if you click on Mobile Usability, you can see what pages they like, what pages they don't like from a mobile perspective. And if you have errors, they're going to tell you what those errors are. So if your website has text that's too small to read, they're going to tell you that these are the pages with this error. And so that allows you to go and address those errors, because from a Google perspective, if a page has a mobile usability error, then Google will not index that page. So leverage Google Search Console to get a sense of what type of errors your site has from a mobile perspective. You also want to prefer to keep your checkout page simple. So again, from an e-commerce perspective, you want to keep the checkout page as simple as possible for obvious reasons. You want the end user to have a good experience, and you obviously want the conversion. So when I say keep a checkout page simple, really now with today's technology, you can create a one-page checkout process. You want to optimize your sitemap. So when we talk about sitemaps, we want to make sure that it's a file, an XML file that basically includes all of our URLs. And we can then turn around and give that sitemap to the search engines. So if you have a sitemap in XML, make sure you go to Google Search Console. So if I go to Google Search Console and I click on sitemaps, I can just simply tell Google where my sitemap is located. And when they recognize that sitemap, they're going to be able to basically index the URLs from that sitemap. So we could see here how many URLs they discover and how many they index. So make sure you create the sitemap in an XML format, submit the sitemap via Google Search Console, and then you can go back and see how many pages they've indexed versus how many you've submitted. And you want to make sure that sitemap is dynamic, meaning anytime you publish a URL, that URL is added to the sitemap. Fixing broken links. So broken links is not something you want, but it's something every website has. It's unavoidable. People publish pages all the time. There's test pages. There's all sorts of reasons why a site has broken links. You want to be able to address those. And again, going back to Google Search Console, we can basically see, just by looking at some reports, what pages have broken links and which ones don't. So we could certainly look at Search Console to get information about basically what pages are broken, which ones aren't. And then we want to prefer predictive searches and integrate product typographic errors on your search bar. So basically have a search bar that's a best practice, but anticipate knowing what people are typing in. So that means maybe going into Google Analytics and looking at the search terms report. So we can go into analytics and look at search terms to get a sense of what people are searching for. But, when we talk about integrating product typographic errors, we're talking also about fonts. So we want to make sure we're using the latest fonts so that we don't run into any issues on our website, people not being able to read based on a specific font that you're using. And then as a best practice, what I found, and this is not necessarily for everyone, but using a live chat widget sometimes helps. In fact, I would even go beyond sometimes, most of the time, again, depending on your business, but I see most businesses now have live chat enabled. And so basically having live chat enables somebody who has a question to immediately reach out to somebody versus picking up the phone versus sending an email. It's just instantaneous gratification in some ways. So inserting live chat on a website is more common practice than not nowadays, given it lends to a better user experience. Tip number 6, improve your page speed and reduce the bounce rate. So let's talk about page speed and how page speed correlates with higher bounce rate if it's a high page load. And so according to Crazy, page speed is an important overlooked SEO tactic because for every second delay in page load can result in 11% fewer page views, 60% decrease in customer satisfaction, 7% decline in conversion rate. So, you can see here, regardless of how specific the numbers are, when you have a page that loads slow, you're going to have lower user engagement and a poor user experience. So you have to pay attention to page speed. And so since 2010, Google has been using page speed as a factor for page ranking in the search engine results. So here's some tips to focus on making sure your pages are optimal in terms of speed. So enable browser caching. Okay, you can reduce plugins if you're using WordPress as an example. Disable plugins you're not using. Using a simple website design, going back to tip number 5, stick with CSS and HTML. Don't do anything fancy in terms of technology because it's only going to complicate matters. Optimize your code, minify files, meaning, hey, if you're not using any code, just get rid of it because code has to execute and that slows down page load time. So if your website has numerous CSS and JavaScript files, basically minify and combine them. And that's what we're talking about there. You don't necessarily need a lot of JavaScript on your page. You can leverage Google Tag Manager or, other features that help minimize the number of JavaScript files you have. And so you can also get some of these ideas by going into Google Analytics. So in Analytics, under behavior, under site speed, under page timings, you can basically see how quick each page loads. And then if you click on speed suggestions right below page timings, what happens is Google's going to actually give you some suggested ways to increase speed. So if we let this report load, we'll be able to see some speed suggestions per page. And so here you can see, for example, the home page has an average page load time of 4.89 seconds. You can see right next to that, we have page speed suggestions, 7 total. So if we click on that, basically what it's going to do, it's going to launch another Google product called Page Speed Insights. And what Page Speed Insights is going to do is it's going to analyze the page in question, whether that be the home page or an interior page. And what they're actually going to do is not only analyze the desktop version of your website, but also the mobile version. And so now we could see opportunities to improve our page speed by making sure the images are properly sized, making sure server response time is changed. Again, defer unused CSS, not using CSS or getting rid of CSS or minifying it. So there's lots of things you can do. And again, this is desktop and mobile. So on the mobile side, we could see some of the other issues too that are causing high page load. And so analytics, site speed reports, page speed insights are good ways to get an idea, really excellent ways to really address page load time issues. So again, these are just some of the common issues with page load time. There could be other factors. So leaning on those page speed insights reports will definitely help reduce page load time. So basically, according to Google, a website should have, time to first byte lesser than 200 milliseconds. Milliseconds is very, very fast. So in case your website is slower than 200 milliseconds, such as 500 milliseconds or more, you need to improve it. So you don't even have to measure it by milliseconds. You can even go by seconds, which is what most of us count time. And again, you could see that simply going into the speed suggestions report in Google Analytics. So ideally, in terms of seconds, you want something that's about, 4 seconds or less, 3 seconds or less, obviously as fast as possible. So case study, Walmart. Walmart reported the following results. So Walmart experienced a 2% increase in conversions for every 1 second of page speed improvement. So think about that. There's definitely correlation between page load time and speed. So in conversions and user engagement. So the quicker your page loads, the higher the engagement. So with that improvement, they also experienced an increment in revenue. So meaning the pages load, people had a better user experience, they were able to check out easier, and that led to more revenue. So they were able to measure revenue against milliseconds. And that's something you can certainly do in analytics. You can correlate revenue with bounce rate. You can correlate revenue with page speed. Okay, tip number 7, build quality links and increase the domain authority of your website. So Google's top 3 search ranking factors includes link building. So you need to have quality links from quality sites pointing to your site. And so that's a factor in terms of ranking. So that falls under off-page SEO. You need to build references and links on quality sites. And so building quality links to your content can give your product or category pages or even content or blog posts a boost in the SERPs. So it's all about quality over quantity. So it's always building quality links, not quantity. So let's talk about what kind of strategies you should implement. So if you implement these strategies, then you're going to likely see a lift in the SERPs. So earn backlinks from relevant and authoritative web pages. So what's authoritative? Well, authoritative is subjective to some degree, but it's also measurement in others. So you could use Moz as a good tool to measure page authority or domain authority. So if I go into Moz, Moz has a page and domain authority score between 1 and 100. And so you can actually see what sites have good domain or page authority just by entering in the domain. So relevant, you obviously want to rank to something that's relevant. So if you're in the food industry, something food related. You want to promote your content regularly on social media. So social media, I always consider it a low-hanging fruit when it comes to backlinking. There's so many different social media platforms available. Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter. There's so many varieties from images to Pinterest and Instagram to video, being YouTube. So there's lots of ways to get your content out on social media that will allow you to not only promote your brand, build a community, but also establish a reference back to that page. You can opt for guest blogging. Okay, so you can reach out to another blogger and blog on that platform. And it can be reciprocal as well. A blogger can certainly, blog on your platform and have a link back, and it works both ways. Influencer marketing. So influencer marketing is working with somebody who has a large amount of followers who can influence those followers to, mention you in a hashtag, link to your particular product or brand, or even drive traffic to your site. So you want to take advantage of social media platforms and start your own page as well. So Facebook's a good example. It could be having a YouTube channel. If you're into video, you can certainly set up a YouTube channel, build a following around YouTube as well. So always start your own page if that's the platform of choice. The last thing you should do is set up a page on social media and not keep it updated. You could certainly participate in forums. You can participate in other websites like Quora or Reddit that's very, content-based, content-driven, user-driven. I always recommend starting your own blog. Blog is a good way to not only generate content, but it's a good way to incorporate different types of content. So you could set up different types of content and categories. It's a good way to incorporate different assets like images and video. It's a good way to get users engaged by having comments or having social share buttons. It's a good way to leverage that content onto other social media platforms. So there's lots of benefits to blogging, very few cons. The only con would be a time constraint. But it's better to have one blog post in 1 month consistently than not blogging at all. So getting listed on high quality link directories like Yahoo directory is still a way to add a link from a high quality site. And then make use of broken link building. So again, on the last tip, we mentioned Search Console. Search Console certainly has reports available for you that allow you to see what pages on your site are no longer there and allow you to see what pages they're linking from. Okay? You can also do testimonials. There's lots of ways to generate quality links. In a way, you almost have to get creative, but creative in a way that's going to generate quality, not quantity. Quality is the key. So even if it's one source, whether that be somebody else's blog, so be it. As long as it's quality, that's what counts. So let's talk about some of the key takeaways from today's tips. So remember, tip number 1, we want to opt for smarter ways to do keyword research. So remember, we want to look at volume. We want to look at competition. We want to create themes, put them in a spreadsheet. So we want to be smarter in the way in which we choose our keywords. Tip number 2, remember, publish high quality content to get more traffic. When we say high quality content, remember, break up the content, use different assets, organize it, structure it. Make sure it's answering somebody's questions. Then we talked about in tip number 3, analyzing your meta tags and URLs. So we want to make sure that title tag, meta descriptions are creative. Use modifiers like numbers or promotions. We don't want to go over character counts. We want to make them unique and distinct so that somebody clicks on them. Then we talked about rich snippets in tip number 4. Remember, rich snippets are just additional HTML that communicates to the search engine. So the search engines can understand exactly what's on your page. So if you have recipes, if you have reviews, if you have videos, if you have images, if you have ratings, all these things can be added to the SERPs just by communicating with with the search engines via rich snippets. Tip 5, optimize your site structure. We want to make sure that you have good inbound links. You want to make sure you incorporate breadcrumbs. You want to make sure users can navigate your site more easily. And then in tip number 6, if your pages load fast, then it's going to enhance the user experience. It's going to increase user engagement and increase conversions. And then tip number 7, we want to build quality links, quality to increase the domain authority. So remember, we can use Moz to measure domain authority. It's all about quality, whether that be via influencer marketing, guest blogging, directories, social media, setting up a social media page. There's always something you could be doing to generate a quality link to your website.
Thanks, Rob. With that, we've reached the end of this complete SEO tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Do like and share it. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.